Hello.
यहाँबाट सकिन्छ है
यहाँबाट त सबै ठिक छ हजुर Namaste and warm greetings to you all. How are you all today? I think everyone's so pumped up. I'm really happy to see amazing people out here. My name is Shraddha Silwal, and I have the honor of being your host today for Nepal-UK Tech Forum 2025. Originally from Kathmandu, I have spent the last several years working in the technical field with a background in software engineering. I am currently working in energy sector at Elexon, focusing on digital design architecture, and it's truly been a fulfilling journey to contribute to an industry that powers the future with navigating innovation and transformation. It's been both personal and professional privilege to be a part of a forum that brings together two countries I deeply care about, and to help spotlight the exciting possibilities emerging in the intersection of diplomacy, technology, and innovation. On behalf of Nepal Embassy in London, it's my immense pleasure to welcome you all to Nepal-UK Tech Forum 2025, a platform for fostering digital trade, investment, and strengthening bilateral tech ties between Nepal and the United Kingdom. Before we begin, let us take a moment to acknowledge the long-standing and friendly relationship between Nepal and the United Kingdom. The relationship dates back to 1816, and the first official diplomatic mission was held then, and the Embassy of Nepal in London was established in 1934, so we have a long history. One of the most iconic and enduring symbols of this relationship is the British Gurkhas, renowned globally for their bravery, loyalty, and service. And for over 2 centuries, the Gurkhas have proudly served in the British Army, forging the bond of mutual respect and honor that remains strong till this day. Since then, our nations have built, rooted in the mutual respect, development, trade, cultural exchange, and shared vision for innovation. As we embark today's forum, I'm reminded of the words of Albert Einstein, who once said, "The measure of intelligence is not ability to change, but the ability to change." In today's fast-changing digital landscape, this quote rings more true than ever. Our ability to innovate, collaborate, adapt will define how we shape the future of Nepal-UK relation in tech and beyond. Today, we gather with a shared purpose to connect ideas, drive innovation, unlock new opportunities, and the ever-evolving world of technology. We are deeply honored to have you all, distinguished diplomats, policymakers, industry leaders, academics, investors, and members of Nepali diaspora. Thank you for being here. Before we begin the formal proceedings, may I kindly request everyone to please rise for the national anthem of Nepal. Thank you. May we please stand for the national anthem of Britain as well. Thank you so much. You may now be seated. And now, without any further delay, to formally inaugurate the Nepal Tech UK Forum 2025, I have the honor of inviting His Excellency Mr. Chandra Kumar Ghimire, Ambassador of Nepal to the United Kingdom.
Mr. Sushil Gewali, who is the CEO, IBN, and which is a part of government of Nepal, as far as investment part is concerned. Your Excellency, Mr. Rofan, Ambassador of the UK to Nepal, and he's not only an ambassador, also a very good friend of mine. Our family, myself, himself, every time we sit together, check out our plan, work together. Commitment is there. Mr. Chandra Dhakal, who is the president of Federation of Nepalese Chamber of Commerce and Industry, all the presenters, speakers, and storytellers, including one of our very good friend, Mr. Apron, CEOs, president, vice presidents from various tech companies, think tanks, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm namaste and good morning. Allow me to start with our immense pleasure. within the first 6 months of our tenure. Why? Because our team, in my leadership, we started since last January. We succeeded to organize this beautiful bilateral forum in London. In response of our invitation, I'm seeing around here, all of you have turned up today. It is a matter of great pleasure and privilege having you in this program. Thank you very much. Nepal is widely recognized around the globe for its iconic position as the homeland of the Gurkha and also the homeland of Sherpas. Not only that, it's the homeland of Lord Buddha, where he was born. This recognition embodies an extraordinary level of bravery. I'm now going to Gurkhas and Sherpas. So their recognition embodies an extraordinary level of bravery, dedication, loyalty, services, integrity, and so on. We feel very proud of them for their all the contributions. In the meantime, significant changes have occurred. So let me go with that. In the meantime, significant changes have occurred, basically in our country. Let's say much water has flowed under the bridge. The world has had to fully appreciate the country's evolving, newly evolving, obviously, and innovative images that are rapidly developing across various sectors. We profoundly claim that Nepal is one of the most democratic, you might be surprising, one of the most democratic, similarly inclusive, and similarly very open societies on the planet. After years of past unstable politics, the country is now politically well stable, socially too is stable, demographically too is very rich due to the leverage of young population available with its society. In this backdrop, our sole aim is to attain and also retain economic prosperity in a quickest and sustainable manner. In order to trigger the economic prosperity in our country, a magnitude of legal, institutional, procedural, and digital reforms have been undertaken over the time. Confidence of investors revamped. All political parties are united for the agenda of economic reforms. Elsewhere, we seldom observe this level of all-party unity regarding the reform agenda, which is phenomenal in our country. Above all, the open market approach is at the heart of such reforms being undertaken over there. All of these factors have begun to pay a remarkable positive results on the ground. For say, in the energy, a power importing country, that's obviously Nepal, it used to be, has become a power exporting country in recent days. This success has been achieved in the active engagement of the private sector of our country. I salute them without further delay. Next, in the IT, a big number of IT geniuses have returned from abroad to the country, obviously Nepal, and are running a vibrant IT market. Big economies such as the US, Australia, Canada, etc. are now in the list of their export destinations day in and day out. To sum up, racing like a leopard, Nepal is rising in South Asia as a new hub for power and IT, among others. If you say it was not in my knowledge, I won't be surprised. because it's a recent phenomenon. As per a study conducted in 2023 by a Nepali think tank, namely uh, IIDS, thank you so much. IIDS, they had done that study. The IT service export industry in Nepal is valued at approximately USD, that is US dollar, 515 million. It was way back 2022 sometime. Over 106 IT export services companies and 14,728 IT freelancers in software development and technology. Likewise, 51,781 IT freelancers are engaged in exporting IT services through various digital platforms. Every year, approximately 15,000 IT graduates do join the Nepali job market. Most importantly, they are all at global standard, which is most important fact. The quality of IT goods and services from Nepal is outstanding. In terms of cost, they are more competitive than their counterparts. The Nepali IT sector is predominantly led by youth, which is again very, very important. And our workforce, that is our younger generation, has become exceptionally globalized owing to their proficiency in English. Likewise, owing to their exceptional digital competency. Given the multi-layer competitiveness, I have taken few of the iceberg, obviously, few tips of the iceberg. The more the British companies do outsourcing from Nepal, the more the win-win it becomes for both parties involved, that is, Nepali side and also British side. For years, I have been a student, a humble student, personally, of international trade. Let me go back to my own uni days. One of my professors, he did a lot to impart the theory of comparative advantage. David Ricardo, he was long time back on this planet, who was the proponent of this theory, and that theory suggests what England and Portugal ought to exchange in their mutual trade then. During the 19th century, England was expected to export clothes then, not now, obviously, and while Portugal was to export wine as expected. With this, I'm not teaching you the theory itself here. Rather, I'm urging you to outsource IT goods and services from Nepal. That is the thrust. Additionally, I'm showing you a much high and sustained rate of return in Nepal, and that is waiting for your FDI, truly for your FDI. The country is your safe basket for hatching more and more eggs. Nepal has secured the second highest sovereign credit rating in South Asia, following India, according to a recent study of Fitch Ratings. Nepal scores a BB- rating, whereas India holds BBB- rating. This signifies that Nepal is considered a relatively low-risk borrower, especially in comparison to its regional peers. In sum up, be it as an FDI destination or be it as a trading partner country, Nepal is one of the best countries for British trade and investment fraternity. Sorry to mention, this part of charm is at less acknowledged in action. The time has come for all of us to speak a bit loud and clear. For that reason, we are here together. We are delighted to welcome here over 25 speakers apart me and my colleague Rob. Today, they will share their profound insights on the extent to which Nepal serves as an attractive market for IT trade and also FDI destination for British investors. Today's body of our speakers embodies tech leaders, think tanks, MPs, ambassadors, including myself, policymakers, and so on. Most interesting part is of the audience that it has consisted of a number of CEOs, over here they are present, presidents, likewise VPs, and very senior tech leaders from both sides, I mean the UK and Nepal. Without further ado, expressing our utmost gratitude to each one of you, I would like to heartily welcome you at this very important forum. Your warm presence and active participation have quadrupled our joy. If you don't mind, a note of suggestion. Please do maximize your day, not only for this talk, also to enjoy the appealing beauty around here. You can see, you can feel, that is very much appealing. The building, all because the building itself was built way back in 1865 AD, when England was tunneling beneath the surface level for the world's first underground railway, precisely the London Metro. With this, now I conclude. So before I conclude, I wish you very all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for those inspiring words. It really gives me immense joy to see this growing momentum between Nepal and UK, especially in the realm of technology. Again, so without any further delay, now I'm pleased to welcome His Excellency Mr. Rob Fenn, British Ambassador to Nepal, to share his remarks and reaffirm the strength of UK-Nepal partnership.
Thank you so much. Rising like a leopard, I wish I'd thought of that. I'm going to play with a metaphor about critical mass, but actually that's a better one. So Chandra, Sushil, Hem, Anjani, Kapil, I could go on. This room is full of my friends. And I do think you, sir, have achieved critical mass. It couldn't be fuller. It couldn't be fuller of better people. And I think it will lead ultimately to an explosion. I don't want to get too technical or nuclear about this, but there is something about our being here at the right time to catalyze an explosion of investment and trade between the UK and Nepal. And it's something we desperately need. You know, both our countries are in this business. I've just been back for the, and sorry, this sounds grandiose, but the leadership conference of the Foreign Office, which is just a fancy way for saying the ambassadors get together once a year and get our marching orders from our government. And it was a brilliant conference on many levels, including tech. It's very obvious the Foreign Office feels the heat. We need to get with the program. I'm going back to Kathmandu in a week or so, and I'm going to try to show my team that I understand how to use GPT, and particularly Copilot, which is built into our Teams systems. And I have the plan to just experimentally let Copilot loose on soft power, because we are actually trying to do a kind of audit of the soft power between the UK and Nepal. And there are so many examples of the way our civil societies are intertwined. Exactly as you said, Chandra, a lot of those involve sort of highfalutin terms like, democracy, the rule of law, and so on. But it goes all the way down to families, to the Gurkha traditions, to the way British people get infatuated almost instantly with the Himalaya, and come back and back and back. And so British civil society is littered with enthusiasts for Nepal. Nepal has the strongest brand I know. I don't know of any other country in the world which has no downside. You can mention, I'm not going to, but you mention any country and you think, the good bits are that and the bad bits are that. But actually Nepal, people in the UK at least, basically just think they want to go there. Greg Jackson is the CEO of Octopus Energy, and one of the most energetic and impressive CEOs in this country. And he told the Foreign Office day before yesterday that there are only two kinds of company. There are the tech companies, and then there are companies that have not yet figured out that they are a tech company, but they have to be. So I think you have chosen exactly the right theme. It focuses us, but it is also a very broad tent. We are all the companies working between Nepal and the UK are tech in one way or another. I think you're also playing to the comparative advantage, and thank you for mentioning David Ricardo. With Ron here, I have to say there's a new Ricardo fund in town. Yes, in an era where trade is kind of under some kind of ideological threat from certain quarters, it's very important to hold on to these facts, these, insofar as economics ever produces facts, that trade is good for both parties, and that countries like the UK and Nepal can both benefit from trade. Thank you. You did it, Chandra. I know we had a kind of co-creation about the date, because I simply said, I'm here this week. I've got the Friday. What should we do? But the rest is up to you and your team, and my goodness, you have delivered critical mass. The British government, like the Nepal government, I think we can both make this claim, have the benefit of being able to offer stability. I'm looking at a government in the UK which is going to be with us for 4 whole years. That seems settled, which is laying long-term plans, which has already in its first year delivered some remarkable things. And I have to say the timing of this leadership conference was very fortunate for the diplomats who came back, because this time a year ago we met our new government kind of in week 2. And I got to see that Keir Starmer, who's kind of been a distant hero of mine and now a very present Prime Minister, believes in public service and was bringing a kind of moral compass to the government. And over the first year, they have delivered very many things, rather more than people expected at the time. So this last week has been a chance to kind of give ourselves a pat on the back and take courage from what has already been achieved. One of those things that's been achieved recently, and I can't get formal about this or give you numbers, but I am now much more confident that one of the anchors of the bilateral relationship between the UK and Nepal, namely our development partnership, is alive and well and going to come back supercharged. And in the second half of this year, we will be re-engaging with your Ministry of Finance and with the line ministries, and putting back together our extraordinary development partnership and the portfolio of programs which it comprises. It will be, in some respects, familiar because we will try to be quite a wide spectrum partner for Nepal, but there will definitely be a movement towards the private sector. And that is because we think there is a big play here for UK-Nepal. Nepal has been on a relatively low growth paradigm for decades now. And that has involved a lot of assistance from the international community and indeed from Nepal's own people in the form of remittances, 25% of GDP. But the people in this room are building a faster growth paradigm, which involves connecting Nepal to global capital markets. You were so right, Chandra, to instance the Fitch sovereign credit rating. That's kind of a necessary condition of some of the things we're trying to do. But we in FCDO, we can see this faster growth paradigm for Nepal coming, and coming at an accelerating rate. And that's not just because some of the more classic forms of international development cooperation are effectively drying up. Not in our case, but in other cases. But coming also because it's a natural evolution of the Nepal economy. Increasingly, we are seeing entrepreneurs in Nepal and in the UK getting in touch with each other and planning to make stuff happen. And that's why I use this critical mass metaphor, because I think, we haven't yet seen the full force of what foreign investment can do in Nepal. I think, and I'm not a fantastic expert at this, but it seems blindingly obvious to me that Nepal is a very underinvested country. There's been big investment in hydro, but hydro doesn't generate employment, at least not in a wide base and enduring way that Nepal needs. And there has been increasingly investment in tech, and so that's right that we're starting in the tech sector. But we can all see many other sectors, and we were talking about them last night at the Britain-Nepal Chamber of Commerce dinner. Thank you very much, Kapil and everyone else involved in that. So there is a fairly long list of sectors which everyone knows would take off if there was foreign investment at scale in Nepal. The key thing, the missing ingredient at the moment, is that track record of successful repatriation of profits. And I think for many of the British Nepalis in this room, who we were hearing from last night, who desperately want to do business in Nepal, I think it is that lack of a long and demonstrated track record of successfully repatriating profits so that they can return to Nepal tenfold in the next cycle. That we haven't yet cracked. We're just about to. I really do believe it. And I think during my tenure, I think we will get a double taxation avoidance agreement between our two governments. It's a personal kind of objective of everybody on the front row here. That will unlock a really powerful force. The other metaphor I play with is the bridge. We have to build a bridge between Nepal and, in our case, the City of London. It was great that Sushil here on his week in town has been talking to people in the City of London and getting that sense of how many pounds under management of private money could come across that bridge to Nepal if we would only let them. The bridge is largely complete. The foundations at the sort of Kathmandu end have included the sovereign credit rating and many other things that Nepal's development partners have been doing with Nepal. The middle of the bridge is obviously the work of British International Investment and the other development finance institutions, which are bringing vast sums of money to Nepal, but these are still public money. These are taxpayers' dollars and pounds recycled through market mechanisms, so they sound like private money, but they're not. This is delivering a lot. This is kind of priming the pump. It is proving the concept. And most recently, BII teamed up with the IFC and the World Bank and a Nepali bank and delivered Nepal's first international bond, first green bond, that $60 million that wasn't there before, which is helping with Nepal's green energy explosion. The end of the bridge, the bit that we have to finish, which will actually touch down in the City of London, is that bit about repatriating private profits. The most kind of infamous name in this dossier is Dolma. Dolma is a very Nepal-friendly venture capital fund. It wants to wind up its first portfolio, its first fund, on the basis of the international treaty on which it was incorporated. And that is supposed to determine the tax paid by Dolma. And that is a complicated issue because Dolma hasn't had the benefit of a double taxation avoidance agreement between the UK and Nepal. It's had to base itself in Mauritius to do this. That makes it complicated. So it's not surprising that it's taking a little while. But when that happens, it will make the weather. You know, it will show that you can repatriate profits, and it will actually, Dolma will then come on, and you'll see their second fund and their third fund and their green bond and all the other things that Dolma are committed to doing. And that will, I think, be the first kind of posse across the bridge of private money into Nepal. The last thing I want to say, because I'm standing between you and 25 other speakers, is that this is all about employment. I really think that the missing ingredient in Nepal is good jobs for young Nepalis who are now employing their extraordinary talents in everybody else's economy except their own. They go abroad for very honourable reasons, and I'm also hard at work on the education piece. I think we need to help provide at local prices the kind of quality education which Nepalis travel to get. But they often then stay where they've got that education, or in any case, outside the country, and we are left with this kind of baffling situation in which the bulk of Nepal's savings and the bulk of its productive capacity is outside its frontiers. So we have to reconnect the Nepali diaspora and the Nepali kind of brains trust with the productive economy inside the country. And that is a kind of a policy goal of the FCDO and of the British Embassy in Kathmandu. And I think today's event is such an important part of delivering that. Thank you, Chandra.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for those heartfelt and insightful words. Listening to, I was reminded of the timeless beauty of the Himalayas back in Nepal and the exciting future that lies ahead of us. So thank you once again. Without any further delay, we now move on to our keynote speakers. Nepal as an FDI destination for the UK-based investors in tech. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Sushil Gyawali, CEO of Investment Board Nepal.
Thank you so much, Excellency Ambassador of Nepal to UK, my friend Chandra Gimere, Excellency Ambassador from UK to Nepal, my friend Rob, and all the delegates here from the different tech companies, CEOs, presidents, vice presidents, and all the colleagues who have been participating in this very important event today. Thank you so much for providing me an opportunity as a keynote speaker today. And then coming from Nepal, we have a very warm sort of the the wishes for you all, and then I'm here to welcome you all to make investment in the tech sector in Nepal, and then would like to know what are the major sort of issues, challenges, and the potential that you are thinking from here in Nepal. And then there are the very people, the tech leaders who have been participating today in this event also from Nepal. So this is really a collaboration, the sort of interactions and the networking that we are going to have today. And then there are lots of the speakers, so I will not take much time, but I have to, this is my duty that I have to provide and set up the framework in Nepal, what we have, and then what are the sort of the scenario at the moment. I'll go in that. Maybe I have a presentation and I'll go on this, and then maybe one of my colleagues will be helping me to click on this. Or is there any? So what I'll do, actually, the presentations, maybe it will take time. So without any delay, what I'll do, I'll just go through the presentation that is here, looking into this, and then deliver in the speech form, so that there will not be any sort of the delay in the timing. Maybe somewhere that is been missing. Anyway. Nepal is in the direction of the transformations of the economic transformations, where the total GDP size that we have at the moment is around $42 billion in total, and then we have the total sort of the public debt is around 42 billion, and then the foreign exchange reserve at the moment is around 15.12 billion. The total sort of the scenario in the macroeconomic perspective that we have this sort of approach. In the investment rankings, from the World Bank, Nepal is third, the most favorable business, the environment in South Asia, and then Nepal is one of the 25, the most sort of the best destination in the world that has been ranked by the TripAdvisor. So that's why the great potential of the tourism that is there in Nepal. In the part of the market access, we have the trade treaty with India. For duty-free market. So there is a very, the open sort of the trading opportunity that you have to India. And to China, around 8,000 sort of the items have the duty-free access. And the there is a law allowing duty-free access to Nepal, around 60 commodities to United States. The goals that Nepal has taken is the upgrading from the LDC in 2026, to be the middle-income country by 2030. The goal, together with the world, to achieve the 16 SDGs out of the 17 by 2030, and then to achieve also the net zero by 2045. These are the goals, the overarching goals for Nepal that we have. But the reality is that we have the total sort of the investment of the contribution of manufacturing sector to the GDP is around only 6%. That is to be increased around 10% to achieve the goal that we have in the 16th national plan that has been designed. There is a need to increase the investment in the infrastructure to around 12% from the present around 2 to 3%. So this is the huge scale of the investment is to be increased. And there is also a need of around $17 billion per annum, the investment need for us to achieve the SDGs. So there is a huge level of the potential of the investment that is needed. Around $10 billion is only in the infrastructure sector. So that means there is the need to have the policy changes, the policy reforms that is needed to achieve that goal with the reality that we have. So that's why government has come up very, very strongly in the policy reforms in the recent days. In the transformation that we are thinking about, actually, the political commitment that is very strong at the moment. And you see the major two political parties, which are really the competitive to each other, but they have now joined hands to build the government, to form the government, and then giving the stability in the political arena. So that is something, the message that is being provided by the political level. In regards to these, the policy provisions, we have the bilateral, the investment promotion and protection agreements with India and the 11 different countries that we have, including UK. And we also have the double taxation avoidance agreement. I fully agree with our Excellencies Ambassador and myself. We are working very hard to establish the double taxation avoidance agreements between the two our countries. On that, I would like to let you know that we have already they formed the special committee by the board, which is being chaired by Prime Minister, and then under my chair. And then we are engaging all the concerned ministries, including the Finance Ministry, Industry Ministry, and the Law Ministries. So that's why we are working very hard. And then I'm very much hopeful and very much confident enough, because we have having the different level dialogues in the different levels, and then to have these double taxation agreements in very soon. We have the potential of the different sectors. This energy is one of the major sectors, but at the same time, it's our previous speakers, Excellencies, they have mentioned about the ICT, having the population dividend in the country, almost around 60% of the total population are economically active. That means it is really the best time in the history of our country to utilize the human resources properly. And there are other areas, the agriculture, industry, the education, health, the green infrastructure. These are the different other areas where we are having these, the potential. The institutional arrangement that we have the two institutions for the attracting the foreign direct investment and also mobilizing the public-private partnership approach for these public goods, engaging the private sectors. One is the Investment Board Nepal, which will be looking into the projects beyond the $50 million around. And also the projects which are beyond in the energy sector, 200 megawatt and above. This is the entity which will be looking into this, the engaging the private sectors on the FDI. Below that, the Department of Industry, which is under the Ministry of the Trade and Commerce, and then we'll look into this investment approval on those projects. And the other ministries that can also make the implementation of the project on the PPP arrangements below $6 billion Nepali rupees, or that is around $50 million. The Investment Board Nepal is the apex entity, which has been chaired by Prime Minister, and the deputy, the vice chair is the finance minister, and there are other ministers, the industry minister, energy minister, the forest minister, environment ministers are the members, and also the ministers which are related to the concern sort of this the project. They are this directly the member of that committee. We have also the National Planning Commission vice chair, governor of the central bank are the members, and also the representatives from the private sector as well. So it is sort of the special purpose vehicle which have been chaired by Prime Minister and giving the fast track sort of the decision-making process, and then we do that. The major sort of the functions that we have is the investment promotion, the project development, investment approval, the one-stop service center. This is one of the very important aspects. And then we have recently decided, and then through the parliament, that the new law has been enacted where the one-stop service center is to be established and under the Investment Board Nepal, and for that the officials who have been are to be sent with the authority to the Investment Board Nepal. And we also do the policy advocacy. We have come up with the vision of the developing Nepal as an attractive investment destinations, and we have designed the different goals in which the creating the job to the people. That is one of the major sort of this the goal, and also the approve the investments of around at least $15 billion for the next 3 years. So this is the major sort of target that we have taken, and for the next fiscal year, the government has announced through the recent budget speech in the parliament is that Nepal, through the Investment Board Nepal itself, will be mobilizing around $6 billion for the next this fiscal year. This investment agreement would be made in that level. We have the two routes of the approval of the projects. One is the solicited projects, where the Investment Board Nepal or concerned ministries and departments will be making the study of the project, the feasibility study or the DPR in whatever level, and we make the notice to the private sectors, and they will be engaged. And there is a different sort of process, steps that have been clearly spelled out, and that sort of the operating procedures that we have, and we will follow that. The other one is the unsolicited proposal. On the unsolicited process, what we do that we invite the investors themselves, because investors around the world, the private sector around the world, they have the innovation, they have the knowledge, they have the technology, they have the capital. So we'd like to, yes, okay, thank you so much. So, and we would like to invite them with the Swiss challenge and the process, so that they will be tested on the market. Yeah, any investors, they can propose directly with their proposal to the Investment Board Nepal. And what we do, that we give the license for them to make a study, and then the more depth study, and then thereafter they will be coming up with the certain sort of terms and conditions, whatever they want. What that they really want to have the incentive, the difference of the financial or the non-financial incentives, whatever they need. They will propose, we'll discuss on that, come to a negotiation on the project development agreement, and then that will be tested through the market, and then through the Swiss challenge approach. And then if any second party will be coming with the better offer, we'll give the chance to the first party who have already proposed whether they will be able to take that, or if not, the second party may be taking the project. But at that situation, whatever the cost that has been already expended by the first party, that will be reimbursed by the second party. That's sort of the approach that we are taking, that Swiss challenge with unsolicited approach. So we are doing this sort of the modality of the investment, and there are the two routes that we have. And then we have now initiated this, and I would like to let you know that within last 7-8 months, we have already receiving 5 major sort of projects on this route, and we are already evaluating. Our board has already approved to provide the license to them, so that they will be able to have the detailed study, and they will be coming up with the different terms and conditions in which they will be that will be needed. It gives the flexibility to all the investors around the world, whoever would like to make investment in their sectors, in their expertise, whatever that they have. And one of the major sort of the aspect that the investor they would like to have is their protection of their investment. For that, we do the project development agreement, in which the role and the responsibility of the government and also the private sectors, that will be clearly defined and being endorsed by the cabinet. That means it will give, it's like an international sort of the agreement that we'll be making, which will be giving the strong level of confidence to the private sectors, and securing them from the changing law in the future, and also the difference of other incentive, whatever that will be providing, that will be continued. That means there will be a certainty of the projections of their sort of the return in the future, so that we provide. IBN is also having, with the last 13 years of its experiences of the mobilizing almost around $11 billion, the projects already been mobilized. The investment approval has already been made. That quite a level of this, the confidence that is there, and we have been engaging lots of the international investors, the companies from around the world. They are working together with IBN, and they are very much confident enough to make this the further investment, whatever the return that they have received from them. Recently, government has come up with lots of reforms, as I just mentioned. One of the reform is the strengthening the office of the Investment Board Nepal. Actually, the status of the Investment Board Nepal has been increased into the level, at least of the ministry level. The CEO has been upgraded into the minister level. We are now going to have the secretary in the office, and also we are going to have the human resources autonomy, where up to the undersecretary level of the people will be appointed by the Investment Board itself, so that there will be a strong level of cadre to have the institutional memory in the long run, and to have the bridging between the government and also to the investment board. Will be having the people on the joint secretary and the secretary level. So this is how the overall sort of the autonomy to the entity that is being designed. So that's one. And then another one is to prioritize the project, to minimize sometimes the conflict between the ministries and the investment board. We have now already decided to form a special committee chaired by our deputy, chair, that the finance minister, with the concerned minister, and also the vice chair of National Planning Commission, and including the CEO of investment board. We will be prioritizing the project. We will be selecting the project, which project by the concerned ministries, and which project by the concerned this investment board will be implemented through which project by the resources of the government internally, or which project through the public-private partnership, or this being implemented through the private sector. So this sort of this modalities that has also been agreed upon. Recently, these considering sort of the concerns of the private sectors and the double taxation agreements, the special committee has already formed, and we are also working on that, and very soon we'll be having this sort of the agreements with the different countries, these potential countries who are interested, where the private sectors from those countries are interested to make investment in our country. Also, we have already initiated the alternative, the development finance bill already. that is being this already into the parliament, which will be providing the greater avenues for the project study, preparation of the project, and at the same time, different sort of the instruments, the alternative financing instruments for making investment in the projects, which will be agreed upon by the investment board or the concerned these government ministries under the PPP or the direct private investment. So this sort of this financing or sort of creation of the sovereign wealth fund also is under the process, and the special bill has been already been provided, or these are the under discussions in the parliament, and we are expecting that they will be having very soon this bill will be approved, and they will be having very great, strong sort of foundations for having this sovereign wealth fund, having the different alternative financing instruments, so that the private sector will be receiving the different sort of the fund available for them for launching their project. Coming to this, the ICT sector, actually, which is the tech, sort of this UK-Nepal Tech Forum today. This I would like to give some of the highlight about the framework that Nepal is thinking about. The national vision and the policy framework in that regard, the Nepal has already approved Digital Nepal framework, which is giving sort of core national policy to digitalize the governance, economy, health, education, finance, and agriculture through the ICT. This is the vision that we have, and the Digital Nepal framework has already been enacted, and that is under the process of the implementation at the moment. The National AI Policy 2024 has also been in place, and then which has also been thinking, having the policy, the first ethical AI policy that we have, the focusing on the education, industry innovation, LLMs, and the public service delivery. The other one is the next slide. Next. Yeah. The Vision 2050 is also under the process of the preparation, and the ministry is working on that together with the private sectors, which aims to position Nepal as a digital the powerhouse in South Asia, focusing on AI, data economy, and green tech. The National Startup and the Innovation Policy is another policy that we have, which encourages youth entrepreneurship, the infotech and emerging technologies under this ministry oversight. There might be the queries with you that why invest in Nepal in infotech sector. On that, actually, there is a growing digital ecosystem in the country. The people are also being used to. Yeah, these young people, they are very much smart. My sons, they are much more smarter than myself to using these digital services. So they would like to teach us, actually. That's the situation that is there. New generation is really coming up with this sort of this the new level of this the utilizing the digital sort of the framework. Government is very much committed on providing the support in the sectors. There is a progressive policies and the ease of doing business initiatives are facilitating tech investment in Nepal, and which I just mentioned. There is a strategic connectivity, increasing the fiber optic networks and the regional projects, the enhancing the data transfer capabilities for the businesses. The cost-effective infrastructures are available, the low cost of the land and the operations compared to the neighboring countries. We also have the cultural heritage potential, where the rich cultural heritage and the tourism potential that offers the opportunities for the innovative digital tourism, the solutions. The education institutions and also the sustainability focus. These are some of the initiatives that the government has taken, which makes Nepal as one of the better destinations for this making investment in the tech sector, especially in the ICT. The PPP and the FDI readiness perspective in the IT sector, actually we have the full FDI ownership in IT sector. The Nepal permits 100% foreign investment in the IT sector. The direct investment, boosting investor confidence with strong policy support. We have the tax holidays in the IT stage, where up to 7 years, and the repatriation of the incentives is reducing the investment risk. So that's a provision that we have. There is also a proposal from the Communication Ministry at the moment to establish the IT Promotion Board, which will be chaired by Prime Minister, and that sort of the board is under the process of discussion, so that it will be giving a full sort of the framework and the streamlining the licensing, incentives, and the investment promotion for effective facilitation. So that's the approach that is under the discussions at the moment, and we are thinking in that direction. The PPP model is lowering the entry barriers. The public-private partnership share risks and costs, encouraging the inclusive IT sector, development across the different provinces that we have. We are also thinking to establish the IT park, the major IT park in the Kathmandu, and also all the 7 provinces. That is already going ahead. And we have already received one special IT park project, which I'll be presenting a little bit later on, and in Kathmandu already through this unsolicited Swiss challenge model. The competitive regional threats, and also there is a high digital demand and the market access in Nepal that is available. The different investment opportunity that we have in the AI and LLM ecosystem, you can have an investment, you can think about the project there, and that is one of the area that you can make investment. The data center investment, that is one of the very fruitful. Nepal's the climatic zone, the very cool climate, especially Mustang, Manang area, where the dry air, but at the cooling system itself, natural cooling system that you can find, where and also the clean energy that Nepal has. So the data centers would be one of the area where you can think your projects in Nepal. The cyber security infrastructures is another area that is waiting for you to make investment, and then the technology that we have that can be transferred into our country. The remote service hubs and also the digital public infrastructure. These are some of the areas where you can think about the project in the future. Next. There is another area is the talent and innovation collaborations. That is something very important that we can think about, on which we can have the UK-Nepal Center of Excellence. That's sort of the framework that we can design and can think of. Maybe I wish after this conference that we can establish a special working group which will be working together, Nepal and UK, and then the public sector and the private sectors together, so that they will come up with this sort of the framework, and then we'll be working with a special action plan for the future, so that this the workshop or the forum will not only be the forum for today, but it will be create a milestone for the future, and we'll be having the future roadmap, how we can work together by the government and the private sectors together. And also the youth mobility and the skilling, these MOUs that we can also have. The UK-funded AI and Infotech fellowships facilitating youth skill development and the mobility opportunities. So that is another area for creating the talent and innovative collaborations between UK and Nepal. In regards to the regulatory and the diplomatic coverage, these Nepal champions tech diplomacy, so we can have that, and then whatever this embassy is taking, this initiative is one of the sort of the steps in that directions. And we can have the UK-Nepal Infotech group, and also bilateral digital agreements can also be possible. You can think in the different areas, but I think we have to discuss in those areas and find out the way for the future roadmap. One of the projects I would like to show you, just go to the other. Next. The ICT park, the proposal that has been received in Kathmandu at the moment by the group of the joint ventures. A complete IT ecosystem is being considered for the working, learning, living and livelihood, and the networking. This is the complete of the package, and then there are the different areas, 4 different nodes in Kathmandu Valley that we have thought, and then the project is really one of the potential project which you can think about. Without taking much time, what I'll do, we will be having the exhibitions later on. After this meeting, you can think about this project. We can provide you the information in this regard, and then we can have all sort of the major sort of the step forward for creating Nepal is one of the ICT hub in the region, and then for which we have chosen UK is one of the major partners for our country. That's why we are conducting this program together with the government, the embassy, for UK in Nepal, and then our embassy here in London. So it's really a pleasure to have these interactions with you. I would like to hear this the whole day here. I will be sitting here. I would like to hear you, and then how we can really collaborate, and how can really the investors and the technology leaders that are here, the CEOs, president, vice president who have been participating here, and then how the government itself can provide the better environment for you. We'd like to hear on that. We'd like to have the reform and the policies and the laws, whatever that is needed. With this, I would like to thank you all, especially thanks to the embassy, my very good friend, the Chandra Gimere, who has given this opportunity of organizing this event here in London. And then it is really an immense pleasure for me for giving this opportunity to speak a little bit about the digital framework that we have and how we can go ahead in the future. I would like to hear all the day. Thank you so much, and then I wish all the best of this program today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kawali, for sharing a strategic insight and setting the tone for today's dialogue on investment opportunities in Nepal. We are running a bit behind the schedule, but I hope it's okay for everyone. But yeah, we'll be just wrapping up one more keynote speaker, and then we'll have some networking and tea break, something to look forward to. So without any delay, may I invite Mr. Saru Sapkota, partner of AGK Partners, for his keynote on the saga of outsourcing accounting services with Infotech.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the honor of presenting to you today. I'm here to share the story of our journey in outsourcing accounting services, and more importantly, the vital role Nepal has played in that success. This is not just a business case or a story about numbers. It's a story of collaboration across borders, of resilience in the face of challenges, and of unlocking potential where others may not have looked. Today, I want to take you through how a UK-based firm built a thriving, high-performing platform in Nepal, and why we believe this is just the beginning. So about AGK Partners. AGK Partners is a UK-based firm of chartered accountants with a strong reputation of high-quality compliance and advisory services. Our firm has about 50 professionals across 2 UK offices within a short walking distance. But what truly sets us apart is our cross-border operational model. About 10 years ago, we decided to build capacity in Nepal and started with a modest team of just 5 people. Today, our sister company in Nepal employs 85 skilled professionals. This journey reflects not only the scalability of our model, but also the depth of talent available in Nepal. It's important to highlight that this growth in Nepal has had a direct positive impact in the UK as well. Without the reliable and scalable support from our team in Nepal, we simply would not have been able to grow our UK headcount to 50. The synergy has been vital to our sustained expansion on both fronts. Our operational model in Nepal. Let me explain how our model works. Our staff in Nepal access the same systems and software that our UK team uses. Through secure remote desktop solution, they are fully embedded into our daily operations. This ensures seamless workflow integration. We do not allow data to be stored on local machines, and local printing is strictly prohibited. This ensures data security and client confidentiality. Quality, compliance, and turnaround times are not just monitored, they are part of our daily performance tracking. We have never referred to this as outsourcing because it isn't. For us, it's always been integrated resourcing. Our team in Nepal is as much a part of our firm as our two teams in the UK, teams in two offices in the UK, working on the same systems, to the same standards, and with the same accountability. We don't have back office in Nepal, we have got an office in Nepal. And some of the capabilities we have in Nepal, we simply don't have in the UK, and vice versa, of course. So now, I think it's time to actually address a common misconception that outsourcing is driven purely by cost savings. That was never our intention. We chose Nepal not for cost, but for quality. Our assessment was simple. In the UK, the accounting profession isn't always seen as top career choice recently. And within the industry, smaller firms like ours often sit lower in the pecking order. But in Nepal, we could access top-tier talent, not just in terms of academic achievement, but in ambition, professionalism, and commitment. From day one, our strategy has been to go to Nepal to build quality and not saving costs. Many assume that having a team in Nepal helps us compete on price. But the truth is, we compete and succeed on quality. That's how we are able to win work and stand shoulder to shoulder with firms significantly larger than us. But it hasn't always been smooth sailing. In the early days, we faced considerable challenges: rolling blackouts, unreliable internet, and disruption due to the 2015 earthquake. There were fuel shortages and bandwidth issues that slowed us down. But what stood out was the determination of our team in Nepal and the UK. Their adaptability and resilience allowed us not to survive, but to build a reliable operation under less than ideal conditions. Now, fast forward to today, Nepal has made notable progress in digital infrastructure. Power supply is now far more stable, internet speeds are competitive, and digital connectivity is growing. The transformation has made it increasingly viable to run international operations from Kathmandu and beyond. Encouragingly, many other UK firms, often founded by Nepalese professionals, have adopted this model. This ecosystem is expanding beyond community ties, and we have got many examples here as well. Increasingly, firms with no cultural link to Nepal are exploring these opportunities. It's a clear sign that Nepal is on its way to becoming a recognized outsourcing location on its own merits in the near future. I think so. Being in Nepal and talking about outsourcing, we can't get away without mentioning India. So when we consider what's possible, it's helpful to look to India. India has become a global powerhouse for outsourcing, whether in finance, IT, or customer support. Its success was built on infrastructure, education, and government support. Nepal now has the foundational elements to follow a similar path. With targeted investment and strategic policy making, we believe Nepal can become South Asia's next outsourcing hub. So our growth plans, we are not stopping here. AGK plans to triple our workforce in Nepal to 250 professionals within 3 years. And actually, I'm traveling to Nepal tomorrow to start the first phase of expansion. Currently, we remit £650,000 annually to Nepal. By 2028, we expect this to rise to £2 million per annum. That's a significant foreign exchange contribution, and it's not just about money. This expansion means more jobs, more training, and more international visibility for Nepalese professionals. Broader industry impact. So let's step back and look at the broader impact this sector can have on Nepal. It has the potential to do far more than just create jobs. It can build meaningful career for young professionals, develop global skill sets, and connect Nepal more deeply to the international market. It can also contribute significantly to the national economy, not just by generating employment, by injecting hard currency into the system and supporting a wide range of indirect jobs in technology, telecoms, training, and infrastructure. But perhaps the most powerful impact is this: it changes perception. When international clients engage with the team in Nepal, they see competence, commitment, and professionalism. That experience builds trust, not just in the individuals, but in Nepal itself. And that trust is what drives long-term opportunity through partnerships, investments, and Nepal's growing reputation on the global stage. Suggestions for government. To truly unlock Nepal's potential, we believe the government has a vital role. Investing in digital infrastructure remains critical. Streamlining business registration and compliance processes can make Nepal more attractive to foreign firms. Stable power and internet are non-negotiable for any digital business. Equally important is the development of robust data security and privacy laws and consistent enforcement so that both the legal framework and its application meet international standards and client expectations. And crucially, policies that encourage partnerships and provide incentives to investors would accelerate sector growth exponentially. And I'm glad to hear from Mr. Gawali that some of these things are already underway. Final thoughts. That answers. You got me here. So, final thoughts. So Nepal has come a long way in the last decade. We believe the future is even brighter with continued endeavor of the private sector, supported by the right infrastructure and privacy policy framework from the government. Nepal can transfer into a vibrant hub for global services. At AGK, we're committed to this journey, not only for our business, but for the future of Nepalese professional talent. But there is one more thing I want to share with you. I want to say to you because it is in a way personal to me as well. It is often misunderstood that when entrepreneurs invest in or collaborate with their country of origin, it is out of sense of emotional obligation or patriotic duty. I don't believe that is the case. Yeah. And we shouldn't be expected to do so either. We're business people. Our primary goal is to build successful, sustainable businesses. When evaluating international opportunities, our decisions are driven by practical considerations: the ease of doing business, the regulatory environment, infrastructure, and more importantly, familiarity. Naturally, this familiarity often aligns with our country of origin, which can give the impression of preference. Any contribution to our country of origin is not the primary motivation. It is a byproduct of sound business decisions. And there is one more thing I want to say. Business do not build nations. This is not our role. Businessmen do not build nations. This is not our role. But we do know that prosperous nations are built on the back of thriving businesses. Our success lays the foundation for economic growth, job creation, and long-term development wherever we operate. So I'm not going to take more time of yours. Thank you all for attention. It's been a privilege to share our journey with you. If you have questions or would like to explore mutual opportunities, please reach out. Let's keep building bridges between UK and Nepal, not just in professional services, but in shared opportunity and mutual growth. And finally, the last thing I want to say, so we have got very strong tax advisory arm as well, and I happen to lead that side of our business. And I heard about actually the lack of double tax treaty and double taxation. But hearing comments from yesterday and comments and questions, the position is not that bad because UK gives unilateral relief to taxes suffered overseas. So if you are facing tax issues on repatriation, please feel free to contact me. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Apkota, for sharing such insightful information. And I guess if anyone has any questions, we'll have a short networking event, so maybe you could take your questions there, or now we can take like short 15 minutes break. It's a networking and tea break. Please take this time to connect with fellow guests over a cup of tea and continue building those valuable relationships. Thank you. We'll see you shortly after 15 minutes. Yeah, it's 12:05. So 15 minutes exactly. May I please request our esteemed guests to please be seated? I know it's a short time for a tea, but yeah, we still have another break in some time, so yeah, we'll be heading for lunch after the panel discussions. ग्लास छ भने पनि हुन्छ ग्लास दुई तीन जनाले बोलाउँदै गर्दा हुन्छ है
पानीको बोतल तपाईँको हो
Oh, yeah.
यसलाई पनि लगभग यो युज हुँदैन होला नि त अब स्टेपलर लियो
होस्
स्टेपलर होइन यही छ
हो त्यसपछि
म ल्याइदिइहाल्छु है त
खास यसलाई नि पछि पो त्यहाँनिर मुभ
यहाँ त
त्यहाँनिर
तार
मिल्दैन
जाँदैन
है
नि
यो स्क्रिन चाहिँ उता राख्नु पर्यो त्यो पनि मिल्दैन
अहिले मिल्दैन
अलिकति अगाडि लग्न मिल्छ त्यो पोडियममा तल राख्नु यो मोडरेसनको बेला चाहिँ अलिकति अगाडि यो रोल गरेर के छोप्छ म
यो पछाडि त्योभन्दा अगाडि जाँदैन तिमी उता
त्यसले ठिक छ म यहीँबाटै गरिदिन्छु
बस्नु यहाँ आउनु होला नि
अँ
है कि त अब
होइन
दुईवटा किनट बाँकी होला नि त
दुईवटा किलोसम्म चाहिँ
त्यो साइडतिर बसेर वायरलेस भयो नि त्यसको यो वायरलेस अहिले होइन
May I request you to please be seated? Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a lovely tea break. Ladies and gentlemen, next we invite Mr. Anjani Foyal, CEO of Genesis Solution, with a presentation of Nepal-UK Tech Trade Unlocking Bilateral Opportunities. Anjani ji, over to you.
Hello, everyone. Namaste. I'm so glad to see a very great crowd with awesome mind over here. I've been working really hard with Nepal Embassy, with British Embassy in London, Department of Business and Trade, to make sure we have this event that happens on time, that happens as planned, and we have awesome mind in the room. I cannot be much happier. The reason is, this is not a corporate mission for me. This is a personal mission to me. Originally from Nepal, I was born and brought up in Kathmandu. People might think Kathmandu is a capital city, so it's a very developed place. No. When I used to go to the college, I used to cross the river, which doesn't have a breeze. So you can imagine my plight. That's how I did my engineering. It's good that after 4 years, my sister went to the same college and she was doing a motorbike. The transformation has happened very quickly. And that is the reason this is a very personal mission. I have seen the challenge of not having technology. And again, I have seen the prosperity that having access to technology can bring as well. Myself, today I represent in this forum as a CEO of Genesis Solution. We are a multinational company, headquartered in UK. We used to be in London, now shifted to lovely Plymouth. Whoever I meet, I say, come to Plymouth. I know people will be laughing. Beside that, we as a company partner with Amazon, not the e-commerce selling company, but on the other side, Amazon Web Services, the technology giant. We are less than 1% partner of Amazon, and I represent Amazon as Amazon Global Ambassador. So globally, there are 270 people, and I'm one of them. Last year, I was awarded as a top ambassador for UK and Ireland region. I'm telling this story here because, again, I told you my plight when I was doing my engineering. A person who came from that background is now a top ambassador of Amazon, and that is even for UK and Ireland region, because this is where I live, and I represent UK and Ireland region. And now, my mission is to give access to technology to a lot of developing communities, a lot of underserving communities. The mission started from Nepal, but it doesn't just stop there. It would go beyond Nepal to many more countries out there as well. Beside that, I am actively working to promote women in tech, women in girls in ICT, women in big data as well. And we have been supporting and helping a lot of women to have their career in tech, but at the same time, not just have a career in tech, but make sure they retain as well after they get married and after they have kids as well, and then their life signal changes as well. Previously, Sushil sir from the Investment Board of Nepal, he gave a lot of stats. So my slide have a lot of similar kind of stats as well. So I'm not gonna read all the stats. You would see the stats. But what I would like to highlight is, when we talk about Nepal, people always think about, I want to ask in the audience, what do you guys think about when we say Nepal? Yes, absolutely. Sorry, what was that? Momos, yes. Mount Everest, momos. What else you guys can think of? Yeah. Yes, but it's all related to tourism, which is very awesome. But our advocacy has been, can we see Nepal from a different lens? Tourism is there. We all invite you to be there. And I'm so glad, whoever I met, they would say either I have been to Nepal or I want to go to Nepal. Not in UK, everywhere in the world as well. That is for sure there. But a different identity is needed as well. In Nepal, what we don't know, we have almost 10,000 graduates coming up in tech every year. It's a highly working age group as well. And if you imagine, those tech people are learning cloud computing, data engineering, AI, cyber security, IoT, AR, VR, even quantum computing as well. Generative AI has been there a lot as well. Now, why I name these technologies is because these are the very current cutting edge technology. And if we say, I want to hire someone who is like 5 years experience in generative AI, neither we can get those people from UK or nor we can get those people from US or neither from the moon as well, right? So we have a same playing field as well. And the good thing is, as Sushil sir already mentioned, the government is very much focused on promoting tech in all the sectors. Education is a big priority, and I'm very proud to say, we have academics in Nepal now who is teaching cloud as a part of the mainstream curriculum. And I can boldly say, not even the Western countries actually have done such level of integration. Maybe some of the universities, but not all of them. And the reason why it is easier in Nepal, again, I would like to not just brag that we have done it. It's easier in Nepal because it's a small country, and we have a saying, every third person knows Prime Minister. It's the same thing, every third person knows Vice Chancellor of the university. The accessibility is so much there. And now the urgency of listening to the right thing is so much there as well. The positivity is so much that going and meeting with VCs, vice chancellors, dean of various universities. We have one of the respected academics here as well, so our own Suresh Dai as well. So it has been so proactive that we managed to work with Amazon Academy, the public sector, with Institute of Engineering, Tribhuvan University. These are some of the Oxford and Cambridge of Nepal. We were able to embed Amazon curriculum into the mainstream education system. So anyone doing BTech engineering, they learn cloud computing in 6th semester, data in 7th, and AI into 8th semester. So what that actually means is those people who are coming up doing undergraduate, they are already learning the latest technological advancement that is happening out there in the industry. They come with a degree which is highly academic, but at the same time, highly practical oriented as well. And they, again, go through some of the industry-leading certifications as well, which means the salability is so high as well. And those talents actually are not easily available in these markets as well. One, availability, another cost as well, right? So that is where we excel. Living cost is much lower. So our cost in Nepal is much, much lower. But that doesn't come with compromised quality. And that is the assurance here I would like to provide as a CEO of British company. Because we have been serving our customers, 500 plus customers all over the world, including UK, Finland, Ireland, Spain, US, Nigeria, India, Bangladesh, all over. And we have delivered always with great quality as well. And our majority workforce, 90% workforce, is from Nepal, either in Nepal or originally from Nepal as well. Again, that's the stats I have mentioned earlier as well. So something that is not here. Again, sometimes in the media, in the news, when we look online, people might see a lot of negative stuff as well. But what we don't consider is, in the South Asian region, that's where Nepal is, we are a country where doing business is much easier in the ranking. Again, this is all relative comparison. We are not comparing with probably UK, where you can literally register the company probably online in a couple of hours' time. We are going to be there very soon, not there yet. But I think compared to South Asian region, our doing in business in Nepal is much, much easier. Similarly, Nepalese apparently are the happiest people in South Asia as well. Do we all agree? I can see His Excellency, smiling as well and nodding. Yes, absolutely. I can see him very happy in Nepal, actually. Now, he looks happier now as well. Always happy, yeah. So again, Sushil sir earlier mentioned as well, right? We have a potential. I was in Amazon headquarters, Seattle, 2 weeks back, and my title of the presentation was Creating a Sustainable Livelihood in Remote Hills in Nepal. And we made that happen as well. So I happened to marry a girl who come from a very remote village. She left the village when she was 2 years old. She hasn't been there after that. But myself, I got married and I went there twice already. And we created an IT innovation center over there. It's a remote place named Bhojpur. It's in a very hilly place. And people really appreciate it. The idea was we can train people over there, we can retain people over there, they can actually get employment from there as well. We haven't yet managed to get people from Bhojpur to work for British company, but that is the aim. But we have done that from Karnali. It's regarded as one of the very remote province in Nepal. We established the IT Innovation Center. We hired people from Karnali. Now they are powering some of the major banks in US and UK already as well. That even if there are financial expertise people here, they build quant analytics, algorithm, credit risk model. It's primarily on quant finance. That requires expertise on data science, finance, mathematics, and statistics as well. And that is happening from Nepal. And this is the news and message that I would like to give it to the audience today, that obviously we have the highest mountain, we have momos, we have Gautam Buddha's birthplace as well. We have all the awesome natural beauties, but we have awesome tech minds as well, who are waiting for all of your support to be hired, to be given the opportunity. So myself, coming from a place where I used to cross river without bridge, literally drowning, and now I'm one of the top ambassadors of Amazon for UK and Ireland region. There are so much similar people out there who can excel much more as well. Again, let's not take from the political perspective. I just gave an example of one country here. So again, would like to ask, when we talk about India, what everyone thinks? What comes on your mind? Technology, yes, absolutely. It's buzzing out there, it's buzzing. Technology, 30 years. The transformation hasn't been a very, very long time, just 30 years, right? Now, we share pretty much a lot of similarity with India. I mean, wherever I go, the first thing they say is, are you from India? And I have to give them choices. You have 5 times, you can guess 5 times to tell me where I am from. Some people make it, some doesn't make it, because Nepal doesn't come on their mind at all. And this is what we want to establish as well, that we exist. We have awesome tech talent as well. We have tech-savvy people, and the cost of living is cheaper, so our resources are going to be pretty economic as well. What do you need? Awesome talent in an economic rate. There are much more things as well. I mean, we talk about Nepal, another thing that comes on the mind is Gurkha. They are the bravest warrior, most trustworthy people as well. We have that DNA and tagline. So obviously hiring Nepalese developer, Nepalese talent, trusty people, very brave people as well, economic people as well, and very talented people. So what do you need? Again, these are some of the statistics as well. Now, I have come up and coined some of the collaboration areas. Sushil sir already mentioned some of the common thing as well. But the highlight here is, again, on the crowd, you might see a lot of British Nepalese people here as well. We try to make sure we invite almost all the British companies here. In the embassy, we have a lot of Nepalese event as well, where we have a lot of Nepalese diaspora and people come here as well. Again, all these people, they're working for some of the top British companies. Cloud Factory is the company, one of the company I name here as well. Again, people in a very senior leadership position as well, employing almost 3,000 plus people directly, indirectly. Collaboration areas would include building the joint tech corridor between 2 countries. I met someone from Oxford earlier. He mentioned that he's already working from 22 years in Nepal as well. So again, it's already happening, right? So we're not starting first time, but now we need more velocity. We need more fuel power. Maybe the fossil fuel car need to be electric, so it goes on a rocket pace. One of my colleagues, when I drive the electric, says, I feel like going on a rocket. So yes, absolutely. I think we need to make that happen. And the great thing is, we have both of the excellencies here, who in the evening yesterday committed dual tax treaty is going to happen in Nepal very soon as well. That will make a lot of business life much easier as well. And this is such a welcoming message for all the business out here to validate and say that we have both ambassadors here. We have a CEO of investment board here as well, who again left some of the very important alignments and meetings and come here to emphasize how technology is taken seriously by the government. And it is going to be such a greenfield opportunity for all the people here, all the business here, to go out there in Nepal. Either you start investing, which is an awesome opportunity, and I can understand me coming here on the stand and say invest. It's not going to happen because someone need to, take a money, write the check, and then put it there, right? So the idea is trust companies in Nepal. Start, outsourcing some work to them as well. Taste it, do the wine tester, figure out how it is. And if you all like it, there's such a long way forward as well. In the forum, we have awesome companies from Nepal who come here. A fintech public limited company, clearing house, who revolutionized the payment fintech industry in Nepal. We have 2 private sector fintech organization CEOs, PhonePe CEO and eSeva CEO. Divas and Jagdish is here. IMS Software, who represents, again, another payment facilitation and POS system company. They all actually flew here just to be for this event as well. They have a booth somewhere outside here or in the garden as well. I request all of you to go and meet them. They just don't become CEO. It is very difficult to become CEO in Nepal, and especially to run successful companies out there as well. Again, today is not about me as a business. Obviously, our definition is very straightforward. We are mini big fours, Deloitte, KPMG, PwC. We are a very mini company, employ almost 200-300 people directly, indirectly. But our ambition is to make it 2,000 and 20,000 as well. Working with Amazon, Google, Microsoft. We work in 4 pillars: cloud, data, AI, and cybersecurity, which are cutting edge. If you need awesome quality work, consulting, expertise, then that's us. That's what we do. So I wouldn't tell a lot about me. It is more about Nepal, more about promoting the tech and bilateral technology relation between Nepal and UK as well. Again, a lot of repetition, but what I'd like to highlight, we have 100% FDI on tech. Repatriation is very, very easy. I myself have done it. So it is not like someone from the government coming and saying. As a British company, founder and CEO, we have done repatriation, dividend repatriation from Nepal to UK. The only challenge is the DTAA, which I'm pretty much sure now it is being addressed as we speak as well. Again, with investment board, there's a one-stop investment process for huge investment as well. So what I would like to highlight is the investment climate is there. We have talent pool there. The source is there as well. So why are you stopping and then not exploring Nepal? You don't need to go and invest in the first go. Just get a ticket and just go there. Enjoy tourism. Absolutely, Ambassador mentioned some of the momos. He got, I always get confused with this. When I say married again, it just makes a different sense. But he had a Nepalese wedding in Nepal as well, right? So a lot of exploration that can be done. So again, some of the highlights. Again, I wouldn't say my English is awesome, but again, I studied in Nepal 17, 18 years. So our language in Nepal to study is English language as well. Again, we can say it's a mother tongue, but not yet, not quite yet. Compared to a lot of countries like Vietnam, Philippines, I visited those countries, and obviously they have their own interesting strength and challenges as well, but we have our strength. South Asian strategic presence is what I mentioned earlier as well. Again, being in Nepal, we have visa-free access to a lot of South Asian countries. Compared to our neighbor, we have easy access to India, direct arrival visa in Singapore. We can easily travel to Pakistan. We can easily go to Bangladesh as well. And not a lot of South Asian countries can do that as well, which would mean Cloud Factory having their office in Nepal, for example, and then hiring the Nepalese people. If they want to extend in South Asian region, they can actually deploy their people from there. So that doing a business is so much easier. I know Cloud Factory doesn't have that business model, but I'm telling it to other companies. We have here Amazon folks out here as well. I know you have a big base in India, and I know you may not be in the decision level, but I think this is a good messaging that you can give back to your leadership as well, that having an office in Nepal is probably cheaper, easier, and you can have your people more mobile as well, not just for Amazon, Google, Microsoft, and all the companies out there as well. Again, this was one of the proof of concept. We run academy called Genes Academy. I mentioned earlier as well, how a country where no one knew what Amazon was all about, cloud was all about. Now thousands of people actually know cloud. Hundreds of people are already certified, and they go to Amazon conference in Las Vegas every year. Last year, 20 people went there, 10 people fully sponsored by Amazon, and 10 people were fully funded by themselves as well. So a lot happening. Again, these are some of the highlights. We won't go into details, but again, we have British banks and American banks trusting us for our people in Nepal to work from Nepal, not just from Kathmandu, from Biratnagar, from Janakpur, from Dang, from Surkhet as well, right? So the compliance hasn't been a challenge as well. Trust, I already told you the Gurkha trust. We're not going to break that trust as well. Again, that's the vision for Digital Hub. Again, a lot of highlight from Sushil sir's slide. But again, 2050 vision, green energy, a lot of data center potential, a lot of sovereign cloud concept is coming up in US and Europe as well. We could be a big hub because who produces clean energy than us as well? Right? Again, that's another, hydroelectricity is a big thing. We have Team Gocher here in the room somewhere, a guinea pig, who have been helping and trusting Nepalese company a lot by, putting the investment out there. But we need more of such investment firms, impact investor, venture capitalist investor to invest out there as well. There's so much potential out there. Again, that's one prospect. A lot of talent access is there, and a lot of people like me who came here and got stuck in UK, they want to go back to Nepal and work from there. It is possible in tech. As long as they are getting decent job, they can have a European standard quality, but then again, probably local rate or in between rate as well. I know I took more time. Again, I cannot say how thankful I am to all of you. This has been, as I said, like very emotional and personal to me. I'm so glad to meet all of you here. I would love to be connected. I'm very active on LinkedIn. This is the third time we have done this event in Nepal Embassy London. When we did in 2023, the embassy team member that said it was a history that the tech discussion happened in Nepal Embassy London. So we are now breaking the history. I think we are making it even bigger. And this is going to continue as well. This is going to excel so much. And we need all of your support, love, and guidance as well. So we can make it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anjani ji, for that eye-opening session. It just reminded me of learning about AI back in my university, and it had already started back then, and now we can see ChatGPT being used widely. So yeah, I'm 100% sure Nepal will catch up on that area. So without any further delay, may I welcome up next Mr. Craig Somers, Vice President of Global IT and Information Security at Cloud Factory, presenting the story of engagement of Cloud Factory in Nepal.
Good morning, or namaste, Your Excellency, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. It's an incredible honour for me to be here at this Nepal-UK Tech Forum. It's an event that speaks to a future I'm deeply passionate about, one of building stronger bilateral tech ties and shared prosperity. As I said, my name is Craig Somers, and for the better part of the last 30 years, I've been a technology leader building and managing global teams in over 30 countries. But I have a confession to make. When I joined a company called Cloud Factory nearly 7 years ago, my experience with Nepal was, well, non-existent. I knew of its mountains, its beauty, but of its tech talent, its potential as a global hub, I knew very little. Today, I stand before you as a complete convert. My journey with Nepal has been one of the most rewarding of my entire career. But my story is only a small part of a much larger one. To truly understand Cloud Factory, you need to understand our founder CEO, Mark Sears. 15 years ago, Mark went to Nepal for what he supposed to be a 2-week holiday. It turned into a 6-year life-changing stay. He, along with a few friends around the kitchen table, learned to code and built a platform. What Mark recognised was not just business opportunity, it was the potential within the people. He saw values in Nepalese culture, diligence, integrity, and a profound sense of community that resonated with how he wanted to build a company. These weren't just nice-to-haves. They became the bedrock of our organisation, so important that they are now codified into our official culture code for Cloud Factory. The small project, which started as a side hustle to a company called Sprout Technologies, was and now is Cloud Factory. It grew to create meaningful, dignified digital work for over 25,000 people, with at least half of them, or a large portion, based in Nepal over that period. When I joined, my mission was to build a global IT and security team. And where did I choose to build my centre of excellence? Nepal. Today, my teams in Nepal are the backbone of our global operations. They provide 24/7 support to our customers across the world. My security operations team, based in Kathmandu, manages the critical controls that keep our clients' most sensitive data safe and secure. The majority of our engineering teams, who are building the next generation of Cloud Factory's AI technology, are in Nepal, tackling the complex challenges that enterprise businesses face in the future. The talent is undeniable, but it's the resourcefulness that truly sets our Nepal team apart. Let me give you a powerful example. In early 2020, as the world stared into the abyss of the COVID-19 pandemic, our entire delivery model was at risk. All our workers operated from secure physical delivery centres. The lockdown meant our business would be grounded to a halt, but it didn't. In a stunning display of collaborative problem solving, our team in Nepal orchestrated a Red Team project. In just 72 hours, they re-engineered the people, process, and technology to enable our entire workforce to work from home securely, without compromising the demanding security requirements of our global clients. The result, zero revenue loss, zero disruption for our customers, a 72-hour miracle that typifies the spirit and ingenuity of the Nepalese people. The Incredible for Workforce is not just supporting our business, they are at the forefront of innovation, powering industries that are changing the world. From Nepal, our teams meticulously label data to improve the safety and capability of self-driving cars. They are helping to train autonomous drones that deliver life-saving medical supplies to remote regions inaccessible by road. And they are working with vineyards, analysing images for wine producers to pick grapes at the perfect moment for the next optimal vintage. And they are contributing to a global sustainability, helping to reduce the use of chemicals and pesticides in mass agriculture. This is not just outsourcing. This is a deep strategic partnership that has allowed Cloud Factory in the UK to expand into multiple global markets, with Nepal as our heart. So to conclude, after a career spent building high-performing technology teams all over the world, my perspective has been fundamentally changed. My time working in Nepal. The combination of the amazing talent, unwavering dedication, and reliable, ever-improving infrastructure is a powerhouse force. I would not hesitate for a second to return to Nepal to build a new team in the future. It's a country not just of mountains, but of immense technological peaks, and its brightest minds are ready to take on the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Somers, for sharing the inspiring story of Cloud Factory and showcasing Nepal's strength in talent and innovation. I really appreciate it personally as well. Thank you. So finally, we're moving to our panel discussion. Our first panel is Governing the Digital Future, Policy Perspectives on Infotech. Moderator, Mr. Nick Hinton, Chairman, BNS, BNCT, Brango, and may I have the opportunity to also introduce the panelist, Mr. Ron Yip, Director General, DBT UK Government, Dr. Daniel Clark, Policymaker, Tech UK, Ms. Louise Tuetz, Associate Professor, Oxford University, Mr. Ashwin Joshi, Head of EMEA, ESG Investment, BlackRock, Asutosh G, EMEA Tech Lead, GSI. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our panel and moderator with a warm round of applause.
and gentlemen, thank you very much for the opportunity to run this panel today. As the slide said, I'm the chairman of the Britain-Nepal Society, the Britain-Nepal Charitable Trust, and the Britain-Nepal NGO Network. So I have three hats at the moment. I am linked with Nepal because of my service with the Gurkhas some time ago, but I think I'm here today on the basis of my experience of 20 years working with IBM on program delivery. And so I think that is my qualification for moderating this session today. As you've heard, we've got three very experienced panelists, and what I'm going to try and do is to give them all the opportunity to make the points they would like to, and also, if there is a chance, to give you the opportunity to ask a few questions from the floor. Time is a little bit tight, but I'll try and get this done in 25, 30 minutes or so, so that you can go and have some lunch afterwards. So thank you very much. I think just to set the scene, we've heard from several of our speakers this morning about the way in which the information technology world is developing. And I think it goes without saying, and you will all know as well as me, that there is a global aspect to everything that goes on with information technology. And indeed, the technology side of things, I think, is probably the easiest and the simplest aspect. But as we've also heard, Nepal is developing its own digital policies to try and encourage inward investment and grow this sector. At the same time, we've heard that Britain is reaching out to try and extend its reach into the wider world in the information technology sector as well. And so to make all that work, there is a requirement to look at governance and context to see how we can get all the dots joined up so that we have a working system whereby governments and the technology companies are all working together as an integrated whole to achieve the kind of growth, to achieve the correct and common standards that are needed, and above all, to make sure that all the safeguards are in place that are required in order to deal with sensitive data of one sort or another. So without more ado, let's start with some of the questions. I think perhaps, Ron, if I could start with you, I wonder if I might ask what your views are on the policies and partnerships which will be most effective in building collaboration in this context.
Thank you very much, Nick, and it's a pleasure to be here. And also, overall, thank you so much for using such a youthful photo of me. I wish I still looked like that. But yes, your question, Nick, about partnerships. I mean, as a representative of the Department for Business and Trade, I think I'd be remiss not to start my remarks with pointing to the couple of strategies that the government published last week. Firstly, the industrial strategy, and then also the trade strategy, which is, we see it as the international arm of our industrial strategy. And I think the question you asked is very relevant in particular to the trade strategy, which sets out the government's approach to engaging with our partners across the world in order to achieve win-win benefits for both the UK economy and also our partners. So I think in my mind, the types of partnerships that we can forge and the types of tools that we can use, there's probably a spectrum of them. On one end, there is just very simply dialogue. So engaging both at a government-to-government level, but also involving businesses in that conversation to discuss what are the issues that businesses are actually facing in a particular market, like Nepal. Yep. And then feeding that back into policymakers in governments on both sides so that we can actually do something about those issues. And then at the other end of the spectrum, you have some of the more, if you like, legally binding trade instruments that's available to us. Legally binding agreements, free trade agreements in some cases, but then also work together on some of the multilateral fora that we've got as well, like the World Trade Organization. And organizations like the WTO have also done a lot of work, especially on digital rules, in order to facilitate digital trade and build a bit more of a consensus about the regulatory standards on some of the issues that have already been highlighted by our previous speakers, things like data privacy, things like, what are your requirements on data localization, et cetera, et cetera. So I think we have a wide range of tools available to us, and I think we should very much be driven by businesses, hearing from them what they need, and then us as policymakers in government thinking about what is the most appropriate tool for us to use. In the context of the UK and Nepal, we already have a few mechanisms that we can dock into. So we've got the bilateral consultative mechanism that happens regularly. So there's a lot of opportunity for us to put more of a focus on some of the topics that have been discussed today in that. And I think one of the things that has already been mentioned is the Ricardo Fund. So that's something that has been newly announced as well by the UK government. It's a fund that we're still waiting for the exact figures, but we're expecting basically tens of millions over the next Parliament. And that is a fund to help regulators engage in dialogue with their opposite numbers in other markets like Nepal, so that we can actually have that conversation at a policy level about what are the issues, how have we in the UK thought about dealing with those issues, and really share our experience. Of course, Nepal will have its own context, and only the people of Nepal and the Nepalese government knows what exactly the right solutions are. But what we can do is use those mechanisms to share our experience and say, we encountered this problem, these are the things we thought about, this is how we decided to find the solution, and share our experiences in that way.
Thank you very much. That's extremely interesting. Yes, I think the policy context is a very important part, but of course the actual practicalities of translating policy into practice is one of the biggest challenges. So I wonder, Louise, if I might turn to you on this and perhaps ask you what, from your perspective, are the gaps that need addressing in the current policy structure. What are the sort of priorities there from your point of view?
Thanks, Scott. Thank you very much for having me here. Thank you everybody for inviting me today. My perspective really is very much in terms of academic research and healthcare technology. So I work for Oxford University Clinical Research Unit, which is a bit of a mouthful, but it's part of Oxford University, but has been in, as you heard before, been in Nepal for over 22 years. And the reason it's in Nepal is so that it can respond to locally important healthcare problems, develop capacity, but also make sure that those things and the findings are integrated into policy. And over the last eight or so years, I've been particularly interested in bringing new technologies to deal with some of the problems, particularly in Nepal and the broader South and Southeast Asia region. And I think in terms of policy, there are two important things that we've been talking about today. Firstly is the information security, the healthcare data regulations. I think we've heard a lot about GDPR and making sure more from the financial services that the regulations and the policy is there. But I think it's important to think about that in terms of healthcare as well. And I think Nepal is at a very good point at the moment because the electronic healthcare data and the regulations around that are relatively new, and it's a very rapidly evolving field in Nepal, and it gives Nepal a huge advantage over many other countries. It can sit back and look, where are the mistakes, where they've been mislaid and how can we avoid them. And I think one of the critical things that could be achieved very easily in Nepal now is the interoperability of the data, the healthcare data that's coming through. Previously, many different systems for dealing with healthcare data have been in existence, and they don't work well, they don't work smoothly, and that makes particularly bringing newer AI solutions very hard to bear. And now there are much more consistent standards coming forwards, and seeing those being applied and translated would be a huge advantage to Nepal, particularly over many other countries in the world.
Thank you. What do you see in the way of cross-border collaboration? I mean, you mentioned GDPR, which is not a Nepalese homegrown set of policies. Do you see any challenges in bringing in international standards and actually applying them on the ground?
I think there are challenges in applying all of these on the ground in terms of the data sets, moving data around. I think cloud, we got plenty of cloud storage people here today. I mean, cloud storage of healthcare data itself can be a huge challenge when you come to trying to look at existing regulations regarding that. So yes, there are challenges, but also opportunities. I think the more we work together with data, then the more opportunities there definitely are.
One man's challenge is another man's opportunity.
Yeah.
Absolutely right. Thank you very much.
And maybe I could just add as well, from my perspective, work more broadly within the region, we have found it's possible to develop very new approaches out of necessity. And we're now at the point where we've got lower cost solutions, lower cost methods and AI tools. And of course, you offer those to the NHS and they're suddenly incredibly interested. Yeah. So making sure that these things are developed to the appropriate standards, particularly around the data security, makes it much, much easier to bring those products back to the UK.
Yes, and makes the collaboration and teaming that much easier. Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you very much. Yes. Ashutosh, I wonder if I might ask you a question about building trust between industry and government. From your experience, what is the best way of achieving that? And I wonder if you could give an example, perhaps, or example or two.
So by nature and by profession, I am a technologist. So I work in an IT industry. Now it's close to 20 plus years. And we are one of the cloud providers. I work for Amazon. So by the way, little disclaimer, whatever I'm saying is my personal view, right? Amazon may or may not share my views. Having said that, I'll take this question from the technical point of view, what we are seeing with while working with customers and government agencies, right? Now I have collected some stats and some anecdotes I like to give. Like if you see in last 3 years, maybe the technology evolved a lot. Thanks to Sam Altman, right? So this OpenAI came, ChatGPT, starting from Alexa, play me a joke, to just doing some meaningful work. Now what is happening, the governance is just playing the catch-up game. We did not have the regulations at that time. Yep. We do not have the regulations now. Because every couple of months, new technologies are coming. And if you see the IT innovation trajectory, it does not have sharp curves, right? It is fairly smooth because there are some physical limitations, right? Mm-hmm. But right now, if you see in last 3 years, there is a sharp curve, like exponential growth, right? Yep. So we need to have a framework wherein government work with the private agencies, because private agencies right now, so private agencies means these private companies, they just move fast, break fast and move on, because there is no regulation right now, right? For example, you said the healthcare data, right? We have HIPAA compliance, but it's not global. It does not exist everywhere, right? Every country has their own. Europe has GDPR, but US has something else. Southeast Asian countries, they may have some other regulation. They may not have any regulation, right? And now the data which is segregated, and there is a high risk that due to unavailability of these regulations, these models, and I don't want to go too deep and technical, but just to give you a perspective, it has been trained on all available internet data. And if you see, there are marginalized communities like in Africa, in Southeast Asia, they do not have health access available. So they do not have the data to train your model. So if you see, if you try to get an inference from those models, it will scoot towards a certain demographic, right? Yes. So you need to have a regulation that if you are putting something in the public domain, you need to have a proper vetting mechanism that you are representing all the communities, right, across the globe. So that is something which I feel should be done. And now policymakers and government only cannot do it, because there is a gap in the knowledge in terms of depth and breadth of the technical knowledge, because policymakers may not have that understanding or the background. So there has to be a collaboration between private companies, civil societies and the governments to come up with a framework, so that there has to be, so that there is little accountability and responsibility, instead of just move fast, break fast, just seek for forgiveness, then take permissions. So that attitude needs to change. And now I think this is the high time. We are already running on a very thin margin. We need to move fast right now, and there has to be cross border, because cloud, it sits anywhere, right? You can access data from anywhere. So the cross border collaboration needs to be there.
Yes.
You can keep the data sovereignty is required, but if you want to have a collaboration, you need to have certain sort of data exchange standards and keeping standards, so that you can at least move towards a common sort of framework or a regulation.
Yes. That's extremely interesting. I think your point about needing to train large language models on local data, so that you actually get the right answers out of the system when you query it, is very interesting. And it goes back to Louise's point about interoperability and making sure that systems can talk to one another.
Yeah.
I wonder if I could just ask you a supplementary question, Ashutosh, about whether you think there is any value in having a joint task force, specifically in the context of Britain and Nepal. And I guess my question really is, would that be valuable in its own right, or would there be even greater value in trying to extend that task force to cover other nations as well, and perhaps look at an even bigger picture?
Yeah, so by the way, one more disclaimer, I'm not from Nepal, I'm from India, so we are neighbors, right?
Sure.
But your question applies everywhere, right? We need to have a collaboration, because technology is not confined to any border, right? So the collaboration needs to be there. Now, some countries in that IT trajectory, some are up, some are down, some are catching up, some are already, they have accelerated frameworks, right? So we need to have a joint collaborative sort of what you can say governance model, right? And it applies to every country, like with India also, right? We are trying to set up some sort of standard, and we are trying to pass on those, share those standards with all our colleagues, cross-border colleagues as well, because we cannot have a certain standard which is not aligned with your whatever policy you have in your country, right? So that needs to be there. Now, what those standards are, that is debatable, right? Because you may have a particular requirement, you may have a particular policy for some reason. I may not have that policy, like another country. So we need to have certain those sort of frameworks. So I think we need to sit together, and I said we need to involve the customers as well. Who are the customers here? Customers are the youth, and in general public, right? Mainly the youth, because you need to have their perspective as well, because what is happening, policies are being made between these government agencies, right? And when it comes to the execution, right, as our CEO said one time, that the idea is good, right? You can have great intentions, but if you do not have the mechanism to operationalize that intention, you cannot have a meaningful result, right? So you can make whatever policy you want to make, but if you are not getting the fact on the ground, what your customers are looking for, what problem they are facing, what challenges are there in the society, then it will be very hard to fix them, because you don't know the problem, you don't have the solution. So yes, collaborative approach is necessary, and as I said, civil societies, bureaucrats, government agencies, private sector, public sector, and all these the security services, all these, they need to come together and have some sort of conversation.
Yes. So what I'm hearing is that from your point of view, multilateral collaboration is probably going to be even more beneficial than bilateral collaboration.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Good. Thank you very much. Ron, I'm sure you've got a lot of experience of exactly this. So we'd be very interested to hear what your perspective is, perhaps, on this collaboration and the best ways of making it work.
Sure. I guess the first thing that springs to mind when we talk about different regulatory standards, and the first step being getting some kind of interoperability, even if actually the regulations are different on two sides, making sure that the standards you meet here in the UK, you can then also take that experience and apply that in Nepal. I think that's probably your first step before thinking about actually do you even make those regulatory standards the same. And I think in that first step, there's probably a very big role, both for governments, but also for our experts who we're working together with, to just explain what that looks like. Because I think if you're a company thinking about where to make your investments, so looking at potentially at Nepal as a potential destination, you need to understand what the regulatory regime is, and not just what the regulation says on the website, but also how it applies, how it's enforced, and what actually happens on the ground.
Yeah.
And actually that experience from our companies that are already in market, experts such as yourselves on the panel here, are really invaluable for actually sharing that knowledge and actually disseminating that experience.
Yeah.
Because that makes it real for businesses. It makes them think about actually what are the practical steps that they're going to need to take in order to take that leap. And of course, there's a role for government in order to support that. Working between the UK and the Nepal governments to make sure that the frameworks are there, and we are facilitating those types of conversations. So I guess that's my first thought. And then I guess more at a government-to-government level, I completely agree. I think a kind of multilateral approach is going to get you the biggest impact. I guess as a policymaker and as someone who works in kind of the international space, what we always then have to balance that with is how quickly are you going to get there? So kind of balancing that with the number of parties involved who may or may not agree on everything that you're working on. But I think there are a few areas where the international community has made a really good start. So I mentioned the WTO earlier. There's a joint initiative on e-commerce at the WTO, which the UK is part of, which aims to at least start setting down some common approaches on things like how you deal with data, on things like how you treat the digital market and make sure it's as open as possible. I think it also goes into areas, I think, which you touched on, Ashutosh, on digital inclusion. And actually, how do you maximize participation in the digital economy? So I think there are these types of initiatives that are already started at the WTO. The UN also has a few initiatives as well relating to digital standards, specifically things like how you deal with electronic documents, which could also be a good starting point. So I think there are various initiatives that are springing up already. I think the next step is to actually grow that consensus and actually make it meaningful for users.
Yeah, super. Thank you very much indeed, yes. Louise, I wonder if I could pick up on your point about interoperability. And I wonder if you could perhaps just say a little bit more about that in terms of the practical ways in which you see in your work the right balance being struck between interoperability and digital sovereignty and integrity. How is that managed in a practical way in your organization?
So in our work, it's relatively simple because we are not a healthcare provider, we're a research organization. Our projects are very strictly governed by research ethics committees, and our data is collected for the sole purpose of research. But I think we're at a transition really where we're moving very much from a traditional model of research to bringing in more digital data, to be bringing in more electronic healthcare record data, which potentially going forward has a huge number more uses. And it's for us, it's a challenge in the sense of we have to think very carefully at project outset what we potentially can do with these data, but also make sure with our partners that we've got very clear agreements of how we might proceed. You know, we have no idea in 5 years' time what potential use these data are going to be. I feel very strongly that we have to protect these data for our partners, particularly in low middle income countries, which is exclusively where we work, and that we don't just do what a lot of people will say, the easy thing of share all our data, let everybody use it, because potentially benefits are very much taken to high income settings and away from the people who provided and worked with those data in the first place. So there are a lot of challenges there. But in terms of the interoperability, nevertheless, I think it's essential, because we have no idea what we're going to be using, that we do look what standards there are. There are some clear standards for healthcare data. There's some very clear standards now emerging around kind of conventional research data, and making sure we're collecting data to those. But obviously things change so rapidly, the standards, the things also change, so we need to keep moving with that.
But converging on a standardized model is
absolutely,
from your point of view, is the way forward. Yeah,
absolutely.
I think that's absolutely right. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank
you. In a moment, I'm going to ask for a few questions from the floor, but before I do that, I'm just going to ask our three panelists what the one policy enabler is. If you had a magic wand and could enable one particular policy, either in the UK or Nepal, to secure the digital future for Nepal, what would it be? Ashdod, can I start with you?
Okay, so see, I think most important and what comes in my mind is the information sharing. I'll just quickly take 30 seconds to give one example, right? In financial services customer, there is a regulation that if your data is compromised or you hit with some sort of attack, you need to, as per the compliance, inform all the company, all the FS customers through a channel. I'm not sure what the channel is, but you need to inform about that particular thing and what was the root cause analysis, what did you do, what happened, so that everybody else is also aware of it. Now, this is within Europe and UK, right? But does it exist outside also? No. So we need to have that information sharing, because see, attack, ransomware can attack can happen here, it can happen anywhere, right? You just need internet connection, right? If you have that information available, by the way, there is a bug or there is some sort of, you know, new attack vector is there, right? Then they can at least protect themselves before actually being the victim of that. So information sharing, in my view, is important.
Yeah, good. Thank you very much.
Nick, I'm going to take your question, I guess, literally.
Yes, okay, good.
and answer the question of what I think will actually enable effective policy making and also policy delivery. And it goes back to what I was saying before, which is government and business, or government and the users, the end users, working in partnership, and that going hand in hand, as well as getting the information from the experts on what the actual problems are. I think once government tries to address those issues, getting the word out there that there are these opportunities that are now potentially available, and getting the businesses to walk through the door. I think there's also a point here about transparency and making sure that there is trust established between government and businesses and other stakeholders. Because as government, you can't always do what businesses want. No. There might be other factors in your policy, be it social factors or kind of other drivers, which mean that you might not be able to do exactly what a particular business or investor is telling you to do. So being actually having that open conversation and being able to say, you've told me this, but actually because of X, Y, Z reasons, that's probably not going to work. can we work together and think about what some of the alternatives are?
Yes. So your one-word answer would be really collaboration is your point, yeah?
Absolutely. Should have just said that.
Yep. Good. Thank you very much. Louise, what's your view on this?
I'm not sure if this is quite allowed as a policy, but I think the one facilitator I think is really important is education, actually, at the moment. We've touched and we've actually heard how great the IT education is and the computer science education, but I think wider sectors of the economy need education. I know from my own experiences in healthcare, it's really important that doctors, clinicians, nurses start to be much more literate in digital technology, but I suspect it's probably the same across the spectrum.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
I don't know if that's allowed as policy.
I think that's perfectly allowed. Thank you very much indeed. Good, well, thank you. If we may, let's just open it up to the floor. Are we okay for time, just to have a few questions from the floor? Thank you. So if when you ask your question, when you stand up, could you just say who you are, which organization you represent, and then ask your question, please. Yeah, so hand at the back there, please.
Hi, my name is Alan. I'm the CEO of Advisory AI. We run a company with about 40 people. I thought it was a fascinating talk, so thanks a lot for doing that. Asking the question around one policy, I feel forces us to be solution thinking rather than actual problem thinking. So we talked about a series of problems throughout that. We talked about a series of problems throughout this talk, which is great. Being introspective, what would you say is the number one problem for Nepal to be focusing on in order for us to be a digital hub for the future?
Thanks. I think, Ashutosh, would you like to start on
Well,
this?
yeah, I just like to elaborate, just what the last point you made, the digital literacy, because that is important, because if you see the data from Africa, Asia, the literacy, the general literacy is growing, but the digital literacy is very less. They do not have access to the computers. They may have access to the basic telephony is very limited, let alone the smartphone and the computers, right? So that is most important if you want to have any sort of policy change, any sort of wider impact. People need to know the basics of these technology so that they can positively contribute, because they need to know what are the risks, what are the ethical boundaries of working with technology.
Yeah.
So in my mind, that is one of the important factors. So digital literacy, and government needs to push. Like how will they push? That is a different ball game. But they need to have some sort of mechanism and the programs to get these the digital literacy rate increased, especially in these marginalized communities, countries wherein the main crisis is of getting 2 square meals, let alone going to school or having a phone or internet.
Yes, the technology fades into the background. Well,
yes, that is a digital divide which needs to be filled, because otherwise, if we do not include those marginalized communities, it will be very hard to justify where we are going.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Ron, would you like to add anything?
Sure. I think for me, especially listening to the fascinating presentations this morning and also previous events that the embassy here have held, I think for me probably the number one thing that comes to mind is getting the word out there about the opportunities that are in Nepal. Because I think as the last speaker said, when you say Nepal, people think of the Himalayas. They don't think of the skilled workforce.
No.
They don't think of the opportunities. So I think, for me, that's probably number one in my mind.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much. Louise, any comments you'd like to?
No, I mean, I think I echo education and very much creating the partnerships, which something like today is doing.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Good. Another question from anybody? Yes, the lady in front here.
Decades experience in healthcare. Actually, I started my healthcare career in Nepal in eye care. And I've been fascinated by the subject that we're still learning in the UK about systems and interoperability, open AI, coding, getting the data right. And I just had some observations really to just throw back to the panel. exactly around that. So the supplier responsibility of the systems themselves when they're being deployed and chosen to make sure that the procurement or the source is aligned to open AI and integration and interoperability. And then, of course, the data itself for that future use, and, of course, the protected use as well, and actually inclusion as well of healthcare to make sure that that's right. So I was just interested if you resonated with those, for me anyway, the importance of those aspects.
Yes, thank you very much, yes. Louise, would you like to respond in any way to that, or just agree with it?
I think, yeah, I think I agree, yeah. It's
Great, yes. Would either of our other two panelists like to comment on?
Well, I just like to give my perspective with one example. So you must have seen DeepMind requested or maybe get the access to the NHS data, right? And DeepMind is owned by Google now, right? So the premise is right? They want to have that data crunched, and they want to help GPs to predict diseases and get some sort of meaningful inferences. But with that, see, more power comes with more responsibility. We need to make sure in no way, shape or form that data is misused, because it is people's actual health data. We are talking about entire NHS data being scraped, right? So that is something we need to make sure it is there, because once it is out there and it's gone, it's gone. So that is something which comes in my mind, especially healthcare, because that is deeply personal data.
Absolutely.
And that holds true for any sort of data for that matter, right?
Sure.
So yeah, that's my question.
Thank you very much. Ron, anything you'd like to?
Only that just in the policy conversations that I've been involved in over the last few years, I think it's been quite interesting how I feel like there's been a bit of a move. Maybe it's just the way that people talk about it, especially amongst bureaucrats, into looking at thinking about data as a commodity. Thinking about data as something that I think as you say, need guardrails around, so that actually we are using it in the right way, thinking about how it links to wider, especially societal interests. So I would just make that observation, that it feels like that type of issue is now much more at the forefront of policy conversations.
Super, good, thank you very much, good. You're all looking very hungry, but let's have just one more question and then break for lunch.
Sorry, I won't be too long. Isak Maria, I'm the CEO of ICA Data International. May I ask what the quality of your data is? Quality of data allows you to do all the predictive analytics and agentic AI stuff. We operate more in the industrial side, but I suppose the problem would be in medical data as well.
Who'd like to lead on that?
Well, I can take from the technical point of view,
yes,
because this is a number one problem statement, we call it, and sorry about that. It's like garbage in, garbage out. If you have the everybody has access to the same foundation model, right? What makes you unique or different is how curated your data is, how good quality your data is, right? Then you can have the right sort of inferences. You can tune your model using that data, right? Yes. Now, what is the quality data? That is a broad stroke statement, right? So you need to define your own data standard, that I want this quality of data, then use technology to make sure the data which is coming, you just curate the data, you just perform all sorts of operations on it and make sure the output of that is the quality data which you are looking for, right? Because there are hundreds of data sets, but they were not created keeping your company in mind, because that did not exist that time, right? So you need to make sure you curate that data set according to your needs. So yes. it varies. It needs to be done using technology. That's my
I think also it's correct to say that it's not only the quality, but it's also the methods of exploitation. I mean, I heard on the news this morning, and many of you probably did as well, that the British Home Office has lots of very useful data, but has failed to exploit it on the subject of immigration. And that, to my mind, is a process failure. So I think in addition to the quality, it's a question of the process that goes with the exploitation of data. Yes?
Yeah.
Please.
And I think in terms of data quality, garbage in, garbage out, but also understanding why that data was collected in the first place. I think Nepal has a government healthcare system, it has private hospitals. The reason they're taking those data may be different if you're talking about using standard healthcare data. There are sometimes issues linked to medical insurance. This is very widely known in the US as how things are recorded. So I think, you know, if you're looking to use or start businesses, set up new collaborations, you really need to understand the context and work very, very closely with your Nepali counterparts, really.
Absolutely, thank you. Ron, anything you'd like to add? No. Good. Okay, let's leave it there. Thank you all very much, and a particular thanks to our panelists. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you very much indeed. Time for lunch. Thank you all very much.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks a lot. I think that went very well. Thanks. So, I'm sorry, we're a little bit short of time. We could have spun it out for 45 minutes, but I think we would have had a mutiny on
I know.
Standing.
Well, I hope.
Thank you all our esteemed panelists and moderator, Mr. Nick Hinton. That was really an insightful panel. We'll now take break for the moment everyone would be waiting for, maybe. Let's have good Nepali lunch, and we'll return in an hour. So let's try and make it to 2:15 if it's okay. Thank you all very much. I'll start it. Good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed our Nepalese meal. I heard really good feedback from some of the people I was talking to, so really glad that you all enjoyed the Nepalese cuisine. So after the lunch break, we are delighted to resume with an insightful session titled AI Technology, a Growth Driver for Nepal by Mr. Tim Gocher, OBEDL founder and CEO of Dolma Impact Fund, a pioneering voice in sustainable investment and digital innovation in Nepal. May we all have a round of applause to welcome him on the stage, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency. Sorry, that was the wrong way around. Nick Hinton, is he here? He opened his panel just before lunch by saying what qualified him to be here. It's not my nearly 35 years of investment and technology career. It's my marriage to a Nepali lady that qualifies me to be here. Which has introduced me to most certainly the happiest country in South Asia. In fact, I was here earlier this week getting NRN IDs for my children, and I texted the ambassador to say I was here. He invited us up for coffee, me and my wife. And that is the same in Nepal. It can be frustrating, but the people are absolutely lovely. And it's worth everything. 14 years ago, after 8 years of working in Nepal at running Dolma Foundation, a British charity helping Nepalese children, I decided to make Nepal my day job and launch the first ever private equity fund, international private equity fund for Nepal. And I thought at the time, what I was doing, I'd worked at JP Morgan, I'd worked for billionaires, I'd worked for Deloitte in global finance. And I thought at the time I was sort of giving up this global world for a little provincial nation where I would do hydropower and perhaps a momo chain of restaurants. The reality is far from it. Nepal sits at the center of two massive global issues: climate change and technology. On climate change, we've invested in a lot of hydropower, solar power, and we're raising another $200 to $300 million fund to back the government's ambitious plans. 2 years ago, I spoke at the G20 on climate finance and how to raise money for least developed countries. On AI and technology, I'm a frequent speaker and writer on the subject of how AI and technology can transform developing economies, including Nepal. And that's going to be the subject of what I talk about today. Technology is our largest sector. We have over $100 million in total committed to Nepal, and technology has become our largest sector. I didn't think it would be. When we went, it wasn't on my list. There was no pipeline available. I met Mark Sears. Is Craig still here? From anybody? Yeah, from Cloud Factory. And there's a few guys from Cloud Factory. Mark Sears is the founder that Craig talked about. And he already had some international investors, but we researched the company, we believed in it, we invested at a fairly early stage. Now, we are Dolma Impact Fund. We're there to create an impact, but the dream of the impact investor is to bring this mainstream. And 5, 6 years after investing, I find myself back in New York, where I used to live and work at JP Morgan, talking to a huge venture capital investor for a $40 million investment in Cloud Factory, because I was on the board at the time. And I thought, this is it. You know, little company in Nepal, starts out. Yes, it's got a UK holding company. At the time, I think 8,000 people employed. It had expanded to Kenya with a roughly equally sized office. A lot of the technology backbone of the staff driven out of Nepal. And here I am in New York helping raise $40 million from a multi-billion-dollar private equity venture capital fund. And Cloud Factory was successful. It was the dream, but it's not the only dream. Show of hands, does anybody know Fuse Machines? Yeah, okay. So for those that don't, Fuse Machines is an AI software engine and services company. We also invested a little after Cloud Factory. They have just, after a year and a half, got approval from the SEC to list on NASDAQ. And so in April, there I was, this time in California, with investment bankers, with venture capitalists, with analysts, talking about listing. Okay, again, it's a US holding company, but of the total 500 employees, probably 85% are based in Kathmandu. The software is written in Kathmandu. And here I am now on the board of a company going on to NASDAQ. I hope that process will be completed by August. We will actually have a listing. So, you know, when they see the people ringing the bell and people clapping, I might be one of those guys clapping behind the bell. And it's fascinating because this world has brought me more global attention than anything I ever did at JP Morgan. I had a conversation with our investment bankers, Roth Capital, in California, and I was talking about, you know, what are of all the risks out there, you're listing a company on NASDAQ, what are the risks? Interest rates, Donald Trump and tariffs and whatever else he does. We are reverse merging into a SPAC. It's a technical thing, but that's got a risk of its own. And the fundamentals of AI. And I asked the head analyst at Roth Capital, what factor do you think is going to play out? What could be positive, what could be negative? And he said much bigger than Trump interest rates and the SPAC market are the fundamentals of AI, the productivity enhancements that are now being proven. And he said within 3 or 4 years, Fuse Machines is an enterprise-level software. So they do things like fraud detection, answer generation by interrogating back-end databases and documents in a much more flexible way than typical database software can do. So they're really working for major international companies, and they're really at the forefront of driving economic productivity, which is exactly what the global economy needs right now. And I'm very proud that that software is written in Nepal. Nepal does need to onshore companies. So I think somebody this morning mentioned in their slide that Cloud Factory was started in the UK. It was not. It was started in Nepal. Well, I don't think it was you, Craig. It was started in Nepal, and it was selling its software AI services to international, mostly American clients. It couldn't make payments. It was defaulting, not because it didn't have the money, but every time it needed to pay Microsoft, it was queuing up at the central bank to get a license to repatriate money. And so Mark Sears is a Canadian citizen. He set up in the UK, and that's fine. But that means Nepal loses that profitability. I was very happy to see that in a recent set of ordinances, Nepal has allowed companies, tech companies, where foreign buyers want to use, license, buy that software, can now set up subsidiaries abroad. And had that been the case when Cloud Factory and Fuse Machines started, all that profit would have been retained in Nepal. But still, these are very impactful companies. In fact, of the 12,000 jobs we have created by investing in companies in Nepal, almost, 75% of those jobs are in tech. And not just Cloud Factory and Fuse machines. I'm going to talk now a little bit about AI in healthcare as relates to Nepal. I'm going to talk a little bit about ISPs and data centers, and also digital platforms like food delivery, ride-hailing, fintech, before I wrap up today. Is Louise still here from Oxford? I think she may have gone.
Okay.
So I've talked about AI software development. And by the way, there is a gentleman in this room who is a co-investor. I won't name him unless he wants to name himself, but is a co-investor with us in Fuse machines. And there's another Nepali fund who is also a co-investor with us in Fuse machines. So, this is becoming a kind of national champion. But other areas that AI can affect Nepal's economy and certainly healthcare system. Another one of our portfolio companies, we invest a lot in healthcare, and one of our companies is National Path Labs. They are a private sector pathology chain. They have the first private sector DNA next generation sequencing machine. In fact, my son, who is applying to medical school this year, did his work experience there, came with me to Nepal in May and did his work experience. That's how good the company is. And I'm sitting down one day with a cytogeneticist. Can anybody define a cytogeneticist? I couldn't at the time. It's somebody that studies cell structures and particularly chromosomes. And he was introduced to me, Dr. Krishna Mahajan, as Nepal's leading cytogeneticist. I later found out he was Nepal's only cytogeneticist, but he was still, I'm sure, a fine cytogeneticist. And there he is, and he's showing me through a microscope a blood sample of a cell and the chromosomes. And if you remember from biology, you have 23 pairs of chromosomes. And in the blood, they're all randomly scattered all over the place. And he gets some German AI software, he clicks a button, and that all of those chromosomes sort themselves into 23 neat pairs. And he said, that is about 18 times faster than if I did that manually. So Nepal's only person that can diagnose cytogenetic chromosomal diseases, like Down syndrome, other things, is now 18 times faster at diagnosis. And that story tells you everything, because it's very important in the National Health Service, where I did work for a few years to drive productivity given limited funding. It's even more important where Nepal's government hospitals and institutions have far, far less than the National Health Service. So if you can inject productivity through AI and technology, you can really make a difference to people's lives. I was really happy this morning to meet Suresh from Wiseyak, who is developing software, has developed software for cervical cancer diagnosis using AI, is working on the digital health record using international standards, installing that in hospitals. So this isn't just that Nepal's healthcare system can benefit by using German AI software. It's that some of this software is being developed in Nepal. And we're seeing an incredible opportunity of personalized medicine using CRISPR technologies, immunotherapy. Some of it's rolled out now with the NHS. And I think one thing that's very important is to use next-generation sequencing, DNA sequencing, to sequence the Nepali population. And there's a big push in India, a big push in Saudi and the Middle East to sequence, because a lot of the research is done with Western DNA. And if we want Nepal's ethnically specific genetic issues to be taken into account by this personalized medicine, we really need to get up to speed. So I'm finding this intersection of AI, CRISPR and DNA to be of groundbreaking importance. I think it is the one sector now that we're seeing massive productivity gains in. I'd like to talk a little about ISPs and data centers. I really enjoyed, I think the company was AGK, the accounting firm. And by the way, when anybody stands up and tells me about their journey doing business as I do between London and Nepal, I have immense respect for them. And he was saying, you know, sometimes the internet's down, the power's out. That's all very true. But we are an investor in WorldLink. We invested alongside BII, the big British government investor, in Nepal's largest single private equity transaction of $16 million, of which we put in 7. And WorldLink has, I believe, made a big difference to the stability and speed and the consumer offering of fiber internet. It's also, I think, as excitingly, the first to build a world-class data center, which is very much underway now. Now, I think that Nepal has a very unique advantage. China is building on the Tibetan Plateau a massive data center at an altitude of 3,600 meters. And the reason for that is the renewable energy resources, both hydro in the wet season and solar in the dry season. The Tibetan Plateau, by the way, has the highest solar radiation in the world, except for the top of Everest. You couldn't build a solar plant there. And of course, a big part of Nepal is the Tibetan Plateau. You have a naturally cool environment, thin with oxygen, which is ideal for running and automatically cooling machines, needing a lot less energy input to go in and making it much more economically efficient. Nepal should do the same. Nepal has the opportunity with its hydro potentially of an excess in the summer. If it is the Tibetan Plateau, it has huge solar resources to balance the dry season and provide power inputs. Now, WorldLink's data center is only sort of 4 to 5 megawatts, and the hyperscalers, the Googles, the Metas, the TikToks, are talking about sort of 2 to 500 megawatt driven data centers. But I hope that WorldLink's data centers, and I'm looking at Mr. Gwali here because I think this is a big opportunity, if the government can offer incentives to the Googles of this world, I don't think that the Ministry of Information and Technology, by just asking Facebook to register in Nepal, they don't register in Thailand, let alone Nepal. I think offering them incentives to build data centers will bring them running. And what are those incentives? Clean energy. It's as simple as that. Competitive, solid, clean energy, hydropower, solar power. And this is the big growth area, as I'm sure many of you know, that's powering the large language models and AI at the moment. So I think really putting together a package of incentives, ease of doing business, one-stop shop FDI, but especially incentives on power is going to be very important. Georgia is a very good example. Georgia's has a lot of hydropower. It's got lots of data centers doing crypto mining, not necessarily the thing Nepal wants to do, but powerful data centers nonetheless. One of their ministers was a power producer and really understood the sector and offered great incentives for data centers to be built through stable, cheap, clean energy. So I hope there that what we're hoping for at WorldLink is that this becomes an example that Nepal can host world-class data centers, and then we can scale up and attract some of the Googles and the Metas of this world. Finally, in terms of tech sectors, I'd like to address the sort of domestic digital platforms, the delivery riders, the ride-hailing. We're a proud investor. In fact, I am the chairman of Foodmandu. So next time you're in Nepal and you're thinking, do I order from Patao or do I order from Foodmandu? The answer's Foodmandu. And my children find this fascinating because they love KFC. And they said, Dad, can we get a discount on KFC because you're the chairman of Foodmandu? I said, no, if the board starts taking discounts, everybody's going to take a discount. Of course the board doesn't take a discount. So, but they think that's the only thing they think I'm cool for, is being the founder of the guys that the chairman of the guys that deliver their KFC. But we've got a fascinating market. Now, it's not usual in Nepal. One thing that isn't normal is competition. And that's a shame. But in the ride-hailing space, the food delivery space, the fintech space, there's fierce and healthy competition. I know this because we lost some money on Sastadeal, and we learned a hell of a lot from that. And why did we lose money? Because a giant foreign company, Diraj, Alibaba, came in and just outspent us and everybody else in the market. Now, that's a lesson learned. So how do the Foodmandus? How do, I think we've already had a domestic Nepali ride-hailing company go under. We have an investment in Upaya, which is third-party logistics, essentially outsourced logistics, which is now building warehouses. But it's still very much a tech platform. And this, with the fintech players, are all now jockeying for position with Patao from Bangladesh, with InDrive, with Yango, foreign players which are investing in Nepal. So we've learned a lot. Foodmandu has still very much a prominent position and is doing very well, but you've got to think to the future. How is that supply chain, especially horizontally, going to change? You can see a future super app where I'm ordering my food, cinema tickets, ride-hailing, paying my utility bills, everything in one place. So I find that market fascinating, and that's why we've invested in Foodmandu and Upaya, because we're really determined to make that domestic tech platform work. That's all I'm going to say about technology. I do want to say a word on ethics. One of the most interesting question that was ever asked to me by a journalist was in Nepal. And it was the press release of our investment with BII in WorldLink. And all the press were there in, I think, the Radisson Hotel. And somebody asked me, great, you're going to put gigabit broadband to rural areas of Nepal. What's that going to do to our children? And he said, you know, in Britain, you had slow broadband in the 90s, you had faster, and it's bad enough here, the effects of social media. Imagine if you go from 0 to 900 megabits per second, and you can do anything. That is a really good question that I didn't have an answer to. And I think we really need to think about that. We really need to think about training in schools. We sponsor a lot of children for education in the Rasua district and other rural districts. They don't really have the connectivity to learn. They're suddenly in Kathmandu for college and there's the fast internet. We've really got to think about ethics. We've got to create jobs before we lose them. And I think that leads me on to my conclusion, which is I want to put this into a historical perspective. This is the fourth industrial revolution, often called the digital revolution. It's the first industrial revolution where Nepal doesn't play at a disadvantage because of its infrastructure. In the first industrial revolution, the economic activity and productivity surrounded the fixed assets, the mills, the factories, the spinning jennies, whatever it was. In the great manufacturing revolution where China really took control, they had good roads, railways, airports. Nepal can never do that. We have a couple of investments in factories. They drill their own water well. They have their own generator because the power cuts out. You can never compete. And the roads are the roads and there's no railways. So you can't internationally compete as a manufacturer, but you can compete as a software or a data company in Nepal. What do you need for success? You need brains and broadband. Well, WorldLink and others are providing the broadband, and I can tell you from our experience over 14 years, Nepal has plenty of brains. And while you do need a strong business model to compete competitively, I think Dr. Samir Maski and Mark Sears, the founders of Fuse Machines and Cloud Factory, have proven Nepal can compete in an international market. And this is a historic moment in the history of humanity. If you think about it, it was the if you look at inequality, there was almost total inequality except a few kings until the Industrial Revolution. Then the so-called First World kicked off with a massive drive in GDP and GDP per capita. And that inequality has driven ever since the sort of 1750s. But we didn't have inequality. This fourth industrial revolution, this digital revolution, is the time where if we invest in the poorer countries where the brains are equally distributed, we will narrow that inequality forever. If we don't, however, we will see that global inequality rise and rise and rise. So this is the time, because the cost of production is so much lower, the brains are so equal to anything I've seen. I leave this with you. What is the difference between doing business in California or Kathmandu? Nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gocha, for that inspiring session. Your work in driving sustainable investment in Nepal, especially through DOMA Impact Fund, is truly commendable. As someone who used WorldLink myself back when I was in Nepal, I would say that it's incredible to see how your investments are shaping everyday life and the digital future in the country. So now finally moving on to our panel 2. So we have panel 2, Digital Trade in Nepal-UK Relation. Our second panel titles, Changing Landscapes of Digital Trade, Success, Challenge, and Way Forward. The moderator for the panel is Mr. Steve Buckley, CEO, Britain-Nepal Chamber of Commerce. And our panelists are Mr. Jay Powdell, CTO, The Whiskey Exchange, Ms. Asha Easton, Immersive Tech Network Lead, Mr. Neeraj Saha, VP of Engineering, Bitscraft, Ms. Elena Seal, Founder and CEO, Teens in AI. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause for them to welcome on the stage.
Hello? Hello?
Thank you very much for that kind introduction, and quite a hard act to follow, I think. Tim's presentation was excellent. And as you can see, our panel is color coordinated. You have noticed that. That's one good thing to come across. The previous moderator, Nick Hinton, he started off by saying what qualified him to be a moderator. I think he had quite an impressive resume. I could say perhaps I'm not so equally qualified, that I have come in at relatively short notice, that I have never been to Nepal before, But and I'm not tech savvy either. But I mean, the reason I'm here is that my background is I'm a former British diplomat. I spent a lot of time in Asia, 20 years promoting British trade and investment in China, in South Korea, in Thailand and Malaysia. So my interest is very much, and leading on to this particular session, is looking at the success, challenge and way forward for digital trade in Nepal. So what I've heard this morning has been very fascinating to hear the various speakers, the various input. And there's been a lot of talk about the success, how companies have done well, how they position them well. And I think there's no doubt the capability of the Nepalese people and what there is and what's been achieved in the tech sector. And my panelists will elaborate on that as we go along. What I'm more equally interested to find out is where there may be some negativity, where there may be some barriers, what potentially is stopping that, and how we can overcome those barriers through the private sector and through the government as well, because the two working hand in hand is where you're going to get the greatest success. Coming in at short notice does have its advantages in that I've been given some questions to ask, so that simplifies my job enormously. But let me begin by asking Jay, that you lead a tech operations in a major UK e-commerce platform. From your vantage point, from your particular point of view, do you see untapped potential for the Nepal-based digital service providers to plug into the UK's digital commerce or software chain?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think we talked about this all day. From the very beginning, I think that's been the point, because there is so much potential there. So just to give you a background of where I come from, we run e-commerce company here, but we've got extended tech partners in Nepal. I have my own developers here, back-end, front-end developers, business analysts, but because there is always so much demand in work, so we basically extend that to a team in Nepal. So in terms of untapped potentials, if you look at it, everything we talked about since this morning is data-driven decision-making. I think for businesses like us, we're small, medium-sized businesses in the UK, it's a big challenge when it comes to hiring data engineers who can come to your office, do the work for you, and not knowing you're going to have the demand after a few months because you've set up your data warehouse, you got your reporting done, then you don't know what to do with these people because you have to hire them as a full-time, or you hire them for contract and you pay so much money. And I go to Nepal every few months to work with my tech partner. One thing which I find there, which is fascinating, which I should know from the beginning because I come from Nepal, I used to be a developer before, but one thing which I've seen now, because of the technology, how the learning is so quick, is these people, the data engineers in Nepal, they're extremely talented. They're far ahead of time. They're unbelievable. And this is what I think is lacking in the UK, small and medium-sized businesses now understanding that you can utilize that talent pool in Nepal, and everyone wants to make data-driven decision. Data analytics is really big, even for us, because we have like 15 to 20 different microservices. In our stock catalog, we have about, let's say, 70 to 80,000 products. We've got 3 to 4 million customers coming to our website every month, and we have to make some decisions. So I've got my colleague here who does the buying process, but he's always confused to say, okay, am I going to buy these products, or am I going to buy those products? So how do you make that decision? You need to have a proper data warehouse set up, you need to have analytics system set up. The challenge, people. Where do you find these amazing people who are cost effective, who can do the job for you? You go home, come in the morning, and you got the solution ready. And this is where I feel you can get that from the teams in Nepal.
No, I think that speaks for itself, Jay. I mean, is this something, how long have you been using that formula?
Very good question. Recently, so I'll say 4 years back, I was in Nepal, and just by chance, I met my old friend who I realized I was running an amazing tech company, so he started talking about it and thought, oh my God, this is amazing. So I came back, started looking at how can I expand my tech team. And that's what we did. So basically, I've got about 14 people working in my team here, and about 10, 12 people extended tech team within Nepal. and it's been absolutely fabulous for us. And I think we are the live example for all the things we've been talking about since this morning, saying how do we bring the businesses from the UK working with people in Nepal. So if you want to ask any question after this about how is it going, I'm your person. You can come and ask me, because I've been doing this for the last 4 years, and I'm amazingly happy about it.
I think it's always good to hear it from the horse's mouth, Jay,
Yeah.
but thank you very much. Let's move on to Asher. You work closely with the immersive and creative tech ecosystem, so it tells me here. What prospects do you see for Nepal innovators or startups to participate in the UK's XR, VR supply chain? And could we envision a bilateral platform for immersive innovation?
That's a good question. I'm going to first of all, how many people here know Innovate-UK? Have you ever heard of it? A few people. Okay, that's cool. I didn't know if anyone would. I might start backwards from there so everyone understands the context. Innovate-UK is the part of the government that does all of the research and development innovation funding for businesses in the UK, funded by UK Research and Innovation. I lead the Innovate-UK Immersive Tech Network, which is our national cross-sector network for immersive tech, spatial computing innovators. There's a few different terms there. And we've been doing this since 2016, hoping to grow the immersive tech ecosystem in the country and kind of like building the frameworks that enable companies to grow and scale in the UK and to position the UK as a leader in immersive technology. So, the opportunities I would see for people from Nepal to maybe get involved or work on bilateral projects. This one thing that we would do is if you wanted to understand the UK ecosystem and how to work with companies here, you could come through the network and we can kind of broker those introductions. But on a bigger scale, the bilateral platform for immersive innovation, I think would be very difficult to do, to be totally honest with you. But we do have certain frameworks that we use to discover new opportunities to work with different markets. So we have an international team within Innovate-UK and within our other organization, Innovate-UK Business Connect, that works with DBT to do trade missions to different countries. And there's two kinds. So, and I've helped to organize trade missions that were specifically focused on immersive technology. We have two kinds of missions, GBIT missions, which are Global Business Innovation Program missions, which it's a traditional trade mission. We take 20 or 30 businesses to a territory for them to make connections in that territory to try and expand their operations or find partners. But we also do something called GEM missions, which is the starting point for this kind of thing. So it's a global expert mission where we would take 6 to 8 experts in that field of technology or whichever industry it is that we're focused on. And we take people who have a good understanding and overview of the entire sector across government, academia, and industry, so representatives from all of them. We go into that territory and we meet all of our counterparts on the ground in that country. And the whole point is to help us to scope and map the entire landscape of what's going on in that country so we can find opportunities to create bilateral funding opportunities and other ways to work together. So that would be a starting point, in my opinion. We've done them in the past to Canada, South Korea, Japan. But it takes time to do these things and a lot of funding.
Would you consider running a GEM mission to Nepal?
I mean, it's something right on the spot. Yeah. Definitely something to platform within the international team. We do have these discussions like international prioritization across the different sectors, and it is something that could be raised if we had enough evidence to say there is a market there and it's something worth exploring. Well, there you go. So there you go.
You haven't been convinced yet, but no. From everything we've heard today, it's that sort of initiative, I think.
Yeah.
Would work wonders for both sides.
Yeah.
That would really work well. Just on the question of trade missions, I'll just say a little bit on the British Nepal Chamber of Commerce. I haven't been to Nepal. What I'm trying to arrange is to go there reasonably soon. And one potential route of doing so is to arrange a trade mission to go to Nepal, because I'm a great believer in trade missions from my previous in the Foreign Office. In fact, we opened up the Korean market when I went there. Within a year, I'd arranged for 25 trade missions to go to South Korea, which actually many people had never been there before. But it would seem to me exactly what you're doing, whether it had to be a specific GEM mission by itself,
Yeah.
or whether there was a separate mission with some GEM members on the mission.
Yeah.
But I think getting people, particularly experts, to go to the market is really what's described. And I think that's very useful and something perhaps we can look to build on.
Because before you can get to the point where you can go and find the actual talent and like trust who you're working with and where they're coming from, you need the overview of the entire landscape and then communicate that to the right people who can disseminate that to UK businesses. So.
But we found just getting people to the market, it either demonstrated that there is a market there for you or there isn't a market, but both are equally
important.
Yeah.
Thanks you. I'll move to Niraj now. Someone building globally distributed engineering teams, how does Nepal compare in terms of developer quality, team scalability, and cross-time zone delivery maturity? I mean, on the time zone fact, Nepal seems to have a very odd time zone as far as I can say. I'm not quite sure the history of that, but perhaps you could just address those points.
Right, yeah, actually that's an advantage, like, the company like ours and most of the companies in Nepal, so we, over the time, like, we had a bit of learning curve, but now, so we operate under different time zones, serving our clients in US, UK, Europe, and so that has allowed us to sync with the team, our onshore teams, so has actually enabled us to deliver the product or the services as per the expectations. So, so it was like difficult in the beginning, but now we know how to deal with the time zones.
Quite comfortable with the position.
Yes.
It works rather well.
Yeah. And about the quality, like we talked about the quality of the developers, and you have heard from the horse's mouth, right? So again, like in my experience, so literally my job at Bitscraft is to build an engineering team while serving our clients in US, UK, Europe, and Australia, right? So I've seen, like, over the years, so we've been able to build top-notch engineers, not just technically strong, but also so they know how to, they understand the cultural nuances of the team, working globally. So the answer is actually easy. So, working with the developers in Nepal versus India or in the Silicon, so the difference is almost none. Like as Mr. Team also said, like so we have been able to produce top-notch engineers. So yes, so that is my answer. And about the scalability, like so the tech industry in Nepal is booming, like in the recent past, in the recent years, and the technical tech education, ecosystem. So we have that pool of resources. So it allows us to scale, on the go. So recently, like we've been able to grow the team from 10 to 50 within weeks, not in months.
Fantastic. No, because I've seen a lot of figures today on the amount of talent. Is the talent pool, does that continue to grow?
Yeah, of course, definitely, because so we have just over the time, like we have built this ecosystem of tech companies, like a number of tech companies, the startups, the freelancers. So that has allowed us to avail the technical resources, be it like software development, AI, data science, so you name it. So we've been able to get those resources.
Does the demand meet the supply at the moment?
Yeah, kind of. So we've been able to match the demand, but yeah, again, like the demand is always high. So again, like the scarcity of the top-notch people is always there, like be it in Nepal or in US or in UK, right? So but yeah, we've been able to match the demand of our client. Yeah.
Thank you. Elena, you work in building AI talent across borders, reaching underserved markets. What would it take to make Nepal a launchpad for youth-led AI innovation and global relevance?
Thank you for that question. So I haven't been to Nepal yet. I'm still waiting to be invited. We don't really...
Come on our mission.
We don't really
have... We're all going together.
Yes. We don't actually have any young people from Nepal yet, or teachers participating in our campaigns. I'll be very honest. We are in 97 countries. Nepal is not one of them yet. So I found it very interesting that the previous speaker mentioned that there is no difference between California and Kathmandu. So I'm very interested to hear how there is lack of difference in that way. But of course, California has invested into AI literacy, and it's compulsory to learn about AI in schools, primary and secondary. And I don't know where Nepal is in that. I was kind of reading up on the AI national strategy for Nepal. I think it's very fresh. I think it's only been, or parts of it were released in February 2025. The consultation was since 2024. I'm not really seeing a big push or strategy on upskilling young people yet. But for me, if Nepal were to compete, as a talent that would attract, AI developers long term, I'm not talking about just those that universities are producing, there would need to be significant investment, not just one mission, but it's a long-term project the government needs to get behind. And I don't know the entire ecosystem either, so if there are some big corporate companies or banks that are interested in investing into education, because oftentimes when I speak to governments, ministries of education don't have the funding, and they would always kind of try to find sources of funding. So it's important to kind of understand what that ecosystem looks like and invest long term, because it's about upskilling young people. So we're specialists in upskilling ages 12 to 18. There's probably scope to do something at primary school level as well, but it would very much depend on some of the basic infrastructure, which I understand Nepal is still struggling with, like Wi-Fi, laptops in schools, and not only in Kathmandu, but all of the areas. So I think some of the basics need to be there in order for us to train and upskill, but it shouldn't be an issue if there is an opportunity and an invitation on the table.
In that respect, I mean, could a sort of a joint UK Nepal Youth AI Fellowship or a challenge model
definitely
be feasible? And if so, how could that be? How would you start that?
I mean, definitely we are running challenges once, twice a year, some really big ones, where last challenge had about 20 or 25 countries around the world participating. So it is quite easy, depending on, how much of a priority it becomes for the government to upskill young people. So of course there is a way for teachers to get trained, and we accept applications all the time. So it would be interesting to understand where to start and who to talk to. If His Excellency Ambassador would connect me with somebody in Nepal to talk about education upskilling, I'll be super happy to see if we could facilitate that, because the competitions we run are not just UK and another country, it's very global, so there is an opportunity for Nepal to get engaged as well. So,
I think this type of initiative, it does need to be government.
Very much. If we're
from the top.
Exactly. It's about systemic change. It's not. Yeah.
Sorry, it is also for the awareness, because if you start from the ground level, sometimes most people don't even find about it.
Right.
And that is always a big challenge. Because I'm finding so many different things today myself, because I've not seen it at the ground level. I was really surprised to find so many amazing things that's already happening in Nepal. I'm coming from a completely different side, but still finding the same thing that's happening, which is amazing. Yeah. I think that should be from the top level.
Yeah, and so Innovate UK Business Connect, which is where our network sits in under Innovate UK, the whole point of the organization is to be like the boots on the ground, actually connecting with like all the businesses across the UK and making sure all of those opportunities get to them. So it'd be good to know like what equivalent there would be in Nepal that is responsible for making sure those kind of top-down initiatives reach businesses, so they understand how to engage and get access.
I think the more bilateral organisations there were such as this, but I think they tend to be started by government, not with a view of the government being continuously overseeing them. Government tend to start them off, and then they pass it to the private sector, who then take it forward. Yeah. But I think there's been some pretty good suggestions already. Let me just move on to.
Could I add one more quick thing,
actually,
on
the
competitions for like digital skills is quite interesting. Another interesting like low-hanging fruit opportunity for like businesses and existing developers to collaborate cross-border is hackathons. So last year we ran the biggest ever XR hackathon in the UK, and it was the first ever global XR AI hackathon as well. And had people from all over the world that came for that, and that could be an interesting way as well to get the top developers from Nepal coming to London to work with our developers. That kind of thing.
Right, and we do that too in Nepal. Maybe we could find a way to
and companies spin out of hackathons all the time, right?
Yes,
so it's also an interesting way.
I mean, moving on to just from looking at it from a youth perspective, I mean, would you generally, perhaps you could ask us answer this individually, support the establishment of perhaps a UK Nepal Digital Trade Council or trade body of some description, so that there was greater focus on it?
Yeah, okay, maybe I can start by just
Yeah,
saying
go for it,
something.
go for it.
I'll only look at it from the online business point of view. But obviously, that applies to lots of different things. I think it does. Again, the same approach, top-down approach, aligning, what type of talent you are getting from the Nepalese industry. It's not only tech, any other industries, and what are the requirements in terms of businesses in the UK. If you have that approach, I think it would be really beneficial, because the UK businesses don't even find about it. If you have that type of ties, I think we'll have.
Yeah.
In the right way?
Yeah, and the thing is too, these kinds of things, I'm all for, new bodies that can help create new opportunities, but my thing I care the most about is longevity and sustainability. Like, who's responsible for this? Who's going to maintain it? Who's going to continue to fund it? And if there's already existing bodies that exist that can maybe collaborate to do it together, how do we link them up instead of starting something necessarily from scratch? But,
Yeah, and for me, it's all about the visibility, right? I mean, so we talked about Nepal being, the land of, the mountains and the Gurkhas, right? So what about the digital landscape? So these kind of, the bodies will help us to connect our businesses to our business.
It's a question of looking for ways of how to overcome that. I mean, as I say, I spent 5 years in Thailand promoting Thailand as a trading destination for British business. But if I spoke to anybody about Thailand, they would just tell me that it's a very good place to go on holiday. They don't really look at it beyond. And as I say, it come through today. What do you think of Nepal? Mount Everest. And that's the first thing that comes to mind. Then people have there's no lack of people who want to go and visit Nepal, but it's largely to go and explore, to go and meet the people, to go on holiday. It's to just change that perception.
I'm impressed, to be honest, of what I've heard today about Nepal as a tech hub. It's very interesting. It's a very compelling case that's been made.
I think it just needs to be profiled. I think within this room, nobody needs persuading. I mean, it's the people outside the room, and just to get that message out loud and clear. Then I think people, then things will start moving ahead. Let's just move on. Something I'd be very interested to hear, perhaps individually, your views on. If I ask you to name one structural barrier that's holding back digital trade between Nepal and UK, and one solution or enabler that could unlock that particular barrier. I mean, is there anything that comes to mind that there's one particular issue that's actually holding us back in this respect?
Structural, I don't know if it's structural or not, but I think I compare from the ways of doing the businesses. You look at how the businesses perform or operate in the UK to how the businesses operate in Nepal could be completely different. And because of that, it can create some friction or barrier.
Which operations?
For example, like running an online e-commerce company in Nepal is quite different to how you would run their business in Nepal. So if I'm looking at working with people in Nepal to actually do the business together, you could be looking at different barriers. We talked about how the payments are made.
Cross-border payment,
Yeah, cross-border payment being one, which I didn't know if there was a problem or not, to be honest. Like guarantees, assurances in terms of compliance. These are the type of things I would say. Again, unaware of the answers on this one. This is the only thing I can think of.
How long does it take to open a business?
Yeah, exactly. That is one.
How long does it take to open a bank account?
My next
question: to open a bank account.
Who helped you navigate that?
Absolutely. These are all questions that go through your mind.
It's pretty easy now these days.
But these could be the structural barriers.
It takes 1 day in the UK. It takes about 5 days in Portugal. I was a bit shocked and surprised when that happened. It took a long time in Brunei for us to even do any transactions. So I'm genuinely interested, like in Nepal, if I wanted to start a Tanzania branch, bank account, how long day?
Typically a day, within a day.
A day, okay.
So,
okay, that's a bit faster than Portugal.
yeah.
Okay.
Faster than
These are the sort of questions that go
exactly.
through as well.
Infrastructure would be so important, right?
Again, this is why I think having the trade mission concept and getting people to physically go to the country, and all these questions can then be addressed when you're there. Did anyone else see any other barriers? I mean, that's a sort of a cultural one. Any other particular barriers that you think and how they could be broken down?
Yeah, not right now in my mind, but those are the things. It's more to do with compliances, policies, and how they actually, if you're working different businesses in different countries, probably it's the same everywhere, to be honest, but I'm looking at only Nepal and UK. These are the only things I can think of.
Not knowing the innovation infrastructure of Nepal and not understanding like what part of the government is responsible for R&D funding in Nepal, it's hard for me to necessarily say, but like when we work with, if there's like a bilateral funding call, like for example, after that Canada mission, we had one that was between Canada and the UK, like the way that the companies apply for that funding, the way that the system works for both of them to get that funding out of their different government body is different, and like setting up the structures for them to work together, the support to help them understand how to share IP or not. Like it's doing a bilateral R&D is complex, and so you need to have kind of structures in place to set those calls up to help get the partnerships put together, help people with the legal frameworks for it, and then the monitoring of the entire funding process afterwards and the follow-up. It is complex. So, I can't say that, and I can't say that hasn't already been done with Nepal. It might have been done in another sector. It hasn't been done for my sector, but that's a thing.
Perhaps it would be helpful if that was spelled out. I mean, if that was made clear that someone was inquiring to go into the sector, that there was a point you could go just to get these questions answered.
We never want to gatekeep this information. Like, happy to share it with whoever it's relevant for, and like kind of explain our side of that pipeline if it's of value. Yeah.
Another question I've got is to each of you, and how can we ensure that the digital trade relationship is not just about services, but also about shared values, especially around ethics in AI, inclusion, and responsible innovation? How can we get... This isn't just about the services that are being provided.
This is a really big one for us. We actually, we've set up an ethics working group within our network, which is looking at the responsible development of immersive technology. And we actually just ran an event with, last year we ran an event around safeguarding and immersive spaces with Interpol, which led to a big event that we did with the Home Office on protection and how do you actually prosecute some new forms of digital crime that aren't even in the legal language yet. And this is stuff that is it's happening now, but like there's still so much that's going to come. And we don't even have those kind of frameworks in the UK. And these are issues that are really big and complex and can't be solved by one country and shouldn't be solved by one country. And so we're working with Interpol now to see if we can maybe come up with a starting point of guidance, best practice that they could share across all of the countries that Interpol works in as like a starting point. But in order to come up with like long-term frameworks, we need to do that stuff together. It's super important.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's working together. There are so many things you can't actually make them part of policies. They need to be part of the awareness. Business values, ethics, they go hand in hand. If you're working with the UK business with a completely different ethics, how things work here, to how you're getting these things developed. In Nepal, you need to make sure the teams there are also made aware of ethical practices. It's really important. And we tend to do that all the time, at least from as a business point of view. Lots of businesses don't pay any attention to that because they feel like it's given. But I think it's really important from day one. Any companies or tech company, not only tech companies, service providers working with companies in the UK, I think both ways, I think there has to be awareness. And especially with AI now, how AI can be used or misused, it's really important.
As you said, things are moving very fast. It's hard enough to cope with it practically, never mind from a legislative point of view. The rules aren't there. Perhaps at this point it'd be quite a good juncture to sort of see if there's any questions from the audience, if anyone's got any points to cover what we've discussed or touching on any areas that we haven't discussed. Or have we sort of answered all the questions and you're completely sorry? No, there's no questions at all?
I have a question.
Please, Ambassador.
Which is partly designed to tell people I've been in the room just at
you were spotted, it's all right.
But no, I picked up on particularly the last question about sort of ethics and governance around digital trade and everything that goes with it. And I just wanted to share my own view that I mean there is a geopolitical angle to this, which is hard for people to talk about. And if I had my personal way, we would sort of cut and paste quite a lot of stuff which India is doing into Nepal. But there are geopolitical reasons why that isn't going to happen. And also Nepal doesn't want it, which is another very good reason. But there is some middle ground, which the UK is very keen to help Nepal with. And that is that there are a lot of sort of highest common factors out there in the international community and in the UN and in the WTO. And the UK has tried to have a brand as through our Bletchley Park conferences and so on, that we really care about regulation and we care about the people side of this. And we want for ourselves a brand and a reputation as a country that has advice on how to do it. And it may be that Nepal can regard the UK as a genuinely disinterested. You know, this is not an anti-India or an anti-China point, it's a pro-Nepal point. We just want Nepal to get a good deal in this area. And because it is so important that when we're dealing with foundational technologies like AI, which are going to balloon, and anything you bake in at the beginning is going to be all over it and all over our universe, you know, in 20 years' time. So it's important to get it right at the beginning. And so these inclusion points and these sort of the human side of it, getting it right early. So we are at the service of the Ministry of IT and Communications and of the e-governance blueprint and all the other vital actors in Kathmandu these days, these minutes. They're working on it. It's very live. And we are also ready to team up with the bits of the UN which Nepal chooses to work with and the multilateral development banks. I mean, the World Bank is quite involved in the e-governance blueprint. And we ourselves have been working for a while now with the Office of National Statistics, just on helping the Nepali government do data. And that's a priority of ours over the year ahead. So I hope that we can just be a useful friend to Nepal in this area.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. No, I think it also goes back to one of the points that we touched on early on. The GEM mission that you mentioned, and experts going out and actually exchanging information on the ground, particularly with something like A1, which is actually growing incredibly quickly. I think that exchange of intelligence at an early point that is one way of strengthening our bilateral relationships in the sector as well.
And we create reports that are easily digestible by industry that we then disseminate as well. That's part of that, the output from that.
We can leave you to sort of begin working on this.
Yeah, I'm happy to.
But would a GEM mission or some members of a GEM mission come out as part of a larger trade mission? Is that some members maybe rather than doing an individual mission?
Yeah, well, typically the GEM mission is like quite sector specific, and then after that, you would look into creating like a larger mission of companies going into Nepal to figure out their own particular business opportunities.
I was just thinking if we ran a mission,
and
some of your members may actually want to see certain people on the ground in Kathmandu, which we could probably facilitate then you wouldn't have to have a separate GEM mission. You could actually
Yeah.
use part of it.
Well, that's our first challenge in setting these missions up, is finding the right people within the government and across the country that can put us in touch with the right people to meet with, and yeah.
It's never easy, but I think it would be very worthwhile.
Oh, great.
Any other questions? Yes, please. Just if you just say who you are and who you represent, that would be much appreciated.
My name is Prajesh Resta. I'm with R&D and intellectual property management company, more focused on life science and healthcare. So just out of curiosity, because we're into intellectual property management business, do you guys find it challenging, especially with outsourcing and the operations that you have or plan to have in Nepal, around the intellectual property rights and regulations that we have in Nepal, especially when it comes to innovation, the engineering work, all that you do, and with Tim saying about AI and all healthcare, everything that they're planning to do in Nepal, especially around intellectual property rights, and how is that being managed, or mitigation of any risks around those areas?
I can talk from my own experience and what I actually get the teams in Nepal to do. Of course, we come up with some really complex systems to be developed, and they're unique on its own and applies within the drinks industry in the UK, of course. And these products we're talking about, they're online products, but they are our intellectual property, which has been developed in Nepal. Look, they all go by the contracts you have, and it's also understanding and be compliant with all the policies. Apart from that, as long as you got your IPs here and making people aware, we're working on it anywhere else, not only in Nepal, I think you're okay. But that's, again, going only by my experience.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I mean, to add to what Jay just said, so we as a company, so we understand, the criticality of the IP, right? So, so most of the engineering, so that we do for our clients, so we need to ensure, I have to make, my team aware of the implications of the IP, and definitely as a company, we have to be compliant. So, as a company, we are ISO 27001 compliance that ensures that we do not. Especially with the data, these days, so data is the critical factor for any company. So whether it's in UK, US, Europe, right, and the IP. So again, it's about understanding the nuances of the these things, right? So the things that we have built, that we built for our customers, and we need to ensure that they stay with the customers. So definitely, it's more about awareness. Again, there is always a contract, right? So the SLAs, the contracts will take care of the legality, but again, it's about the understanding, the awareness from our point of view, from understanding our customers, the criticality of those things.
My name is Mitro. I'm from ULA Technology. We do privacy AI solutions. So it's a very insightful discussion on kind of a bilateral relationship. But looking at the AI area, we have these tools like Microsoft Copilot, which almost everyone uses on their workplace. We have ChatGPT, everyone using it. So it's like a big sandbox of everything when everyone knows about everything. How to keep these bilateral relationships within this multilateral everything, and what's the securities part of everything? Because don't you see that technology can some sort of downsize this kind of a relationship between countries, between companies, partnerships, because of the accessibility of the information? Thank you.
It's a good question.
I don't think it's mutually exclusive, but I mean, comments?
Yeah, I think there's this one misconception about that AI is going to fix all your problems.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that is the case. AI is a tool you use to actually make things better for you. One simple example for ourselves, like you said, you can use Microsoft Copilot or ChatGPT. You can type whatever you want to type. Please find me 3 products I want to buy as a birthday gift. And then it will give you 3 products, and you can ask, okay, I don't want these. Can you please suggest me 5 different whiskeys? But I don't think most people you have actually seen. You can go to the website and type that, because the e-commerce companies, they're not using the AI in the right way yet. So who can help that? AI is not going to help you create that process. So you can use the AI to build that model, but you still need people to actually do that for you. So you still have everything there, but it will be much faster. So that is one example I can give you. So on our website ourselves, we can do, please give me 5 different whiskeys I want to buy for a birthday gift between 50 and 100. We want people to type out. We don't want people to go apply all the filters. We want them to just type, press the button. That's the use of AI. But you still need the process in place. I don't know if that answers the question. So, okay.
Just one last question, please.
Yeah, myself, Yogesh, and cyber office officer work in UK government initiative regarding cybersecurity. And my question is to Ms. Elna, she's the founder of Teens in AI. I just want to know your overview and relevance of how is the importance of, because AI parallel will develop of cybersecurity aspects as well. And you're interested in AI aspects in Nepal as well, Teens in AI. And in Nepal itself, we have so many schools and universities that focus on AI development and AI-related courses they do have. And what is your understanding and relevance of teens in cybersecurity? That would be because US, UK, they have started teaching AI in the primary school itself. So what is your understanding of AI and cybersecurity?
Thank you for that question. First of all, I was going to suggest that you do not follow UK as an example. I think there are some better examples around the world where AI is actually taught, in primary, secondary schools, definitely, like China, Singapore. There are certain Eastern European countries. I know Estonia is doing this, Lithuania, and whatnot. In India, I suppose, would be the closest country that implemented AI curriculum, AI literacy. On all things cybersecurity, we actually have got online courses on AI, AI ethics, cybersecurity, robotics, and even maths for AI, which we're teaching to teenagers aged 12 to 18. So we're kind of a bit different. Our niche is young people, so we're trying to demystify what is complex things related to cybersecurity, whether it's ethical hacking or white hacking, to the younger audiences. And so there is definitely scope to have those courses taught in schools in Nepalese, particularly in the more underserved areas where perhaps the voices are underrepresented when it comes to AI, particularly girls. So I'm really passionate about women empowerment, and when I was researching Nepal's gender gap within STEM, it did give me like a really concerning number. I think it was like 8% or even less than that. I would really love to bring more girls in Nepal into AI and technology and cybersecurity. So also this room doesn't strike me as very balanced in terms of women and men. So I would very much love to do that. So, but cybersecurity is definitely a topic that we love to cover, and young people are really interested. And in the UK, we have a cybersecurity competition. You might know about it. Super easy to replicate in Nepal as well and get more kids inspired in cyber. And of course, there is an intersection between cybersecurity and AI. Probably Nepal-UK has got lots of round tables.
Our next hackathon might be XR and cybersecurity specifically.
Yeah, exactly. It's such an important topic. Yeah. We get hacked all the time, and some AI systems are very vulnerable at the moment.
Lovely. Well, I think on that note, we'll draw it to a close. But I'd like to thank all my panelists very much. It's been a very, very good interactive session. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Buckley, and our panelists for this dynamic discussion on our cross-border innovation. Before we begin, may I kindly request everyone to please keep their phone in silence so there's no interruption while there is this panel discussion. Thank you. Now, moving on to observations sharing. Now, we have Ms. Alex Baker, Chair of All-Party Parliamentary Group on Nepal at the UK Parliament, to share her reflections on today's discussions. Thank you, Ms. Baker.
Namaste, good afternoon. It is a real honour to join you today at the Embassy for this forward-looking and really inspiring gathering. As chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Nepal and as the Member of Parliament for Aldershot and Farnborough, which is obviously home to the largest Nepalese community in the UK. It's a particular honour to come today and speak to you, as today is the 1-year anniversary of me getting elected to serve. And, you know, it has been a real special honour, you know, as part of my work to develop my both my work and my understanding of Nepal over the last 12 months. And thank you to everyone in this room who has helped me to go on that journey. I must start by paying tribute to His Excellency, the Ambassador. Your Excellency, I appreciate your friendship greatly. And we are so lucky that you bring with you so much experience in trade, investment, economic diplomacy, which makes you just so uniquely suited for this role. There is no better articulation of this than today. I am proud to be here amongst friends, innovators, and partners. I'm also delighted to have met for the first time today His Excellency, the British Ambassador. Your Excellency, we've had some great discussions already today, and I'm really looking forward to working with you in the years ahead. This Tech Forum comes at exactly the right time, particularly as Nepal prepares to graduate from the UN's list of least developed countries in 2026. A milestone that reflects the country's remarkable progress and growing ambition. Graduation is more than a bureaucratic shift. It's a chance for Nepal to redefine its place in the world, not as a recipient of aid, but as a partner in innovation, investment, and sustainable growth. The UK stands proudly with Nepal in this next chapter, committed to support our sister nation as it builds a future grounded in digital opportunity, economic resilience, and global leadership. This government is ambitious for ourselves, and we are ambitious with you. In my constituency, I see every day how Nepali families are enriching our communities, not just through service, but through enterprise, education, and ambition. I'm proud to represent a place where young Nepalis are becoming engineers, coders, and entrepreneurs, and where local tech firms and diaspora leaders are driving inclusive growth. That same energy drives the work of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Nepal. We are here to build bridges between governments, but also between sectors, people, and ideas. And looking forward, the role I see that the APPG can play are in 3 ways. Firstly, by convening conversations just like this, bringing together policymakers, investors, entrepreneurs, and diaspora leaders we create the conditions for progress. Forums like today are more than just networking events. They are launch pads for ideas, partnerships, and long-term collaboration. Being in this room really matters, because if Nepal is to reach its full potential as it graduates from LDC status, it will take more than just goodwill. It will take exactly that sort of bold innovation, patient investment, and purposeful collaboration across borders. The challenges ahead are real, but there are also opportunities. And by listening, learning, and working together in spaces like this, we begin to shape a future that is not only prosperous, but inclusive, resilient, and grounded in shared values. And so my plea to you today, as many of you are the coordinators of these such forums and you have these ideas, please share them with us as the all-party parliamentary group. We can only work on the issues we know about, and you are the experts in this, so please talk to us about these issues and help us to get this right. Secondly, in terms of the APPG's work, we need to advocate in Parliament for stronger economic ties, better visa pathways, and sustained investment in bilateral innovation. We want to support the diplomats in this room by ensuring that Nepal stays firmly on the to-do list of this government. That means pushing for practical steps, whether it's improving access to the UK markets, expanding student and mobility routes, or backing for joint ventures that harness the expertise of our two countries. It was really useful actually just listening to that very practical conversation at the end of that last panel, about some of the practical things that could help. And, it is absolutely my determination to campaign for things like a direct flight to Kathmandu, which actually would massively help us on many fronts. But again, we need to know what those issues are to be able to campaign on them. So please, please do talk to us. In an increasingly unstable world, bilateral relationships like ours are going to matter more than ever, not just for trade or diplomacy, but for resilience, security, and shared prosperity. But we will only unlock the future potential of this partnership if we keep Nepal on the agenda, not just as an afterthought, but as a priority for long-term strategic cooperation. And that is my job, that is my mission for as long as I am in this role. And third, by brilliant organisations here and in Nepal, bringing them together, partnering to embed tech collaborations across every sector, from health and education to sustainability, fintech, and beyond. The future of trade isn't just about exports and contracts, it's about shared problem solving, mutual learning, and long-term partnerships that deliver real-world impact. When organisations come to the table as equals, ready to learn from each other, build trust, and do business together, that is the success that I am looking for. It's not about one side giving and the other side receiving. But about co-creating solutions that work in both Kathmandu and London, in rural districts and global markets alike. That's how we turn digital exchange into inclusive growth, and how we build a partnership that is not only prosperous but proudly reciprocal. Because as today's agenda shows, and as the upcoming speakers will remind us, tech is not just about code. It's about solving real problems in the real world, whether in AI, cloud computing, healthcare, digital finance. The power of technology lies in the way it changes how we think, how we connect, and how we grow. You saw that yesterday in this government announced its 10-year plan for the NHS. This tech is absolutely embedded right through that plan. And that is going to be, I think, the case for, all our strategies across every department of government. And so huge opportunities to collaborate on that front. Let me end today my contribution by mentioning somebody who has really inspired me, who really embodies what I've just talked about beautifully, and I think who will be speaking to you later today. Earlier this year, I met Ruby, who's in the room, who is a British Nepali entrepreneur, who turned her personal frustration into a nationwide campaign. She didn't just build a business, she changed the law in the UK, making sustainable period products VAT-free. That is what impact looks like. Ruby, I'm not going to steal your thunder, but please do make sure you are in the room to hear Ruby's story, because it is so powerful and it teaches us that innovation isn't just about technology. It's about challenging the status quo, lifting others as you rise, and turning lived experience into lasting change. So as we look ahead, let's get back to finding the next generation of Rubies by investing in inclusive innovation, removing the barriers to change, and building partnerships that work for people and planet. The future is here. The future is in this room. Let's build it together through UK Nepal Tech. Thank you very much. Namaste. Jai Nepal, Jai UK.
Thank you, Ms. Baker, for your thoughtful reflections and continued advocacy for Nepal-UK relation. Your support to all-party parliamentary group plays a crucial role in strengthening our bilateral ties. It's voices like yours that's rooted in understanding our friendship that help shape impactful collaboration. Now, without any further delay, may I invite on stage Mr. Chandraprasad Thakal, the president of FNCCI Group, for observation sharing.
His Excellency Ambassador of Nepal to UK, His Excellency Ambassador of UK to Nepal, Honorable Alex Bakar MP, honored guests, esteemed colleagues and friends, thank you for inviting me to this important gathering. Today, at the marks of pivotal movement, as we explore how Nepal can defend its digital trade and technology partnership with global allies. These conversations come at the right time. Nepal is actively transferring its investment landscape, and the private sector is ready to take the leading role in the driving innovation, trade, and development. Over the past year, FNCCI has advocated for what we call the decade of investment. We have been asking the government to harmonize the investment laws related to the land, environment, labor, and tax so that business can operate in predictable and business-friendly environment. We have also called for contingency in the policy over the next 10 years so that both domestic and foreign investor can plan and grow with the confidence. Today, this groundwork sets the foundation for the building a strong digital economy. One of the key achievements has been the amendment of the 30 law related to the business investment. These reforms are already making a difference. FNCCI has established an FDI support desk to assist the international investor, and we have made it easier for entrepreneurs to register and manage the business through a digital platform on the National Citizenship app. These improvements are simplifying how business start and operate in Nepal, especially in emerging sectors like information technology, digital service. We have also been actively engaging with the international partners. In recent week, I have welcomed the delegation from the various countries and encouraged them to explore the opportunity in tourism, hydropower, agriculture, electric mobility, and the technology. We have showcased the Nepal potential in form around the region and beyond with the particular focus on our growing IT capacity. Nepal has a skilled, cost-effective tech force, favorable time zone, and the number of young entrepreneurs ready to work with the global partners. There is also a planned IT park with the tax incentive in development, which will further enhance our competitiveness. At the global forum, like the International Labour Conference and the meeting with the International Business Organization, we have consistently made the case that Nepal is digitally ready. As we approach the graduation from the least developed country status in 2026, we are working to retain the market access and ensure that our digital and service sector remain the global competitive. We are also seeking the technical cooperation to strengthen our standard and infrastructure. What does all this mean for the digital trade and investment? It means Nepal is offering a more stable, transparent, and investor-friendly climate for its tech venture. It means that the online systems are replacing the outdated bureaucratic process and that we are building the reliable digital infrastructure to support the innovation. It also means that we are open to join venture, startup, exchange, and long-term cooperation in fintech, edtech, e-governance, and more. To our friends and the partners gathered here today, this is an opportunity. We invite you to collaborate with the Nepal in building a future of digital trade, whether that is through the shared innovation, training program, investment in digital platform, or market linkage. FNCCI stands ready to support. Our challenges for the dialogues and investment facilitation are open and active. Let me also emphasize that the private sector in Nepal contributes the more than 80% to the national GDP and provides the majority of the employment. So we can speak to digital transformation. We are not just talking about the technology. We are talking about an inclusive path to economic growth, job creation, and improve the public service. Digital trade and investment are not abstract the idea for us. They are the key tools to build a more connected, efficient, and opportunity-rich future. Let us work together to strengthen these ties and turn today the discussion into the partnership. Nepal is ready to move forward, and FNCCI is committed to walking that the path with you. Thank you, and I wish you everyone the productive and forward-looking exchange today. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chandasa. Now, finally, moving on to our last panel, titled FDI Perspex in Nepal, UK Digital Relations, Success, Challenge, and Way Forward. Moderator for this panel is Ms. Pranu Singh, Director of Standard Chartered Bank UK. Our panelists are Mr. Hemraj Dhakal, co-founder and MD, IME Group Nepal, Dr. Richard Slater, Director of Triple Line, Ms. Lopa Patel, MBE, Digital Entrepreneur, Mr. Avinav Sinha, MD and Head of Tech, British International Investment, BII. May we all invite over to the stage. Thank you. Round of applause, please. Just to keep the mood going.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, and everyone present here. Thank you for that introduction. I'm Pranu, and now that a trend has been set to express your qualification as a moderator, I'd like to follow the bandwagon, and though, well, caveat, I am nowhere near to the deep and long expertise that our previous moderators had in here, but let me tell you that I bring in 15 years of real-life banking hustle in the Himalayas, and the last 3 years navigating balance sheets and the weather in the UK. So I'm a Nepali by heart and by birth, global by experience, and so consider me qualified both currency and culture. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure to moderate this panel on FDI prospects in Nepal-UK digital relation. I know we are slightly at a dangerous spot at the moment because we are standing in between your tea break. Energy might be dipping slightly, and attention spans might be negotiating, but I promise this panel discussion will probably keep you awake, and you have more than one reasons to do so. We have an incredibly distinguished set of leaders from both businesses and investment ecosystem who are not just shaping the digital economy, but are also deepening the relation between Nepal and the UK. As we move into the panel, after 5 hours of listening to some incredible insights this morning, we may notice some overlap in the themes and the topics of discussion, but that is by design. This is our chance to dive deeper, hear different perspectives, and spark new insights from the panelists' unique experiences. So in the next hour or so, or 55 minutes, we'll explore success stories, the unique challenges, and pathways to unlock greater investment and innovation through digital channels. I'll be steering this discussion with some direct questions, and hopefully we'll leave the time in the end for some audience insights as well. We have 4 distinct voices, as you can see up here on the stage, spanning business leadership, institutional investment, policy consulting, and digital entrepreneurship, all deeply involved in shaping the Nepal-UK economic story. Let's dive in and make this a high-energy conversation just before we break for the brew. So, can I first turn to Mr. Dhakal, or should I say Shark Dhakal? So for those of you not in the know, we all know that Shark Tank. Do we all know what Shark Tank is? Yes. So it is a globally renowned reality series, and it has just landed in Nepal. And Mr. Dhakal here is one of the sharks on the show, or one of the judges in the show. I must say it's a super exciting time for the entrepreneurs in Nepal. I'm very excited. So that was a bit of a digression from the topic, but let me come back to this. Mr. Dhakal, you've been instrumental in shaping Nepal's private sector growth. From your standpoint, how has the digital economy and investment in Nepal has traveled or traversed in the last few years? Also, we've heard a lot about the regulatory landscape, the digital landscape since morning, but I'm very interested to know your take on it.
Am I audible? Hello? Am I audible?
Yes.
First of all, thank you very much for the nice introduction. And especially after lunch, when you are on the first one to speak in the panel, you don't know what to talk about. But first and foremost, I should express my sincere appreciation for both the ambassadors, excellencies, for organizing this wonderful program, which will be the historic milestone for Nepal tech development, I would say. When I saw this topic initially, it is like tech forum. I should say this should be considered as a tech talk forum, so that every time we should talk about the tech. So we can see how these, TEDx has revolutionized the opinion views. TikTok has revolutionized the video sharing views. Similarly, I would say that this kind of program, Tech Talk, would be very instrumental to revolutionize the Nepal's IT sector the most, I would say. Coming back to the answer, I think, all the day I was here to listen all the prominent speakers about the, digital transformation, tech investment in Nepal and all. We have heard a lot of theories, legislation, the process, everything over here. So I should focus a few things where nobody has touched on that point. So I'm focusing mainly into the 5 points where, this tech forum should be discussed, or this is my opinion from that perspective. So I have seen why the Nepal is basically very good in terms of digital, infrastructure or digital transformation. From the important part is that the connectivity, I would say. In Nepal nowadays the mobile penetration connectivity is over 100%, almost like 125%. So which has given the access to almost all the rural areas people who can be, well connected to the global market. That is from the mobile perspective. And when you look at the internet penetration perspective, Nepal has almost 55% of the population is connected to the internet. So this connectivity, digital connectivity has transformed the digital economy, which are the catalyst for the national growth and the expansion of the national economy. That is number one. And number two, sometimes we have heard about the history. When the challenge times are there, the opportunities and the prospect is also created over there. During the pandemic, because of the ban in the movement of the people, a lot of government service and inline service has expanded to online service. The payment industry has revolutionized. If you look at the number now, I think over 45% of the annual growth of the payment has been seen in the national transport, I would say. This data is published by the central bank. That is number two. And the another important part is during this pandemic, a lot of new ideas have emerged. A lot of new initiative has emerged. So because of this, young mindset perspective, a lot of startup ecosystem has built up over there, and the economy is transformed, and economy has the good amount of growth from this startup. They have changed the way, they have changed the thought process, they have changed the dynamics of the business. That is another one. The another important part is this morning also Sushil Trivedi sir has mentioned a lot about the government initiative. Excellency has mentioned about the government initiative. I think now government has realized that the next next growth for the Nepal is ICT sector. The government has basically declared that the next 10 years is the IT decade. We can see, I mean, last almost in 6 months, over 28 billion of rupees has been exported to the third countries. So which has seen numerous and potential growth in this area. ICT sector itself is contributing almost 2% of the almost 2% of the GDP growth. But as a catalyst, we can say that almost like 4.8% of the growth in international economy. IT is the heart of any business now. IT is the enabler for expanding the economy and growing that into the next level. That's why this is very important for Nepal to adopt this new policy, and very important for investor to look at the opportunities which is given by the government. The last but not the least important factor is we always talk about the energy. In Nepal, we have two kinds of energy. One is green energy, where we can really use this green energy to make world-class data center. Now, if you see the data, world's largest company like Google, Microsoft, they are investing billions of dollars under sea to cool down their server. So Nepal has already, got gifted weather over there, where we can really build the world-class data center where global companies can be attracted. Similarly, the human energy is the most important part for any kind of business or any society. Nepal has good number of human energies, where we have a very young youth population. They have very good in communication. They are very good learner. They are very innocent, intelligent. They can work very hard. And from the time zone perspective as well, and from language perspective as well, Nepal could be the next global hub for back-end operation. My friend Mr. Gochar was mentioning that they have been already invested in few projects already from decades back. Fortunately, we are also co-investing in some of the projects. So Nepal is already ready and expanding in a next level. Recently, I was in the Shark Tank as a shark, so I have seen numerous business opportunities are coming to the panel over there, and a lot of many people who was working in different countries, especially in the UK and US, they have returned back to Nepal, and they are creating large level of enterprise. So to sum up your questions, I think yes, Nepal has the immense potential, immense opportunities, and we should really focus into expand the global hub business for Nepal. And I urge all the businessmen, entrepreneurs over here to look for Nepal and to grow from there, so that we can grow together.
Absolutely. There were such wonderful insights, and they were almost like, you would want to take notes, so that whenever you have a conversation with anybody outside of this room, you have this ready reference list. So thank you so much for that. I'd like to come to you, Dr. Slater. Based on your experience working across emerging markets, how does Nepal compare in terms of readiness? Now, we've heard from him, who is within that ecosystem. Now, we'd like to hear from you on what your insights are. And additionally, what insights could you provide on how to access the UK market?
Thank you. Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, friends. Namaste. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much to His Excellency Chandra Gimre for inviting me, and also to see familiar faces and friends. IBN CEO Sushil Gyawali, it's delightful to see you here in London, and His Excellency Rob Fenn. Just to start off, a little bit of introduction. I work in an advisory capacity, so I have to declare my hand, I'm not an ICT specialist, but I am familiar with looking at different sectors in the private and public sector, and different businesses and so on, and the kind of advisory I do in my company, Triple Line, is to work with governments and sometimes the private sector, looking at the enabling environment, supporting and strengthening the enabling environment, creating an ecosystem within which sectors can thrive, as we're discussing today, the ICT sector. And in fact, if I think back a few years, His Excellency Chandra Gimre and I worked on an assignment together in Nepal, looking at exactly that problem. What is the enabling environment in Nepal? And what kind of reforms do we need to really look at? Now, I'm not going to go into a whole string of reforms, because I think if we look back in the past, we know Nepal has come from quite a tricky place, and it's moving fast. And I think the encouraging and enthusiastic thing is the direction. And Sushil Girwali told us today that there are many, I mean, Nepal is ambitious. We've got to move fast. We've got to put a foot down hard on the accelerator, because otherwise, in spite of all the good talk here today, we're going to get left behind. So, and I recall the very main message when I left that last consultancy with Chandra Gimre was that there's a lot of unfinished business to do in the environment, the institutional sector, the policy landscape. And I'm pleased to see some of that moving. The double taxation agreement is moving forward and so on, but it's got to move fast, because every day is a delay. And every day, a new UK ICT firm will go and find its outsourcing partner in India. So we're kind of missing, every day that ticks by, we could miss this trick. And I was struck by something Alex said. She said, as head of the all-party parliamentary group on Nepal, we're lobbying hard for a direct flight. Well, let's start there. If I want to do my business in India, I've got hundreds of flights to choose from, and they're all direct. I want to go to Nepal, I might choose Qatar. If the flight's half an hour late out of Heathrow, which it usually is, I'll miss my connection. I'll then spend 24 hours in Qatar waiting for another flight, and eventually I'll turn up in Kathmandu. My time is precious, and it's a headache to get there. So I can try one or two other routes. I can go to Emirates, and then I can mess around with their second terminal. Whatever it is, I think a direct flight to the UK, UK to Kathmandu would be wonderful as a sort of supporting piece of infrastructure to this conversation. And then on the same side, when I'm a British businessman wanting to go to Nepal, and I want a multi-entry visa for a year, I can't really get it. I can get a 90-day, and it's a delightful experience to come here, because the visa is so efficiently generated here. But I can only get it for 90 days, and I have to come back again, or I can get it on arrival, of course. There's another headache there, but it's fairly seamless. So looking at the visa situation, the flights, all of those small things, these make some kind of a difference. But moving back into the more important substance of what we're discussing, I think Tim today said very eloquently, as did others, that we're in a sector which is unique because it works with borderless labor markets. It works with weightless products. So there is all the potential in the world, and we all know that, and I think we keep telling ourselves that. So then where are we, and how are we going to go forward, and how are we actually going to compete? Because a lot of the conversation today implies people will invest or may invest in Nepal because they like Everest. But do you know, the UK IT sector is huge. UK IT spend is over 600 billion. And very little of that is going to Nepal. They've all got markets. They've found places. They know what they're doing. And we've got to displace them. So we've got a double problem. We've got to make it even more attractive to come to Nepal, not be just as competitive. Then we look at South Asia itself. The beauty of this world we're working in is that we work with a global tech language, English. And luckily for Nepal, it is the second language, in essence, for anyone who's educated. So that's good. But that's the same in India, and it's the same in Sri Lanka and in Bangladesh. And if you look at the figures there, we heard very impressively today about the Nepal ICT sector growing. I was impressed. His Excellency said right off at the start today that the IT services export market has grown. It's grown to about 500 million. Only 2 years ago, it was 300 million. That's a tremendous growth. But then, let's just cast our eyes over the border, and unfortunately, India's market is 200 billion. We also heard about Nepal is a great pool of talent. It is, but it's all relative. We heard that there's probably, or maybe someone said today, there's around 100,000 jobs in the IT sector. That's a lot. That's really impressive. But again, look at India. There's 5.5 million people working in IT. In Hyderabad alone, one city, there's over 1 million working in the IT sector. So this is the challenge. And just saying good things about Nepal won't resolve that challenge. So we've got to be really focused on how do we do this. And I would say, whilst the growth trajectory in Nepal is great. Most of the experiences I'm hearing are still linked to the diaspora. They're still linked to people with those affectionate bonds to Nepal, which is a good starting point. And maybe that's exactly where we start. But I think in spite of, we heard a couple of exceptions really. I mean, Tim is definitely an exception because although he directly is not in the diaspora, but he's linked to the diaspora. But we also heard about Cloud Factory and the interesting success story there. So those are very interesting sort of first steps. Now, for me, what I take away, and I heard something again today, it was a very interesting presentation from Saroj, who talked about how his accounting firm had gone to Nepal and why. And I was trying to challenge him over coffee, saying, I still don't see why you went to Nepal. I could have gone to India and got all the same. But he came back at me and said, no. He said, the difference is that Nepal, if I go to Nepal, I can still shape the way I want IT to work for me. Whereas when I go across to India, I might not be able to do that. They've got models. They know what they're doing. They've got hundreds of customers, and you're just another cog in the wheel. So maybe we've got to start thinking, what is this USP? Just saying a pool of talent is no good. Just saying we've got an industry that's growing is no good. We've got to have something a little bit special. And I see Nepal a very interesting market for medium-sized companies in the UK. Not necessarily for the large players. They know where they are, they know where they're going. And Nepal might be too much of a headache. Like I said, even to get there might be difficult. But I think if you're a small to medium-sized player in the UK, and there are plenty of them in this sector, those are the people we should be targeting. And I think for them, we can give them a real bespoke service. And it's putting that service around it, making it a real service offer that I think will work. We've heard of, last point, a couple of other things. We've heard some very unique other points that Nepal can trade off, and that is its unique position on energy, on clean energy, on data centers, the environment and the climate is perfect for that. And I think Nepal could look at that. But again, finally, when I did try to do a little bit of research on where the growth subsectors are in Nepal, I saw that there's a lot still happening at the very entry-level IT, a lot of web hosting. So if you look at the sort of web hosting that's going on, whether it's shared or dedicated, whether it's private, a private service they're offering, that's growing quite fast, and it's projected by 2029 to be worth about 73 million. But it's an entry-level service. And then if you look next, you've got the other growth sectors in Nepal are applications outsourcing. Probably by 2029 again, that will grow to 24 million. So these are not at the top end of the scale. And although we might talk about cybersecurity and all of the really complicated AI, these are not really there yet. So we need to think, okay, how do we help those companies mature? And I think that comes back to another question about accessing the UK market. I'll pause there because I have a few more things to say, but I don't want to kind of dominate this panel.
We'll definitely come back to you. And thank you, Dr. Slater. Thank you for keeping us honest and outlining the ground realities and some very practical issues that we all face. The thing that resonated with me most was, it's as much as it is about the opportunities, the governance, and the system, it is also about the pace. So thank you for that. And I'm sure he's given you a lot of points to think about, which will probably go on till dinner. So yes. So let me now move to Mr. Abhinav Sinha. You lead BII's strategy on technology and sustainable industrials. What are the key indicators that make you consider a country investable? And especially, obviously, in context of Nepal, and how important is the infrastructure in your FDI calculus?
Well, thank you very much. Look, first of all, thank you, Excellencies, for having me here. So I represent BII. BII, formerly CDC, is Britain's developmental financial institution. Okay. The irony that I run the technology business for BII. Okay. So thank you again. I am part of the leadership team at BII. I'm also, for my sins, run the tech and telecoms business. We have a few investments there, including one with Tim. So Tim is being heavily referenced. I was quite apprehensive sitting, especially before tea, next to a shark, but I think I should deal with that. Now, coming to your question, look, for us, so we think of Nepal as a, what we call a frontier country. Right? It is relatively small in size and relatively small in population, though not very small. When we look at countries like that, and it could be a Switzerland, it could be a Rwanda, and Nepal and Sri Lanka and island countries. For us, it's very important that countries are very focused around their strengths. And they try and develop or choose a model of development which is based on that strength. Maybe, yeah, this is better. Okay. So why don't I just, okay. Is this better? Excellent. So I was saying, for us at BII, we always think of what are the areas of strength for a country that it can build upon. For Nepal, we've had a few discussions. I think there is green energy, there is tourism, just given the... Okay, this is better. So the key areas that we sort of ascribe to Nepal, it's around energy and it's around tourism. But the third one is around ICT. So how should one think of technology? And the reason we think of Nepal as being very suitable for investments linked to technology is threefold. Right? First, it is the infrastructure is still to be developed in many ways in terms of roadways and bridges and dry ports and so on. And technology is a huge force multiplier. It allows you to leapfrog some of this. So we've been quite clear that that is something we want to really back. Second, you've got a big diaspora. And diaspora is actually quite important, both from a remittance, but also role modeling. The expats can be repats and set up things. And again, the axis of connect is usually connectivity. And so again, we think ICT is quite critical for Nepal. Third is really when you are at a distance from economic hubs and you have a demographic bulge, or even if it's not a bulge, a presence of talent, you need technology to link up the two, right? And so how do you, to my panelists' earlier point, provide services to the UK, to the US, to India, to China, unless it is about technology? And so for us, Nepal is well suited for investments into the ICT space. Now, that's at the first level. Then a few other things that we think of for investments, right? Certainty of policies, or longevity of policies, exit and exit markets, dispute resolution and how those could work, currency and stability of currency, right? So I think these are four very important points. Nepal has a somewhat mixed sort of place on these four, right? So I think currency is very good. It's sort of pegged, it's stable. And as investors, we can forecast and sort of factor that in. I think dispute resolution can get faster. I think very important that policies under which investments are made are grandfathered when these policies change, right? And here, we've had mixed results, very good ones, but equally ones where we thought things could be better. I think the macro overall for Nepal is still something that encourages us to keep investing. But as
as people or as a country seeking investments, you have to compete with others, and so you have to be better than them. And so on this stability of policies and dispute resolution, I mean, this is very important for a country to get right. Look, then it's a question of market size, right? It's a question of profitability of the business model. Now again, Nepal doesn't have a big market size, but when you're serving the rest of the world, which you can do with ICT, then the market size is, is something that investors can work with. So again, for us, ICT is an important part of where we can invest in Nepal, but we will think of some of these issues. So, thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to keep you on the mic. What do you think about blended finance? In the, do you think blended finance can play a more catalytic role in the entire scenario of things?
No, for sure. So, look, actually, before I come to blended finance, there's one other point I wanted to make, and it's a reflection of some of the other points my panelists have made. What I find with investors, they like investing in countries that they like and that they're familiar with. It is the reality. And so Nepal has a big advantage there. It's got a huge soft power linked to the Everest, and sort of that social power is actually quite powerful. And it's something to encourage. Encourage by getting even more people, maybe at university levels in the UK, to come there for 4 weeks, or get tie-ups with other academic institutions, because those students will then become investors again. This is probably not a very investor sort of point of view, but I think it's really important, because I find in my team, everybody wants to work in Nepal, but it's not the same in many other countries in the neighborhood. So, okay, but going back to blended finance, look, blended finance is a very important tool, because the reality is you do not make the same returns that you can make in some investments in Nepal versus, let's say, the US, right? I mean, I can put money into US tech, and I can make 10% dollar returns with no risk, right? And I would struggle to do that in Nepal. Whereas in the traditional way of thinking, I need to put a risk premium to Nepal, and therefore I should make 17, 18% dollar returns in Nepal. So, but that's not, it just doesn't work. So the way to make this work is for institutions like us and many others to provide a layer of risk sharing and essentially blend this, right? And maybe work with the likes of Standard Chartered to offer this. And why it can work is because then as an investor, I know what I'm getting into. I have pools of capital as BII, as World Bank and others to provide this blending. And as long as I can say that it creates more impact, that is something that we can absolutely work with. And I think that's very important in Nepal, that we should do more. But it comes with certainty of policy, ability to exit, because even as a BII, CDC, I need to recycle my money. So I need to get exits, then invest again. And that's quite important.
Thank you. Again, very important perspectives of aligning local capacity with, global expectations, I would say. Ms. Patel, I'd like to turn to you now. So as a digital entrepreneur and policy advisor here in the UK, what are the common perceptions and misconceptions that UK-based investors might have about Nepal as a digital partner? And again, early in the morning, like throughout the day, we've been hearing that we need to tell our stories better. What is your take on that?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Great. So, Your Excellency, thank you very much for the invitation to speak. The reason I'm here, it's the first time Nepal's come and asked me. So that is an interesting aspect of it. Just a little bit about me for those of you whom I've not met before. I am a digital entrepreneur. I'm an Indian, and I ask for your forgiveness on that. But I've been in Britain for a very long time, and I'll talk about that a little bit more. But I did feel a bit of a fraud to come and talk here. And the reason I felt like a bit of a fraud was because I've never been to Nepal. And I thought, well, what can I say? So like all techies, I asked ChatGPT, what should I say? So ChatGPT then started a conversation with me, and after about 5 minutes, it agreed that I was probably not the best person to talk on this panel. So it turned it around and it said to me, what is it that you're good at? Yeah, what is it that you do? So I want to bring it right down to an individual level, a human level. What do I do? Well, I am a digital entrepreneur. I started my first business in 1991. It is a data marketing consultancy. We built software, and we went about building databases for blue chip clients. So clients like ICI, GSK, Syngenta, Rank Xerox, very, very big companies. And this was a tiny little direct marketing data management consultancy. Because I'm Indian, I decided to go to India to help build the back-end software, because at that stage, in 91, you really needed to build software. And I thought that would be easy. And I failed miserably. Because actually, an Indian speaking to an Indian about technology is a miscommunication. Because they speak a form of tech which I don't speak, and I speak a form of tech which they don't speak. Thankfully, fast forward, I think that's clearly changed, and I'm very grateful to Dr. Slater for identifying India. Yes, it has massive capacities, but it's not easy. So if you want to work in India, it is not easy as an entrepreneur. Fast forward another decade, and I wanted to build an internet business. So in 2001, I set up a digital business on the internet, and it was to connect up the South Asian diaspora. It was hugely successful, and the reason it was successful is not because it was easy to set up. It was because Yahoo decided, oh, this looks interesting, let's give them a boost. So Yahoo made us a site of their week, and we shot up the ranking. So there's a little bit of, I guess, luck thrown in there. I then, fast forward to 2005, I decided to enter the e-commerce market, and I'm a techie by background, so I decided to build my own e-commerce platform to do it. And again, failed miserably. It took me 4 goes to get the e-commerce platform working properly. So anytime anybody says, you know, you can set up a business, you can do this, you can do that, it is hard work. So what have I learned from all of this? Human capital. The biggest investment you can make is in human capital. And I think we haven't really talked about human capital, but human capital is what drives innovation. I wanted to do it because I could do it, I could see an opportunity, I could find my market. So that is important. The challenges I've faced, and I want to discuss this really, really carefully. As a woman, I was seen as totally uninvestable, even though I was in the sectors which everybody else invests in very happily. And I'm still very sad to this day that women founders attract less than 3% of venture capital funding. I mean, that is a disgrace. Women make up nearly 50% of the world's population, and yet they only attract 3% of VC funding. So one of the things I would say to Your Excellency and to anybody who's in this FDI space, think about investing in women. That's number one. The second thing is throughout my life, I couldn't find a network that I could belong to where I felt I can go to this network and find help to get me started, to get me to scale, to solve some of my problems. So I did the next best thing, which is I built my own network. And that is a phenomenal network now. And I think we call it a diaspora network. It's a South Asian diaspora network. And ironically, you know, 35 years later, they all want to invest in me now when I want to retire. So you have these issues. So what I would say is invest in human capital, invest in women, invest in the young entrepreneurs in Nepal. Create the entrepreneurial ecosystem now And the government doesn't need to pay for that. That can be done private sector, because the one thing that hasn't been mentioned is private equity. People with money who want to invest in companies, ultra high net worth individuals who want to invest in impact. I think Tim was the only one who mentioned impact investment. But those sorts of things are what sustain the ecosystem. And I've forgotten the question you asked me, I'm sorry.
We all got so carried away with the responses and your personal story. In fact, I would actually like to ask a question which is, in tandem to what you just mentioned. So if you had to start all over again as a digital entrepreneur, what would be some of the things that you would do differently this time? And what are some of the things that the new upcoming entrepreneurs can, kind of learn from you?
So firstly, I wouldn't start as a digital entrepreneur. Digital is over. I'm sorry, it is. You really need to be thinking about AI. So you need to be an AI entrepreneur, the ability to harness data sets, and find an innovative model for that. And I'll give you 3 examples that I've come across recently, and I'll frame them for you. So one of the things I now do is I support a lot of entrepreneurs, and I do that through participating in programs. And one of the programs I participate in is called the Enterprising Women Program at the University of Cambridge. And the idea of that program, it's very new, only started this year, is to help women founders set up companies and spin out of the university and scale. That's it, that's their ambition. And they had a pitch day on Wednesday, just a couple of days ago, 10 pitches. The winner, fascinating company, was Afronomics, which is a genomics company using AI. And the USP there was this lady had identified that African genomics doesn't exist as such. So she wanted her business to create a DNA sequencing genomics map. But on top of that, she was going to layer MRI scans and things like that to create a healthcare solution. So one of the things is think about outcomes. What is the outcome that you want? What is it that you want to change in life? You asked me about storytelling. I remembered that question now. So that's your story. What is your story? What is it what problem are you trying to solve? I know at Shark Tank, they always ask that question, isn't it? What's the problem you're trying to solve? How are you going to solve it? And why should it be you that we invest in and not somebody else? So for Nepal, I would say you have a lot of challenges on the ground, but you need to come to us, to come out of Nepal to us, see us as partners, perhaps to get you to MVP as a minimum viable product stage, perhaps to even get to startup stage, you can. There's a lot of funding mechanisms for that sort of seed and pre-seed capital here. That I think would work really well, and then scale back in Nepal, because that is a nice controlled environment. The other runner-up from this competition, just for your interest, was a company called Respoken, and what they were doing is speech and language therapies for those with neurodegenerative diseases. So people who've had a stroke or people who are recovering from brain injuries. And what was interesting about that, again, using an iPad and AI, that suddenly got a marketplace for huge numbers of people who could benefit from them. 24/7, always available, possibly free. So they didn't necessarily think about, I'm going to go into the NHS, because the NHS is a sort of very difficult pathway to navigate. They just said, we're going to create this and launch it as a consumer product. So market, look at your market, think of a different way of doing it, innovate, but most importantly, think of outcomes.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I'm sure a lot of people who are not in the room will be going back to this recording. I know it's streaming live on YouTube at the moment, but I am sure people will benefit from your absolutely amazing insights on the entire AI entrepreneurship landscape and your perspectives. So the second part of the question, which I was mentioning about storytelling, of course, you mentioned your insights, but as somebody who is within the country, Mr. Thakal, I'm going to turn to you again with storytelling, because everybody loves storytelling, right? And we all have acknowledged the need to tell our stories better. But if I had to ask you, how do we do that? How do we crack that nut? Like, how?
First of all, I just wanted to use a little bit of time just to, say few of our backgrounds. When you were saying about this story, so I should also highlight a little bit of our story. So me and my brother, we have started our business about 30 years back. We have started from the remittance company, then we have expanded our business to different verticals. Today, under our umbrella, I think we have about over 30 operating companies, from financial services to the hospitality, entertainment, IT, and many more. So especially we are investing in digital and the physical infrastructure. So physical infrastructure is covering more of like energy, clean energy, and tourism and all. You mentioned three things, and from the digital perspective, we are investing in the more of startup ecosystem, more of digital infrastructure, payment rail, where we can really support and help the total entrepreneurs ecosystem to be build up and to support the young mind who can do that one. Yes, when we are talking about the storytelling, I think from the beginning I was saying to the Excellency, saying that we are talking about just take, and I think if there is no talk or if there is no proper marketing, branding about the take, we will not be able to market that product to the global market. Dr. Shah was mentioning about how India is revolutionizing the total outsourcing business. Yes, we have equal good amount of talent people in Nepal. We can see, we as a investor in our IT company are one of the wings, Sweep Technology, which is invested about 15 startup ecosystem, and we have about more than 1,500 engineers are working into our group only in the IT sector. So they are very good in tech. Today you can see the global companies are having high-level Nepalese techie people who are basically making global kind of software, global kind of product. But still, we are not able to sell that product, sell that service to the global market. So storytelling is very, very important, especially in the tech industry, because without the storytelling, people will not understand. UK digital business, our digital economy is over, how much you were saying, almost like $200 billion. Without the proper storytelling, without the proper marketing, without the proper branding, I think we will not be able to tap this market. Dr. Shah was saying about the India experience, what I can say, because Nepal is still lagging behind, because we are not very aggressive people to come to the front. We're very little bit of backside. We have the good understanding about the technology. We have the good understanding about the business. We would like to work rather than talk. I think we need to change this narrative. We need to change this mindset, and we need to learn those skills. How do we make sure we gonna present our story in a nice way so that we can sell ourselves to the global market? I think I want to stop over here.
Thank you so much. Bolne ko Absolutely. Keep me honest on the time. Do we have a time for last question, or should we move to the audience? Okay, maybe one last question, and then we can move to the audience. All right. Okay, I'd like to quickly turn to Dr. Slater, and perhaps Mr. Sinha, you can chip in as well. I just wanted to know how can, so we know that there are SMEs who are probably FDI ready, but how can development finance institutions, advisory firms, and government collaborate better to support these SMEs which are FDI ready? Dr. Slater, if I can come to you first.
Just very briefly on this one, and just to pick up on the last point, I think, about how Nepal SMEs can really access this market. Given that we've seen the potential, and given that we know there are challenges, how are we going to come to the UK market, which is huge, make ourselves known, offer a service that someone actually demands? So just on that, I would just say that anecdotally, I've been speaking to people who are decision makers in the ICT industry, and they say they say that very often they get lots of cold approaches, and that's going to go nowhere. But they also say approaches are not well targeted. So you might, for example, have a company that's brilliant at doing something in developing an app, and then it's trying to sell that to the chief technical officer, who is no way interested in that. That should go to the marketing, that's the CMO. And you have to know, who you're trying to market to, what your product is, and you have to get to know the client. And it's really important in the UK, people tell me, because I'm not working in the ICT sector, that you need to demonstrate a really strong understanding of the UK market's requirements, of the regulatory standards, and we had discussions around that earlier. You need to know what the competitive environment is here, and convey that to your prospective client. But I think the opportunity is that, as we've all heard, Nepal really can offer a very unique, personalized service. It can shape that service to a client's needs in a way that people would find very satisfactory. So coming back to the second point, and quickly, the ecosystem, I think we've already heard about the role of finance, and it's critical. And I think if you look at the IFIs, the kind of thing they could do, but correct me, I'm not an expert here, but I think the kind of role that they could play well would be to really look at perhaps using their resources and skills and whatever funding they may have, which could be grants as well, to try and put together a sort of pool fund and enable SMEs to get into that fund, access impact investors, and do the broking, the intermediary work. Putting together those who need the money with the money, and helping also, of course, they're in a unique position. They can help to do, they can help to strengthen the operating environment that's going to facilitate all of this. So they can actually spend money on skills, on skill development, IT infrastructure. If we can target exactly what's needed, where the extra investment is required, the IFI can come in and do that. So there's quite a lot of space for them. And I was interested to hear earlier today, I think Sushil Giyawali mentioned that Nepal is also looking at new funding arrangements. And I know in a slightly different context maybe, but quite often you've got an idea, you've got a project, you want to take it forward, but there is a gap in viability. And bridging that viability gap is something, again, that the IFI can come in and help with. And again, we heard about risk, offsetting risk. So you can look at different arrangements, whether it's currency hedging, whether it's credit guarantees. There are ways to offset risk as well. So putting all that together is exactly what an IFI can do and can help do and should be doing in Nepal in this sector.
Look, I can very quickly add maybe 3 points. I think one is around aggressively promoting minimum standards. So, and that's something that can be done by an industry body in Nepal or even a government ministry in Nepal. So if an SME submits accounts, they are of a certain standard. If a certain pitch deck is there, it's of a certain standard. I think so standard building is one useful exercise. I think the second one is more from a supply side of capital. So funds like BII, IFC, I mean, they tend to struggle with smaller deals. Okay, so anything less than 20 million is very hard for them to do, but then anything more than that, less than that, or sort of anything of that quantum is hard for SMEs to absorb. Which is where I think what we do, and I think more of us should do it, is to partner with, let's say, Tim's fund there, Dolma, and a few others who are on the ground. And we provide the capital, but they take the investing decisions, and they can do it on smaller sort of capital sizes. So I think that's a useful thing. Look, third is about, to your point on storytelling, it is a little bit about branding. To say, look, if it is in this particular sector from Nepal, because over the last few years, Nepal has worked on a certain brand that connotes quality. right? Now we see that quite often on agri products, and we see it in very strange things. Korea is very famous for music. I mean, who would have thought 10 years ago, right? But, and so there's some introspection and thinking to be done, but very sharp branding can help SMEs. Everybody can benefit from that. Thank you.
Just wanted to highlight on the Dr. Shah's point, saying that I think nowadays these global big companies are having their back office operation in different parts of the world. So Nepal is virgin in terms of utilizing their rules, regulations, and also to utilizing and making the way they wanted to make it because of the communication and the location factor, I would say. Just wanted to give one example. I was in one of the Asian country where even though they have graduated, their English language is not proficiency. I mean, pronunciation is a little bit of different. You know, my nickname is Ramu. They always say Lamu in terms of Ramu. You know, so those sort of things, we have the biggest advantage in Nepal, where all the big companies should capitalize and utilize this opportunity now.
Thank you so much. We've heard a really inspiring mix of realism and optimism today. I'd like to turn to the audience quickly before I'm literally kicked out of the stage. Yes, Tim, we'll come to you for a question. Can anybody hand him the mic, please?
Shout.
And if there is any particular panelist you'd like to address your question to.
Actually, I've got 3 comments quickly. It's an incredible stage. Firstly, to Abhinav's comment and Richard on what's different about Nepal, and you talked about soft power. I teach at a couple of universities. One of them is London Business School. I was honoured a professor of the Emerging Markets Entrepreneurship course to do a study trip to Nepal. They started, they loved it. I think they've come 3 or 4 times. This is London Business School, the #1 business school in the UK. And after I'd persuaded him, I said, why did you come to Nepal? He said, why didn't you go to Silicon Valley? And he said, everyone goes to Silicon Valley. You don't get noticed, you don't get a project, you work in the basement. You come to Nepal, and one of the projects was WorldLink, you really make a difference. Everybody loves Nepal, right? If we can get more universities build on that brand, who leaves Nepal and thinks, oh, I don't like that place? Nobody. So I think we should build on that. I want to mention as well, there are 2 very important factors on the stage. One is Standard Chartered, talking of academics. I did a research report on Standard Chartered. I think they're one of the biggest impact investors in the world, and they don't know it. The second is, I joke with Hemraj about being a shark, but actually it's a very serious thing. This is culturally getting the message across to the consumer in a viral way of entrepreneurship. And I think it's a massive impact to the country.
Amazing, thank you. Thank you to all our brilliant panelists. Let's all give them a big round of applause. I'd just like to say, let's not limit the conversation to this stage. We had very limited time, but I'm sure the discussions will continue beyond these 4 walls as well. Thank you so much. This is me, Pranu, signing off for today.
I'll just utilize the time whilst they're taking picture. A big thank you to all the panelists and Ms. Pranu Singh for engaging discussion on FDI prospects in Nepal, UK digital relation. And Richard, I completely agree with the direct flight for taking up that momentum. So thank you for that. After the photo is done, we'll have a short break before resuming to fireside chat. So yes, please feel free to network, have some good coffee, and maybe freshen up a bit as well. Get some air.
18 years, and prior to that I was in Hong Kong for 8 years, and before that I was in Russia for 6 years. So after working for all the global companies, climbing the ladder and coming to the leadership position, I wanted to do something back in Nepal. I tried and failed many times, but in 2023 I met Anjani, and we've decided to join hands and on a mission to make Nepal a global cybersecurity and technology hub. So I'm truly appreciative of this opportunity, and it's my pleasure to welcome you all to this fireside chat, which is titled Diaspora and Digital Diplomacy, the Power of Global Nepalis. I know we've had a series of very exciting talks and sessions, but I'm also aware that it's quite late in the day, and the sessions have been extended, and the weather is not helping as well. But I promise you, we've saved the best for the last, right? So you've just heard the introduction. So our guests, right? So there's an inspiring combination of leaders from Nepali diaspora across academia, entrepreneurship, and tech governance. Together, they embody the spirit of innovation, resilience, and ambition that has the potential to transform Nepal's tech future. So today we will explore how diaspora Nepalis can influence Nepal's digital trajectory through innovation, through investment, and the soft power of diplomacy. So with rising recognition that Nepal is an emerging tech hub, in this conversation we will unpack how broader Nepali community, both back at home and abroad, can serve as a strategic bridge to the world. So thank you for being here. I will dive into the discussions. So my first question is to Professor Suresh Manandaji. So you have long championed AI and academic excellence across both UK and Nepal. So from your perspective, what role can diaspora academics play in strengthening Nepal's digital innovation landscape, especially in high-value sectors like AI?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. So before I actually answer that question, maybe I should say a little bit about myself. So I started kind of my AI journey back in 1985, long before AI was even a buzz term. So I came to University of Essex to do a master's in AI, and then I went on to the University of Edinburgh to do a PhD in AI. In between, I set up my first startup back in Nepal, and we worked on language encoding, so building Nepali systems that can process data in Nepali. And our system was used by the Nepali government, I think around 1988, to do the national census in Nepal. But my interest was always in language, so I ended up doing a PhD in NLP in 1993 at the University of Edinburgh. And then I moved to the University of York in 1996 until I kind of left in 2019. So I headed the AI research group at the University of York, supervising over 24 PhD students in AI, especially in natural language processing. And in between, I had my second startup in York in the year 2000, where we built the world's first virtual character chatbot, which we went live in First Direct website year 2002. And we were featured on the BBC Click program around 2002 as well. But despite all that, my second startup was unsuccessful, despite raising 2 rounds of funding here in the UK. So in 2019, I decided it's actually time for me to get back to Nepal and do something. And so I've been in Nepal like 5.5 years, and that journey has been both extremely exciting and extremely challenging. I think I've learned, at least from the entrepreneurship perspective, more in the last 5 years than I ever did in my entire life. So I think it has been a very challenging and exciting journey. So just to answer your question, So in Nepal, I'm involved in two activities primarily. I head the AI faculty in Nepal's newly established national university. It's called Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology. It's based in Chitlang. If you know Chandragiri cable car, it's on the other side. And it's Nepal's first research-only university, which is 100% funded by the Nepalese government, but at the same time, 100% independent of the Nepalese government, with no political interference. And we aim to provide 100% scholarships to all the students. So we are very happy that now we have the second batch of AI students doing a master's by research program. And we have just announced a PhD program in AI. And I just seen just now in my inbox that we have 12 applications for a PhD in AI. At the same time, I also run a startup called WiseYak, where we build AI-enabled health systems, right, focusing on data interoperability. So there was talk about that earlier, and also on AI-enabled diagnosis. And also we have built probably Nepal's first mixed language, voice-to-voice, Nepali-English agentic AI platform, which is live on Global IME Bank and also on Nepal Telecom website. And our aim there is to build voice-enabled systems that can, provide last mile coverage to the underprivileged who are not able to type, so with voice in local language. And I think that could be a big enabler in terms of providing AI-enabled services to everybody in Nepal. So coming back to the question, I think the one question I want to answer is if we want to build 100 companies or 10 companies in the next 5 years worth more than, let's say, 50 million each, or maybe we can even aim for building the next unicorn company in Nepal in the next 5 years, what is it we are lacking? And I think David Slater said some of the points earlier in terms of, if you look at the pyramid, AI pyramid, and the HR, the kind of people we have, I think the point is valid that still at this point in time, most of our AI workforce is at the bottom level. So I think to move up the value chain, one is that we need to have research-based universities like the IITs, and Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology is one example of that. We need to have lots of that. So what that enables is that we can create the next generation AI scientists in Nepal who can solve both local problems in Nepal and also the global problems, right? So I think at the top end, we need to build these kinds of universities so that the young generation who are seeking higher education, higher quality education, they do not leave the country. If you can retain 20% of that workforce within Nepal and provide a career path to every such AI engineer, AI scientist, so they can see a future in Nepal itself, I think that's a big win. So I think that's the first thing. The other thing is that if we look at the IT workforce in Nepal, the AI workforce in Nepal, the current IT system, IT education in Nepal is not fit for purpose, in my opinion. I think some of this point was echoed earlier, but not probably explicitly said, like the way I'm saying it. So what I mean by that is, we want AI engineers or IT engineers who can come and do a specific skill, whether that is front end, whether that is cybersecurity, whether they're back end, whatever. What we don't want is 4 years of general purpose education where the students are just rote learning and passing the exams. So in my opinion, that's 4 years of wasted time. So I think we need to change the education system where we can train the engineers needed for the workforce very fast, let's say within 1 year's time. And at the same time, we also need research universities which can build the next generation of AI engineers. So I think at least from the point of view of supply in this pyramid, that is the step change we need to make. So I'm going to stop there.
Thank you. So those are like really, really good, valid points, especially the current workforce rights are not fit for purpose, and the education system where it needs change so that it becomes practical and deployable in the market. I'll come back to you. I'll go to Ruby Routh. So you've built WUKAware into global sustainable brand with deep personal and cultural roots. So as a Nepali entrepreneur thriving in the UK tech ecosystem, what are the key lessons we can draw about scaling global ventures from the diaspora, right? So I think you can start with your story and background and then come to my question.
Yeah, thank you, Niranjan, and thank you for having me here today. So I'm Ruby, CEO and co-founder of WUKA. We are a period health brand. So we make underwear that replaces pads and tampons. Every single one WUKA replaces 200 pads going to landfill. It has got 5 times less carbon footprint than pads and tampons, and also 50% cheaper. And the reason actually I built this business was because it's very deeply rooted in who I am, a Nepali woman. Growing up in Nepal, at the age of 12, I had my first period. And I grew up in a quite poor household. My mom could not afford pads. So from her oldest sari, and I think quite a lot of you will resonate with that, she cut into small pieces and then you make a pad, and then that's what I used for my first period. In Nepal, we are also quite notoriously famous for this tradition called chopadi, where women and girls are banished for bleeding. In some part, you are sent to cowshed or menstrual hut, but in some part, and still in majority of the part, you are banished within your own homes. You're not allowed to go to kitchen, you're not allowed to pour yourself a drink of water, not allowed to attend a wedding or any kind of ceremonial thing. And for me I had to go to my aunt's house, very much secluded, a bed on the floor, cup, bowl, plate, separated, and for 7 days I was untouchable. And I think that was the beginning of my struggle. My biggest struggle were in school. I went to a fee-paying school, which means that they should be having a proper facilities to water and toilets and all these kind of things, but very much we had literally a canal, and when you don't have a period product that sticks to your underwear, when you go to the toilet, it falls off, you don't have any other option than to just pick it up, go home. And that was the beginning of dropping out of school. And you will hear this again and again. Almost 40% of girls still in Nepal drop out of school because they're on the period. So there's quite a lot of like a systemic barrier for girls to never get ahead in life. When I moved to UK, I saw similar kind of things actually in here. Periods are very open and seen in Nepal. You know somebody is on their period because they don't do all those kind of things that I was talking about. They don't go to kitchen, cook, clean, those kind of things. In UK, periods are very hidden. Like we are taught to hide things. Hide the pads into a wrapper, put it in the bin. It's completely invisible. If the woman doesn't tell you that she's on the period, nobody will know. So that was like the first cultural shift for me. It's like, okay, the stigma is everywhere, all around the world. 1 in 2 girls drop out of sports here in the UK because they're on the period, they're on the puberty journey, those kind of things. So again, the same problem. But in my first few years, genuinely, I absolutely loved it. I went to supermarket to see pretty much every supermarket shelf with pads and tampons. You could try anything. I did environmental science, and then that completely changed my mind. And I went to the same shelf to see that pretty much every product had plastic in them. So I took that, my mom's sari story, and this time I stitched in the underwear to make a product. And yeah, in 2017, we became the first brand to launch here in the UK. And since then, we made many firsts. We got Queen's Award for Sustainable Development in 2022. And like Alex said, a couple of years ago, we changed the policy here in the UK and got the VAT from period underwear removed from 20% to 0%. So now no girls have to pay the government to have periods. So I think there is like quite a lot of as I said, if I did not grow up in Nepal, I don't think I would have started this business here. You know, I would have gone into something different sector, probably within sustainability, but I think it gave me a purpose, more than to start a business, but to make life better for young girls. I don't want any young girls growing up to have the same story as mine anywhere in the world. And till date, we have served over 1 million girls here in the UK. We work with quite a lot of charities. This year we have got 2 projects we are calling Tackle Anything, and this is to keep at least 6,000 girls in sport. We have seen quite a lot of girls falling out of sports over the time. And we are also making period education more inclusive in schools. So we send period education kits that have inclusive product. So not just pads and tampons, but period underwear, swimwear, reusable pad, reusable menstrual cup, so that when girls grow up, they have more than just pad and tampons for themselves. They have got more choices. And I think we are just at the beginning of this journey. I've got loads of dreams, and one day hopefully open a factory in Nepal and employ women in there, make it more accessible and affordable for everybody around the world.
Thank you so much. So what are the key lessons, right? So coming back to the question you can draw about scaling the global business from diaspora.
So all I would say, like, you know, sometimes entrepreneurs start the business with a purpose, and I think that purpose is key, and my purpose was like very much rooted in Nepal, and still that story is the one that I carry with me wherever I go. And that resonates within any part of the world you go when you have purpose built in it. And I think as an entrepreneur, you should wear that with pride and then take it everywhere, because that will take you very far away. So I would say that that would be the answer.
Thank you. Thank you. Very powerful story, right? So making life better for every girl worldwide. Thank you. So I will go to Mr. Santosh Koirala. So as both policy advocate and a tech industry leader in Nepal, you have a unique vantage point. So how would you assess the current state of Nepal's technology ecosystem? What do you see as the main strengths, and what are the key challenges when it comes to policies, frameworks, and the level of government prioritization?
Thank you. So I have a very short introduction. I worked for 17 years in one single company, and then move out to start a physical business, but unfortunately COVID happens, and then I've been forced to come back to the IT. I didn't have choice, and then actually I started with the consulting to the couple of companies on operation and the finance side. Actually that was my expertise, but these guys actually pushed me to be an entrepreneur, and then they like kind of, you have capacity to run the business, let's go and you start a company, we support you. That's how I started my company. And then now my company works for like data analytics, especially in the US healthcare, and there are around 135 data engineers working now. So that's my short story, and like here I'm representing NAS-IT. NAS-IT is Association for Software Industries in Nepal, and mainly working on policy advocacy, workforce development, and a lot of areas, and a lot of stakeholders. We work with everyone in the country. So many thanks to Excellency Chandraji for inviting me here. Last time I didn't get a chance to take a photo in front of Tower Bridge. So many people questioned me that, are you really in London? And then this time I made it. So I already posted that on Facebook, and so everyone knows that I'm in London now. So, and still I do have one remaining dream to eat, like kind of go to pub and have beer and fish and chips. That I think, I hope we can do it like tomorrow. And then like, so yeah. Definitely, if you notice from the like kind of all these government policies from the last couple of years, it's been a lot of change. Even like Sushilda and other speaker already mentioned about a lot of thing about the Nepal IT ecosystem changing in like kind of like from the couple of years, right? Even government is giving a lot of priority, because finally they realize that this is the kind of one of the major economic driver for Nepal, like landlocked country like us, right? And then we can't fight in the manufacturing to our design to neighbors, right? And then the service industry is like kind of boundaryless, borderless, and that they can't be done from anywhere, right? So that's the reason like government realized that. And this is like, if we talk about the tech industry, it's not new. Actually, we started all this with India as well, like in the 90s. There's a couple of like good companies we started in the 90s, but later on, like a lot of reason, it get failed or like kind of not got any kind of a good promotion on those industry. That's the reason like we are like kind of on like kind of okay level till now. For now, it's very good shape, because if you see the current data, almost 85-90,000 people working on a like a ICT sector, right? And then we are almost like 800 million export income on the tech to Nepal. So this is a really good number. And then we are, I think, contributing around almost 4 to 4.5% on like kind of total foreign income side, and almost like 2% of the GDP of the country. So we're growing, and this is the good point is this is the purely organic growth, right? It's not like kind of the we are getting from the like kind of all talking big talks, branding, everything. We never did this kind of thing. So now we're in the very good state, and government is continuously listening to us, and I hope like Sushil Dai role is crucial for upcoming next zone, because government allow us to go about and establish our organization and like expand our business. So, and his organization is mainly responsible to sketch all those policy, and hope we will get that good policy, and then like we will see the couple of companies go outside of the country, and then we will see the next level of tech ecosystem within a couple of years, and hoping so. So yeah, so far it's in a good stage, and like if you talk about the strength, definitely yes. First of all, we are so honest, right, and so hospitable and so committed people. Because I've been working with the like kind of foreign people from last 23 years, and whoever I work with, everyone ever said about the Nepalese workforce. That's the good point, right? And then that's our strength, and everyone loves Nepalese. Even in the company, ask anyone who in the tech and working in the London, any company, ask their bosses. Wherever Nepalese work, they rocks. I'm sure on that. So that's our powerful, and the main point here to grow this organically, and where we reach is like big thank yous to Nepalese diaspora around the globe. Those are the people actually who help us to grow in that stage, and mainly from the US side, and I'm still looking to you guys as a like kind of for the next prospect for London, right? We really need to work in a like kind of British. US, like we're already in that level, even more than 75% of our export like in the US only. So we want to see the at least 20-25% of revenue of our ICT income within 4 or 5 years from the print end. Since like we have like 2 ambassadors like this energetic and like kind of working on a like very hard on those part, and definitely we'll reach that domain, and we're ready to help on that. And when we were last year, I think I'm seeing this guy. Actually, we started our group like who works in the tech in the London city, right? I think we'll meet separate after this session, and we'll continue that. And then I request that property should goes to the embassy, and you run this kind of group and like started meeting internally and how they can facilitate out and bring in that. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I think from my experience, right, so working globally, so I've never worked with Nepali workforce until recently. So although I'm from Nepal, so I've been working globally. I've worked with, my teams used to be in India, in different parts of Europe, and also in South America and US. So I find that working with the Nepali workforce, right, so it's not just the expertise, there is that additional work ethics that you were talking about, that I find that very special, and it's not, I'm not biased there, it's truly something there. Thank you. Okay, so I'll come back to you, Santoshji. So I'll follow up with Professor Manandar. So you've led AI research for decades and now focus on applying to solve real-world problems in Nepal, right? So I really like the name of the company that you have, WiseAC. So how do you see opportunities for building, launching, and scaling technology startups in Nepal in this really hot AI era? And what is your advice to those aspiring founders, right? So in diaspora and back in Nepal, who want to harness the AI impact?
So yeah, that's a great question. So, so I thought, having done a successful startup back in Nepal in the 80s and an unsuccessful one, so to say, in the UK, I would have more luck when I went back to Nepal in 2019 and did my third startup. But what I discovered was that, when we look at the Nepali startup landscape, we can see different types of companies, right? So we can have companies like Fuse Machines, for example, where I was head of AI research until recently, which is the business operations are overseas and they have the workforce in Nepal, right? So you have the standard kind of outsourcing model. But then you also have the homegrown startups, and they have a much harder time because the initial market for them is just the Nepalese market. And the market size in Nepal is too small. And if we really want to grow this sector, we really need to support the homegrown startups so that they can have access to overseas markets. The second problem is that the VC funding for startups in Nepal is very small. So I was lucky to get some VC funding for my startup in Nepal, but it was, I could not raise another round of funding. And I think it's really, really important that we connect, if we use our diaspora, we use our embassies to connect startups both to overseas markets. And I think the embassies and the UK government can play an extremely vital role. The diaspora can play an extremely vital role. So the diaspora who already have industries, companies in overseas, if we can find the right kind of partnerships, that itself is going to make a massive difference, in my opinion. So I think that network effect is currently lacking for the small startups. So they are really very exciting startups happening in Nepal, but they are definitely lacking that access to overseas markets. And this is, I think, a big gap we need to think about. And also we need to think about funding and partnership model so that a startup in the UK could partner with a startup in Nepal and jointly they can grow together, right? And I think this is really the missing ingredient where the diaspora and the embassy can play a significant role in this kind of next chapter. As we move into this current, coming years, everything is going to be AI enabled. Your software industry has to be AI enabled if you're going to survive, right? And I think from that perspective, AI is in some sense a level playing field for most countries, right? Because all you need is a laptop and high bandwidth internet, and you can do AI from any corner of the world, right? And obviously we talked about data centers and AI data centers, etc. So I think Nepal has got a tremendous potential where we can, if we put our brains together, work hard together, convince the government, with the right kind of policies and right kind of investment, right kind of connections, I think the future could be potentially very bright for Nepal.
Thank you so much. So many valid points in there. And I can so much relate there, right? So I'm trying to go and do something back in Nepal together with Janice and all the problems that you talked about and all the opportunities with the AI and the playing field, right? So that I can resonate so much there. So next question to Ruby. How can we create more intentional bridges between diaspora-led ventures and startup ecosystems back in Nepal for investment, mentorship, and product innovation?
I wanted to highlight there is a bigger issue within the UK as well, within the investing world. Only 2% of any VC funding actually goes to female founder. So it's quite a challenging market, both, I think, in both sides of the world. And I think especially challenging when you're a person of color as well, on top of that, right? Like, so I think addressing that from like the VC funding or any kind of investment group is such a needed thing. And I totally agree with you. I think there is this missing network link between entrepreneurs here and entrepreneurs in Nepal. And I think there is some kind of work we can do it. For me, the last year has been like, I did this program called Goldman Sachs 10,000 Small Business Program here in the UK. What they do is they bring around 60, 70 small businesses, not super small, they are in the scale up, so between £1 million and £20 million business. And then they bring it together, and then you go on this mini MBA course. And that was such an interesting model to run because it's only for 14 weeks, and you are learning everything from management to risk to communications and everything. Can we do something like that in Nepal? Like take the entrepreneurs on this mini MBA course, while they are doing the job, they can learn something, and then perhaps like learning from here in the UK, we can transfer that knowledge into doing that in Nepal as well. And I think I have just started like getting out in the community in terms of like entrepreneurs and stuff, and I find it very fascinating. As an entrepreneur, you are, in the first few years, you are pretty much working in silo, head down, literally not knowing nothing about anything. And then these are basically the milestone where quite a lot of startup fails because, again, you're working in silo, you don't communicate and stuff. So I think there is quite a lot of work we can do, taking the knowledge from what we have learned. I've actually bootstrapped my business all the way here. We're on a trajectory to do 10 million revenue. So you don't need funding sometimes to run a business, but you need some networking around you, people to help you that you are going in the right direction, people to tell you that it's okay, like if you focus on one thing and not do 100 things. And sometimes I think we fall into that model of like, oh, but there's an opportunity, but like, I think find your why and focus on that why and move ahead, I would say. But yes, there is quite a lot of work we can do.
All right. Yeah, so truly can relate to that as well, right? So when I did my MBA, so before I did my MBA, I brute forced in my organizations and did so many things. But when I did my MBA, I then realized, oh, it makes sense, right? So I had to go through so many pitfalls to find that out. You could, if somebody had told me before, right, it would have been so helpful. Thank you. So follow up to Mr. Santosh Koirala. So looking ahead, how do you see Nepali diaspora contributing to Nepal's digital diplomacy agenda, right? So whether in shaping better policies, attracting investments, or forging new cross-border technology alliances?
Thank you. Definitely, we talked a lot about Nepal's diaspora contribution, like even in my previous statement as well, right? So definitely, this is going to be a crucial, no doubt on that, because in the industry, we only can't complain about the brain drain, because we are getting all these return back from that drain. Now it's become assets for us, right? So for us, this is going to be a big asset, especially the diaspora community, because like I can't come here like every time like this, like traveling for like 24 hours, right? Is this complicated train, all these things, right? This is not for me. I need some faces here who can actually represent me here, though, like, I think Takalai already said that we are like kind of back-end guy, right? We don't want to be like front of our side, all these things. So diaspora are so important for us because those people knows the both sides, right? They know local professionalism, local businesses, and they know our reality and they understand our mud as well. Right? So if they started something like that, bridging the gap between the two countries, that is going to be awesome. If you see every country's history, the same happening to the India and other countries as well, right? So this is so important, and definitely we are here just because of them, and we'll go next level. Definitely, they will be the main player for that as well, right? So definitely, That ecosystem is going very helpful. And even from the police and other side, definitely if you see the government side, government continuously giving priority to the NRNs and like kind of giving all this kind of, now it's like they already passed all citizenship bill, all those, so it's so easy for them to go and like invest on that. Earlier it was so hard to go invest, like whenever like Nepalese government officially see the Nepalese name, they didn't allow for FDI or something like that. Now situation has been changed, right? Even the like kind of who didn't get or who doesn't get like kind of the now new introduced citizen, even those can invest, those people can invest to Nepal as a FDI. So they can bring back their money and they're like kind of in form of maybe investment or like dividend, anything kind of thing. So environment is continuously like, like very green signal. So the days is coming very good and country is ready for that. So again, like my request is to in front of me, whoever like working here from the many years, who knows the British culture, who can deal with the British people here, local people here, because we are not made for that. It took us another 10 years to learn all those things like kind of your suit, tie and everything, boots, and go to the talk in that way. So it's easy for us to like take you guys in front of you guys and you guys represent us and we deliver. And we are so expert on the delivery, so we deliver. So that's our promise. So please be ready to be an entrepreneur in like kind of front side of the Britain and we'll be backside and support you guys. So we can both make success together.
Thank you. That's such a good observation, right? So when generations back there, when they can see people like you, right, so who speak the language, who understand the local context, right, so it's so easy to relate and so easy to actually work with and do business. Thank you. So now I have a questions for all of you. All right, so I will start with Professor. And then I'll go to all of you can think about it. So in your opinion, what is the one bold action Nepal should take in the next 12 months to meaningfully engage the diaspora in its digital transformation?
Very good question. I hadn't quite thought about it, but I'm just thinking on my feet. So I think the point about, linking Nepali diaspora. So in some sense, there is the demand in the UK, let's say, or in the US, and there's the supply in Nepal. So the people who are building the supply side don't necessarily know what is actually required to scale up, and sell overseas. So if we can get the right kind of partnership between the demand side and the supply side, using the Nepali diaspora, I think that is going to be a massive game changer, in my opinion.
Thank you. Ruby?
I would say like structured platform, mentorship networks, anything, rather than a goodwill kind of way, but more like action driven. Mm-hmm. Quite a lot of the time we do quite a lot of talks, but not really actually deliver it. So maybe something like that. And I would love to see more Nepali women come out as an entrepreneur. That is one thing that I haven't seen that very much, even here in the UK. Like, what I've seen is like with the boom of TikTok in Nepal, definitely that has exposed to a lot of homegrown brands, and especially founded by female. So, but like, is there any support past that? I don't know, £10,000 that they make a year. What's the next step, and how are we going to support those women going forward? I think if we can create a structured platform where we learn from the West, take it to the East, and then maybe get more people culturally knowledge about like what actually sells in the West, and can we produce that? I think that'll be quite a good one.
All right, thank you.
Let me talk with my wife as well to be an entrepreneur, and then I'll connect with you.
Absolutely.
So same question to Santosh Koirala, right?
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of potential, I already told, and I'm the biggest advocate of the Nepalese diaspora. I never complain about the brand, and I already told everything. So the biggest role, definitely, we're seeing that, embassies. We were advocating about the tech diplomacy with the Foreign Affairs Ministry from the last couple of months, and we didn't see any kind of good progress on that. And at the same time, like our ambassador in London he started like kind of taking this kind of initiative, right? So that's the really commendable job by him. And then not only he initiated, like he take this initiative like, you know, like kind of mission driven, or like even he personally called me I think 3 or 4 times. Even I didn't reply him for 4 or 5 days to busy with all these things, but he like continuously following up me, and like kind of like me, he might do the 100 of people like you guys, right? So being an ambassador to Britain from the London, and then he is rigorously working on those level of like not bothering with not replying by the someone else. Like he already in the position that he would like not caring all those things, stuff like when someone is not getting back to him, but he's like kind of continuously calling, pushing, and then like, advocating. Even like I knew my last conversation with him that like when we having like kind of Middle East tense at that point, and I sent him note that like I decided to not coming here, which is all these tense here and families are worried about that. He instantly called me directly, right? No, the program is on. If that situation comes, we'll cancel the program, Gorilla, right? But you have to be here. And then we are now, so far the ceasefire has been done and you need to come in. That level of energy he has, right? So we need like next 7 or 8 Mr. Chandraji for like next like potential 7, 8 embassies. That's it. And like big round of applause for him now.
Truly, thank you for that thoughtful feedback. And yes, so Your Excellency, thank you so much for allowing us to have this conversation on the same note, right? So those are really thoughtful ideas, right? So if I may share my perspective from my own experience engaging with so many Nepali professionals abroad, right? So I think one bold action that Nepal can consider is to create a pathway for continuation of the citizenship or some form of dual citizenship for our diaspora, right? So that really, I mean, the first generation Nepali diaspora have a deep, genuine connection back to the country, and they have a desire to give back, right? So at the moment, they're trying very hard, honestly, right? So to invest, to build companies, to support the local communities, and they often face so many structural legal challenges. But just imagine, if you make this single policy change, it could open floodgates, right? So this floodgate in a positive direction. You would see surge in investment, mentorship, knowledge transfer, right? So not out of obligation, but out of love and belonging. So I think that's the one thing that Nepal could do. Okay, so I think we've come to almost closing, right? So one last quick fire. So please be brief for all 3 of you. Looking ahead, year 2035, 10 years from now. So what is your vision for the role of Nepali diaspora in building a digitally empowered, globally connected Nepal? I'll start from Ruby there.
I would say create almost like an industry that never existed. Like I came from a completely different background and I saw this opportunity, and I hope that, you know, in the next 10 years there'll be like a lot more ideas that has come from Nepal, and it is one of those unicorn brands and all this kind of thing. So I'm really looking forward to and seeing more women become an entrepreneur.
Thank you, Ruby. Santoshi?
Since I'm here, I think around projected outsourcing all this tech business for Britain around 2035 would be around $50 billion, I guess. So if we can materialize it, at least 2 to 3% out of that, that will be the great achievement.
Thank you. Subhresti?
So in 2035, what I'm hoping for is that, you know, Nepal is recognized as a global AI hub, AI talent. We are able to exploit our hydro potential to serve the global needs of AI. We have a vibrant Nepali diaspora who is 100% connected and plugged in to the Nepali startup ecosystem, you know, continuously supporting new startups, and they don't face the challenges I've faced back in Nepal. So, you know, they have a much easier ride, and we have 100 and maybe, you know, 500 companies worth more than 200 million each.
Thank you. Amazing. Thank you, Suresh. Thank you, Ruby. Thank you, Santosh, for sharing your journeys, your vision, your passion. This conversation has shown us that Nepali diaspora is not only an asset, but a powerful catalyst for transformation. So let's continue building these bridges of trust, innovation, and opportunity across sectors and across borders. Thank you all. Let's give a round of applause to our guest speakers. Thank you.
Taking picture, I'll just I'll utilize my time thanking them whilst they take the picture. So thank you, our moderator and panel, for celebrating the strength of Nepali diaspora in tech diplomacy. I didn't want to share it, but I also want to share it. So basically, so Mr. Santosh Koiralaji and then myself worked in the same company in Nepal, and I'm so honored to see him as a president of NASIT now, and also director of TechCraft. So that's very inspiring journey, Santosh, and also Ruby ji, you've been doing amazing work. Likewise, Suresh ji, it's like AI, it's booming, so great work ahead. So thank you all for sharing the journey. So coming to our next session, so we have presentation by Mr. Nilesh Man Singh Pradhan about leapfrogging with fintech, the Nepal story. So may we have a round of applause to welcoming on the stage.
Thank you so much. After the long day session, I guess, and with time overrun as well, I guess I have a privilege to be a little bit of impromptu as well, rather than sticking to the slides that has been prepared. So I would like to quickly start the session. His Excellency, the Ambassador of Nepal to UK, His Excellency, the Ambassador of UK to Nepal, respective guests and dignitaries, very good evening from Nepal. So I have been told to speak on leapfrogging with technology, the Nepal story. So just to give a background of myself, after my master's in India, I had a privilege to work for almost 12 years in India, in Netherlands, in Bahrain, typically in the banking industry for core banking, securities and capital market. And I went back to Nepal in 2011, since then, the 15 years I've been associated with this company called as the Nepal Clearing House Limited, which was just incorporated at the time of 2008, but was not in operational mode, and was given a mandate to drive the national payments infrastructure for Nepal. And for those, for some of you who may be knowing that, up to that time, even for clearing a check, it used to take, if it is an outstation check, it used to take a month and a half as well. So that's until 2012 and 13 as well. So the mandate was to start with the electronic check clearing. That's where we started. But the vision of the central bank and the banks and financial institution was to build the large-scale infrastructure, the payments infrastructure that is actually required for a nation. So we didn't have the backlog of the old generation technology. So all were manual. So we had a privilege to move on to the next generation of technology right from 2000, right from the beginning when we started our Nepal Clearing House Limited. So if we are to see where we stand today, so what has actually the major drivers of the digital payments for Nepal? When we see it today, out of the 42 billion Nepali GDP size of Nepal, we process a non-cash-based transactions equivalent to close to 18 trillion Nepali rupees of transactions, which is close to 300% plus of the GDP, size of the GDP as of today. So when we started in 2010, 11, and 12, it's hardly a few percentage of the GDP was a non-cash transactions. And that's where we have moved on. And major drivers being the access to financial services, close to 80%, access of 125% plus of mobile SIM being distributed, vis-a-vis the number of population of Nepal, and the internet penetration of close to 90%, as what has actually given a basic backbone for riding on for the digital payments or the non-cash transactions. And the major drivers for the digital transactions has been a bit of untraditional for the Asian region, that if we see it in Europe and US, majority of the transactions are actually driven by the card networks, which for the country like Nepal is a bit of expensive and an inconvenience as well for the smaller businesses and for the customers as well. And the cost that is actually required for the banks to drive the card networks is huge. Still, it's comparatively higher. So the primary drivers has been, as we speak today, it's a mobile banking, wallets, QR-based transactions, which is cost-effective and has actually helped the smaller and medium-sized businesses to drive and move on to the digital space. So it actually enabled and given a space for these smaller businesses to move into the digital space. And while we speak today, along with the digital transactions, even the central bank has actually come up with the strategy to drive the national payments switch as well. And we are yet to come, and very soon we'll be commercially rolling out our own Nepal's digital card-based scheme as well. And the central bank is also working towards establishing the, and working in a POC, proof of concept, for the wholesale CBDC as well, central bank digital currency as well. So they have planned to do the initial POC by 2026. So moving from a very manual phase of electronic check clearing to fully digital mobile banking, wallet-based transactions, RTGS systems, and making the full entity, including the banks, financial institutions, completely interoperable. This is what has been a bit of journey for Nepal. So if you look into this, lots of data on this, but the primary factor, the major breakthrough, even though the cards network was there since mid-90s, until 2012-13, we hardly have the larger user base in the cards and the cards transaction as well. So in 2004, when there was a non-bank entity, the central bank actually allowed, which is the name of the company, is called the Smart Choice Technology, which came up with their cards network, driving the majority of the banks in the card network. And in 2008 and 9, when NCHL came into picture, one of the largest wallet company called as an eSewa, I could see the CEO of the eSewa as well. So that's when the trust of the central bank to drive the digital payments via non-bank entities has actually built the basic digital foundation for Nepal. And until then, we did not have even the legislature for the Payments and Settlement Act was not there. So it actually came into 2015 only, which after that, we have a number of other entities as well. As we speak today, there are over 25 licensed financial service providers, payment service providers in Nepal, licensed by the central bank, over 9 large-scale infrastructure, payments infrastructure providers, which is called as payment system operators in Nepal, and NCHL is one of them. And these are the entities who are actually working together with the banks, central bank, and some of the other entities or the stakeholders of this space to drive the digital payments. So today, we could actually see the fast payment systems in place, large wallet companies in place. The mobile and the wallet users has actually is a lot more than the card issued in Nepal, and even the transactions per se. And the fast payment or the instant payment system is something that is what is driving the digital payment space. So we talk about the QRs, we talk about the tokenized transactions, tap and pay related mobile-based tap and pay transactions. It is there. The use cases and the infrastructures has been built up. What is lacking now is to scale these infrastructure up for the businesses and the use cases of Nepal. So when we talk about the NCHL, Nepal Clearing House Limited, that I represent here, so we basically, one of the very good example of the public-private partnership model that has actually worked in Nepal. So it has the stake from the central bank, part of it. Majority of the stake is actually held by the banks and financial institutions, smaller and the larger banks and financial institutions. And when we started, we had a private fintech entity as well, the SCT. We established in 2008, and the private entity actually exited in 2017-18 with close to 11-12x of what they have actually invested. We started with a very small capital required at that point of time, hardly 150 million Nepali rupee, equivalent to 2 to 3 million of that exchange rate. And today, we have actually grown to the size of 1.27 billion Nepali rupee equivalent, close to 9 plus million US dollars. And we have a balance sheet size of close to 30 million as of today. So that's 1.2, close to 4 billion Nepali rupee equivalent of the size of the balance sheet. So who actually uses our infrastructures? So we name it the electronic check clearing, automatic clearing house for bulk transactions, for salary, pensions, social security disbursements. We talk about the mobile banking, wallets, government payments, and we are into the space of all three, of retail, B2C segment of the transactions, the infrastructure and the instrument that is actually required. We are into B2B segment as well for driving the businesses and the corporates to do their payments directly from their accounting or the banking accounting or the ERP systems. And we are also in the space of the government payments as well, whether that's G2G, G2B or G2P related transactions also. Majority of these transactions are driven through our infrastructure. So in fact, this is a very good example. May not be that very relevant for the UK, but for Nepal, when you talk about the digital payments by the government, we believe that the government is one of the largest promoter and the user of the digital payments as well. So we are happy to say that almost 95 to 97% of the total government's expenditure transactions are processed fully digital. So that goes directly into the bank account, whether that's a business payments, vendor payments, party payments, salaries, social securities as well. And in terms of the revenue payments, government has been successfully achieved 32 to 35% of the total revenue collections directly as a digital payment, the rest being done by the checks. So who are the other users other than the government? So remittance companies are the largest user of our infrastructure. We also help the capital market related transactions, DVP related payments as well. We process those transactions. Insurance companies is one of the largest, is also one of the largest users of our infrastructure. And then there are larger corporates as well. And we provide the API-based payment gateways as well to these entities. So how do we work? Although we are one of the licensed entity like any other 26 plus 9 licensed entities by the central bank. So a bit of difference is since we are a PPP model, the difficulty part is when there is a public and the government entity also as one of the promoter. From the process perspective and from the governance perspective, we're expected to follow a bit of quasi-governmental processes as well. But when it comes to the project implementation, project identification, and even the infrastructure setups and the service delivery, we're expected to do as at par as any other private entities as well, if not better. So that is, we take it as a challenge and as an opportunity as well, and that's what actually helped us to make sure that we are one of the successful and sustainable entity, and each of our projects that we're driving, around 11 projects, 11 infrastructures, each of these are sustainable independently as well. So we primarily focus not on the very small scale retail infrastructures, but our main focus is on systemically important payment systems, so larger payment infrastructure, which are characterized and are part of the strategic plan of the government or the central bank. So those are the ideal infrastructure projects for NCHL to drive and invest. And by the way, we're not funded or subsidized by the government. We have to make sure that these are sustainable. Each projects are sustainable, and we have to reinvest these, whatever the cash flow, the revenues are generated, we invest that as a reinvestment into the next cycle of infrastructure, use cases, or the facilitation to the industry. And along with that, when we talk about the servicing the banks in Nepal, it's worth noting that we have a very larger banks like the commercial banks who have an appetite to invest in technology, large-scale infrastructures or the large-scale systems. But we even have a very small 1 or 2 district level banks, smaller development and the finance companies as well. Hardly as 800 million Nepali rupee equivalent of transactions. That's the capital of the smaller finance companies. So asking them to use our infrastructure and they investing in the softwares, hardwares, and risk management, that's going to be a huge burden for these institutions. But yet we have to be inclusive enough to ensure that these smaller entities or the smaller banks and financial institutions are also onboarded on this ecosystem. So what we do is we provide the infrastructure as a service as well. So whatever these larger infrastructures, the payments of checks, whether ACH or the API-based gateways or RTGS system, these are actually provided as a service, and we provide it as a hosted model so that the individual smaller banks don't need to invest heavily in the infrastructure, but they can ride on us and do their transactions. So along with the banks and financial institutions, we also service the rest of the other licensed entities, of which 24 entities, non-bank entities, also ride on NCHL's infrastructure to drive their business, whether that's a wallet-based fund cash-in, cash-out related, simple as loading in wallet or doing a basic service-related payments. We provide an access to the infrastructure, we provide an access to the banks as well. And one of the very typical product, I guess when I was discussing offline with some of the diaspora here, they didn't know about NCHL, but they did know about some of the products that we provide. Some of them are Connect IPS, some of you may have used it, Corporate Pay, very encouraging for us as well. So basically, these infrastructures are actually provided as a platform and as an instrument also. So it works similar to how the Apple Pay or the Samsung Pay works. So you link your bank account and then start paying it with the app, right? So similar to that, what we have actually done is the customer can actually link as many number of bank accounts into these apps, whether that's a retail app or a corporate banking channels as well. So they can actually do their transactions, whether that's a normal transfers, vendor payments, salary, or even they can access the banking services as well via these unified single platform that we provide. And along with the infrastructure, one of the key success factor for NCHL for most of these infrastructure projects is we just don't provide set up the infrastructure and provide it as a service only, but we also help and facilitate the stakeholders to ensure that they make a good sense of or a good use of these infrastructures. So we also help them identify the use cases. We help them doing the integration related services as well, so that the end stakeholder can actually focus on their customers, their services, and we also help them do the integration with the payment infrastructures as well. So we not only work on the infrastructure side, but we also help creating the overlaying services for the digital payments ecosystem as well. And that has been one of the reasons for success for most of the products that we have actually rolled it out. So I'll just skip this up. Yeah, these are some of the products, 11 of the products, the large-scale products, which includes the settlement systems, which includes the platforms that are actually used by the customers, and 2 of the products that, and even we actually process the international card schemes as well. We process Visa, MasterCard, UnionPay as well via our EFT card services. So out of these products, what aspires and what we are very, very proud of is except the initial systems of check clearing and the card-related infrastructure, most of the non-card-related infrastructure, these are all designed and built by and operated by the local homegrown talents in Nepal. So that also gives a sense of upbringing that these infrastructure can be built as a switch, non-card based infrastructures, the wallet, mobile banking, integrations, the core switch. These systems have been actually built by the local talents in Nepal on itself. So two of the focus infrastructure that we are working very closely is in the cross-border payments, of which we have been successful for integrating with one of the largest instant payment infrastructure, which is in India, UPI. We have integrated and live with. We're live with Alipay, plus we are live with, technically live with Sri Lanka Pay, and we are working with 8 of the international networks and the clearing houses to get our cross-border integration with our payment systems. And 2 of them, we have an arrangement in UK as well. So along with this, we have the national payments infrastructure, the interface part, which we actually provide API as a platform to the third-party entities to integrate with the banks and our infrastructures. So just to give a flavor of this, and the size, in terms of the size of it, transactions, we are processing the transactions and the NCHL's transactions in last 8 or 9 years. So we are growing at a CAGR of around 57%. The market is growing at around 40% in Nepal for the non-cash related transactions. And in terms of the value of the transactions, we process around 80% of the transactions. The remittances, almost 40% of the remittance transactions are processed via our infrastructures. Capital market related, 25% of the transactions we process in the capital market. And finally, so out of these transactions, as I've mentioned, that most of these transactions are the homegrown infrastructures that is actually driven. So what is the key takeaway from Nepal's fintech story is Nepal for sourcing opportunity, since most of the non-card related infrastructures, whether that's a mobile banking, wallets, API-based infrastructure, QR payments, these are available at scale, and the larger valid and which is running and the size of the transactions for the economy like Nepal, these are proven technologies are available. So these can also be one or few of the infrastructures that are the systems that can be looked upon. And these are not just NCHL driving it. There are other PSPs and PSOs who are driving similar systems built in Nepal. So along with that, the fintech sector is one of the areas where we can look beyond as an outsourcing the cost center only. We have the techno-functional and domain experts in this area. So finally, and the cross-border payments opportunity, since most of the infrastructure is built on the scale of our Nepal size in fintech is a bit smaller, but the opportunity that it can actually create by integrating our infrastructure with the cross-border corridors, networks of the clearing houses, that can be used. So the opportunity is there for sourcing. And as an investment, Nepal as an investment opportunity, although we have a system, what we lack is the scaling it up. So we need an infrastructure that can help us in horizontal and the vertical expansion. We need the infrastructure and the technology for the cybersecurity and the fraud-related matters. And of course, the data and the data-driven data center management-related stuff. And finally, on the tech space, the recent opportunity that has actually come up is, some of you may have realized that the government of Nepal has actually in this year's budget, they are allowing for the issuance of the new bank as well. So when we talk about the new bank or the digital bank, we need the whole set of infrastructure. So that could also be one of the opportunities. And second, for Nepali diaspora, investing as a promoter in the new bank could also be one of the major opportunities. So final thoughts on this. I would like to spare the statement made today by Mr. Tim. Nepal's opportunity in driving is actually driven by the brain and broadband, but primary drivers and future outlook for Nepal's fintech is and will be the local brain with access to the global technology. And this has given a space and opportunity for the people like me to make a real difference in financial sector, fintech sector, for and from Nepal. Thank you and namaste.
Thank you, Mr. Pradhan, for that forward-thinking narrative on Nepal's fintech landscape. So without any further delay, to bring today's powerful discussions to a close, we now invite Dr. Kapil Rizal to deliver the valedictory address and key takeaways. Round of applause for him, please.
Good evening, Your Excellency, Mr. Chandra Ghimire, Your Excellency, Rob Fan, and the CEO of Investment Board, Mr. Gewali. Esteemed speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a true honor, I must admit, a bit of a challenge to be the final speaker after such an energizing and thought-provoking day. After all, everything insightful has already been said, but not just by me, so I might have to say something added on to that one. We have gathered here to shape the very future of Nepal's place in the global tech ecosystem, and what a remarkable day it has been, filled with visionary ideas and dynamic discussions. One key takeaway from today has been the need for cross-section collaboration, especially when build a trust partnership we have done that, and when we are doing cross-border, we are using sometimes a very late night Zoom calls as well. Nepal has a dynamic, tech-savvy, and youth population. Their energy, their creativity, and their drive are our greatest asset. Our job is to give them the tools and the platform, and yes, the bandwidth to let us move forward. Throughout the day, we explored what technology can do in today's fast-evolving world. We have seen that fundamentals are in place. We have the product, we have the talent, and thankfully, we have now policymakers in this room, which always helps. So let me propose a very simple but important question. What's stopping us? We have the energy and we have the expertise as well. So why wait? If there is one thing we have learned, it is where there is a will, there is always be a way. And if not, let's work around it. Let us, from today, promise to take this momentum forward. Let us unite across the borders and time zone and turn our discussions into a reality. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to thank His Excellency, Chandra Kumar Ghimire, whose dedication and tireless work and plenty phone calls made this event not just possible, but very impactful. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a round of applause, please. And my sincere thanks to the entire Nepalese embassy team as well. Please give them a round of applause as well. Your Excellency Rofen, what could I say? Your enthusiasm, bringing Nepal and UK diaspora together and collaborating them, it is very infectious. And I think we have all been infected by that, and we have to do something for Nepal. Please give a round of applause for Mr. Rofen. Thank you. We had Chandra Dhakal here before. We have Mr. Sushil Gewali. Thank you for your leadership and for being the key ally to this journey. You have seen and witnessed these things, and we hope that we will go to Nepal and you will act on it, thinking we are all together. A round of applause for Mr. Sushil Gewali as well. I'm sure it is getting too late, and I don't want to go through every single panelist. Every one of you have been brilliant, okay? So I'll just sum it up, okay? To all our speakers and panelists, thank you for bringing both the depth and the direction to today for this discussion and making a tech possible in Nepal. Well, somebody I heard saying, don't say tech anymore, IT or AI in Nepal. So for all of you, you all deserve a round of applause. Please. Thank you. Let us carry forward the ideas, the network, and the momentum we have built here today. As one speaker so wisely said, progress does not happen in isolation. It thrives in collaborations. That is what we are here all for. So as we wrap up this I encourage you, don't just live with lots of business cards in your pocket. Live with new ideas, new alliances, and new renewed commitment. That goes without saying for the first people staying on the front row as well. Okay? Nepal tech sector isn't just present on its global stage. Let's make it stand internationally. A round of applause for Nepal and its technology team as well. Thank you. Thank you once again for being part of this inspiring day. I have learned a lot. The speaker in front who said there was somebody from the diaspora, he didn't know what we did. That was me. I admit, I need to learn more, and we need to move forward as well. We look forward to welcoming you to the next edition of this session, hopefully next year, Your Excellency, so that we can share more successful stories together and have a bright future for us, more than that, for Nepal. Let's give a round of applause and making an oath that we will support Nepal and we will take tech into Nepal as well. Please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, Dr. Rizal, for your inspiring words and for summarizing the spirit of today's outcome. So, ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible day of vision, insight, and collaboration. Today's forum has clearly shown that Nepal and the United Kingdom are not just friends of the past, but strategic partners for the future. We've heard from some of the finest minds shaping policy, driving investment, building technology, and nurturing innovation across both nations. From unlocking tech trade opportunities to empowering diaspora leadership, today has marked a defining step forward. On behalf of the Embassy of Nepal in London, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all of our speakers, panelists, moderators, organizers, and of course, each one of you who contributed to today's success. Let us now take a pause for a group photo, but before we proceed to that, I would like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Chandrakumar Khemire, for his closing remarks. We'll have a small token of appreciation announcement after that, and we'll take some good group photo, and then we can disperse for networking and then some drinks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shraddhaji. After very tiring and very long day, indeed, I have no more energy to say few more words, but we are almost at the finish line. So I'm again putting extra energy to feel rejubilant. So with that spirit, again, I came back over here. My colleague, Rob, similarly, the CEO of IVN, my source of inspiration, who are truly represent both sides of tech industry, including Nepal and the UK. The BBIN leaders, who are my very true friends in our journey. Sometimes we do feel ups, sometimes we do feel down, but every time they keep on their support, and that support is something like very unique energy. So that energy, so long as there, we are keeping our journey on and on. So many colleagues are there. If I go around, I might be taking a whole night to make their praise, including these two colleagues. Where is the gentleman? Oh, he's over there. They truly deserve a big round of applause. You know why? I think it's been a couple of weeks already been. They have been putting their 100%, 200%, 300%, 500%, even 1,000% energy. I have seen them sleepless night, their sleepless nights they were spending. So on my behalf and on behalf of our whole embassy, today I would like to very profoundly express my words of appreciation for your relentless effort. Earlier I was trying to indicate our chair, but he somehow, I could not communicate very well. He could not grasp my way of communication. So that's why, again here, I'm putting those words. I'm not making the session anymore boring because everyone is already feeling exhausted. Yes, of course, you might have, while leaving the hall, you might have a question, and that is very serious question, and that can be sometimes a bit fatal concern. Why? Generally what happens, we sit together, we put our heads together, we come up with some discussion, and in a while we start forgetting everything. This is how the world is running around, and we are not that exception, unfortunately. But over here, our commitment, it is still alive. So that's why today I'm going to announce something little bit more, taking this liberty to follow up today's our thoughts, today's our understandings. We're gonna put one more effort. That effort would be very representative, and that will represent both sides of the countries, the UK as well as Nepal. And that will be a sort of working group. Maybe Nepal-UK digital working group or something like that. This is subject to confirmation, alteration, whatever it is. For this cause, I'm urging for, again, next round of inputs from all of you, since many of you, you have been in touch with my mobile, at least for last 3 months, because I was not sleeping, and I was not sleeping, and I was not letting you sleep, no? That was what the mistake I was doing. Anyway, being very apologetic this moment, I'm reasserting these words. So, representing all of you with few figures, we're gonna create this working group, and that working group will work and will come up with a solid roadmap. And with that roadmap, we'll move on. So if you are happy, please give us another round of applause. So with this, what I have assumed, the House has accepted approved our proposal, our proposition. So without taking further time, I would like to conclude over here. Once again, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, His Excellency. You've really done a commendable job. May I please invite you on the stage again?
Sorry, you know, long time back when I was at University of York as a chevening fellow, one day my professor, that time we were moving around, suddenly he commented on us, referring a beautiful phrase, male's stupidity. So that often happens, I must admit. Why? Because I forgot once again to admit, to acknowledge the contribution that my wife and many our better wives, they are around there. One madam is there, just at the doorstep. So all of them, they deserve another big round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I guess he was too excited to shake hands with His Excellency Robin and other guests. So may I please invite you on the stage again for certificate, token of appreciation distribution? Yes, please. Please accept this as a gesture of our deepest gratitude on behalf of the Embassy of Nepal in London. So we'll be announcing the name of panelists. Sorry for that. Sorry, there's a small request, really sorry. I would also like to invite His Excellency Rob Finn and also Sushil Gawali, sir, please. So on this together. So we have a small token of appreciation for all of our panelists and speakers. I'll announce their name and please, if you could have head towards the stage for receiving your token of appreciation. So Mr. Sushil Gawali ji. Mr. Saurav Sapkota. Mr. Anjani Fuyal. Mr. Craig Somers. Mr. Nick Hinton, Mr. Ron Yep, Missy Louise Twaite, Ms. Sudha Regmi, Mr. Tim Gocher, Mr. Steve Buckley, Jay Powdell, Mr. Asha Easton, Mr. Neera Shaha, Ms. Alina Chanel, Miss Alex Baker, I think she's gone, sorry. Miss Pranu Singh, Mr. Hemraj Thakal, Mr. Richard Slater, Miss Lupa Patel, Mr. Avinav Sinha, Mr. Niranjan Kumar, Mr. Suresh Manandar, Ms. Ruby Raut, Mr. Santosh Koirala, Mr. Nilesh Mansingh Pradhan. Thank you. Thank you. Where should I get down from? Oh, I think there's just stairs. Sorry. Can we please stay here for the group picture? Can we please stay for... Oh my God. If I have missed someone, or if anyone has missed to come here, okay, just a reminder to collect your certificate.
So I'm a special person, so like picture very nice.
Okay. Thank you, His Excellencies and Shishil Gawari, sir. So, we'll have a group picture outside, but I will request later on to everyone to gather there so we can, you know, click some good pictures on a bright light outside. Now, finally, I'd like to leave you with this quote by British computer scientist Alan Clay. The best way to predict the future is to invent it. So let's invent our future together. Let's continue this momentum, because together we are building a smarter, stronger, more connected digital future for Nepal and the UK. Thank you and namaste.